Stock eliminator, need you to lanes, please. Stockers, round number 2, need you to the lanes. Super Street, you should already be in the staging lanes, paired up and ready to go. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. Guys, gals, I don't think I'm really going to speak out of turn here if I tell you that Mother Nature has changed her mind on the bright, beautiful, and sunny day that was originally forecast for today. There is a chance that we may run into some Mother Nature precipitation, perspiration, moisture. Use a good deodorant this morning or something. One of the two. Or was that 3? Anyway, everybody's participation would certainly be appreciated today. When we call you, come on down. Let's try and get this race rocking and rolling. Get everybody into the books, crown our champions, and hopefully be able to get everything handled and taken care of before Mother Nature does her thing. Of course, I understand this is all part of Erica. Yep. A little bit rolling up from the Gulf. Last race of the $10.90 car is going to be our first out this morning. The 10.90's up on the scoreboards. Line up 2. See you do the job of knocking that 1090 down at the target at the other end of the racetrack. To get a shot at it, he or she that does best gets to come back and try it one more time. And so on, et cetera, and well, you get the idea. Started off with approximately 60 Super Street cars. We have whittled it down now to 20. Made a neat street car. And go through the transmixer for me. It was a fun car. Well, until that one fateful night. Oh, there's a heck of a story that goes along with that, let me tell you. Something about going northbound on Interstate 435 at a rapid rate of speed and the police officer sitting in the southbound lanes. And he tried to come after me and got stuck. I ended up buying him breakfast a week later. And there's a whole other story that goes in between there, let me tell you. All right, Todd's out the quick this morning. 21 on the tree on the wrong side of green, and Cincinnati's day is done. Alex Miller right side, 1085 in the Monza at 133. He'll be back. Here comes my Nova with the funky tail lights. Marshall Glass out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Still haven't figured this one out. I mean, they're Nova-ish looking tail lights, but they're like two of a kind, stacked side by side with no chrome molding in the middle. I don't know where he got them. I still think they're Canadian. Marshall taking on Chase Bat, the Batmobile over there on the left side. Big block Camaro, small block Nova. Much better this time out of the gate. We got greens on both sides of the track. I like it. And the win goes to Marshall. 1092, 126. Margin at the stripe, 6,000. 1092 coming up short. They're on the Budweiser side, .0069. True margin of victory. Mike Vance. Ricky Ship up in the Nova. Ricky in the red Nova. Michael up in the Chuckaburger 57 Chevrolet out of St. Louis. So, what, 54 gets you in? 54 to Louisville and then 65 south? Not a bad ride. Finish line, winner picker says give it to the Nova of Ricky Ship, 1091, 141. Vance goes through 1087 at 133. Looks like he might have early lane choice on I-65 northbound. Jason Satterley, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Pontiac Firebird taking on Don Strickland. Should have run into the Stricklands this morning, had them buy breakfast. Last time we did that, they both won. That was a good luck omen for the day. Hey, I was liking it. It was good for breakfast. I mean, hey. Talking about it work. Don got the green light. Jason got the red light. Jason's day's done. It was over in Memphis, Tennessee, been a year ago. 1084. Ooh, Don. Holding a few there, son. 133. 1089 by Jason. Strickland's light already aglow down at the other end of the racetrack. Gary Horseman, Festus, Missouri-based runner, 427 Ford and a 61 Falcon. I love coming to the digs just to see some of the old cars that come out of the woodwork. Here's Ray Dew, multi-time D4 Super Street champion, coming off the win this year down at the stage at Sportsman. Always a tough competitor. Dude out at the other end of the racetrack, not going to be at this time. 1089-4, 1092 by Horseman. The Ford gets to come back. Ray's day's done, and Ray was dead late out of the gate. Tony Leonard taking on Jason Charlton. Stock Eliminator, round 2. Need your lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Tony up in the Nova. See, now this Nova's got regular tail lights. I got to figure out what it is about Marshall Glass's car. Still favorite today. Tony right side. Jason left line. Green lights a pair. Pretty well leaving the line together. Who's going to get the stripe? Looks like it's going to be Tony Leonard. 1096 at 110, 1103. Charlton Day comes to a screeching halt there in round number 2. Chris Hornbuckle must be from Tennessee. Yep. Got that orange and white glow coming off that Chevy Nova. Lewis Murray on the right side. Eureka-based runner out of the great state of Missouri. Missouri. Yeah, I might have been right the first time. 555, big block Camaro. Uses a whole lot of throttle stop. Launches really twice. He gets the win here because Hornbuckle goes red. 1088 for Hornbuckle, a 138. 1092 for Lewis Murray at 153. Big speed car. Scotty Reinchild, last year's winner, your defending event champion, up in the Corvette. Brookville, Indiana-based runner, and Brian Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana. I mean, you stop and think about it. When's the last time you saw a big block Corvette, big motored Firebird, Meep Roadrunner, and a 56 Chevrolet all getting ready to race each other? I mean, seriously. Green lights a pair. Here we go. Your defending champ trying to go one more round. Can he? Will he? Won't he? He will. 1089, 146, 1088, 9. Wow, 5 thou difference. Down at the finish line, Brian Richardson comes up short by just a gnat's hair. Tom Head up in his Mopar. 500 cubic inch. Meep. Oh, that was a bad one. 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. And Ricky Ship Sr. 6 Chevrolet out of Indiana. Small block combo in the 56. 500 cubic inch combo in the Roadrunner. Coming at the stripe. Going to be the shoebox. Dead on 2, 007. 9 thou package for Rick Ship at 133. 1086 for the Roadrunner. Wile E. Coyote was chasing it just too fast down at the other end of the racetrack. Here's Matthew Ball and Connie Rudy. Connie up on the left side, wheeling and dealing that classic Gremlin. All right, we've had a 56, a Roadrunner, a Gremlin. Matthew Ball up in his S10, the runner out of Troy, Ohio. Or would that be Ohio, Troy? I heard rumors that Ohio had a football team last year. But one located in Cleveland or Cincinnati. Just heard rumors. Green light's a pair, wind light goes the ball in the S10, 1091, 130. Connie goes dead on, 10.902. Just a little tardy out of the gate, cost her down at the other end of the racetrack. All right, we've had a Gremlin, a Roadrunner, a shoebox Chevy. How about a 1962 Plymouth Fury? If that doesn't get you throttle tickled, we'll step over to the right side for the next pair. Ken McNichol working the Pontiac Grand Prix. Down track, Craig Meyer and the classic Mopar, wind light, gonna go to Meyer. We get to see it again, 1091, 136, 1088, McNichol. Too quick out of the poncho. Down at the other end of the racetrack. All right, the Roadrunner, the shoebox, the 62. How about a 32 Ford Vicky? Jahan, 572 cubic inches, a romping, stomping, rat-motored Chevrolet. El Camino. Yes, Babel, El Camino. Top end winner picker says give it to the El Camino. 94.3 beats a 94.4. A little bit better out of the gate was Tyler. True margin of victory. Other end of the racetrack, 14 thousandths of a second. Morgan Hoda, young lady out of Biloxi, Mississippi. Big motor in her 69 Camaro. Taking on Tony Tanner. Tony out of Kentucky, driving the Oldsmobile. The bigger motor than what Dr. Oldsmobile prescribed back in the early 80s. This one's cranking 512 cubic inches, a big block Chevrolet, and Morgan gets the win. 1092, 148. Tony, a little too much stripe down there. Goes 1081 at 123. Jeff Mandel. Gets the odd lot number of cars by run. Runner out of Tennessee. Nice, clean. 69 Chevy Camaro. $10.87 to $144 for the scheduled buy run. As the call goes out for Super Gas now. Round number 2. Need you lanes, please. Super Gas. Round number 2. Bob Schmidt and Josh Green. Looks like our final pair of Super Street cars. Big guys up on the door and away we go. Novas. Novas in the morning. Novas on the track. Win line's going to go to Bob Schmidt. 1091, 130. 1095, 117 for Josh. So Bob continues on. Josh's day is done. Stock Eliminator coming around the bend. And Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. 990 cars, one and all. Come on down. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas. Need you to the staging lanes. Come on down. Super Gas. Staging lanes, please. Need you to lane. Stockers, if you're not in the lanes for round number 2, oops. All I can tell you is this, Stockers. If you're not in the staging lanes, we've got cars getting ready to fire up underneath the tower right here. And the first pair of round number 2 stock eliminator cars are just literally seconds away from pulling into the water box. So if you have a stock eliminator car and you're back in the pit area somewhere, we've called you. We want you. We got to have you. Don't feel like, you're being deprived or left out. We want everybody to feel needed. Well, almost everybody. Warren says there are days. There are days. Engines come to life. Stock eliminator. Round number 2 getting ready to come at us. Handicap racing at its finest. Tom Rambo. G-Stock automatic Camaro. Kevin Elliott up in his recently featured Flyer. One of the latest editions of National Dragster. Featuring the Rogers Electric 305 powered Malibu wagon. Clean car, nice car, good running car. Runner out of Kentucky over here on the right side. In stock automatic. 13 flat the dial for the wagon. 1118 the dial for the Camaro. Handicap racing at its finest. Kevin Elliott setting sail for the other end of the racetrack. Coming, starting to run out of real estate. Top end. Got him. 11:32 on the 11:18. 12:13:29. Both drivers well over their dial. Marcus Wadu up in the Mopar. 79 Dodge Aspen. Mike Cotton up in the 340 Duster. Mike yesterday in the opening round survived a lucky round. A little late out of the gate. Let's see if he makes it. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Neither driver blistering the clocks on this end, but Mike gets the win on the other. 1096, 117, 1208 by Wadu. He comes up short by 14 foul. Buddy Hughes. Butternut Yellow Nova. I love this car. Clean little 283. 66 Chevy Nova, dialed in 1180. PJ. Fouts, the Oldsmobile right side. L-Stock automatic, dialed in 1252. $12.54, PJ gets the win at 99 miles an hour. Buddy Hughes Nova's done. 1187 at 110 for the deuce. We won't get to see the Butternut Yellow machine anymore today. Unless we take a walk through the pits. Carlton Sweezy up in the Corvette. Todd Hoven left side. Firebird. D-Stock automatic, 400 cubic inch machine. Carlton going to get the handicap start. Small block automatic Corvette. See the header configuration on Todd's car. That car just sounds different. And we'll get to hear it one more time. 1078 the win for Hoven at 117. 1127 by Carlton down at the other end of the racetrack. His day ends by 10 thousandths of a second. Vern Buchanan taking on Adam Davis down the Pontiac Formula right side out of Alabama. 455 Ponchos going to spot that 351 Mustang. My son. Pretty much going to be a who can drive the stripe better race. Looks like Adam did it. 11:07 on 04. 11:10 with the 7 by Vern. Got down there, took the stripe by a few thousand, broke out by even fewer thousands. Jimmy Nicolin, one of my wild and wacky weekend warriors. Kenny Witcher. Small block, 69 Camaro. H-stock automatic entry. Should be wheeling that Chevy too. In the L-stock automatic category. I am afraid that this is the last time we're going to see the wagon. I was afraid. 11:35, Kenny gets the win. 1:08, Jimmy just tardy, leaving the starting line. His day's done. Tommy Turner up, Tompkinsville based, Ford Mustang, 302. Stick shift car, left side. Tim Lowe, Copo Camaro for the farmer, rancher, out of Indiana. This is the 350, Copo. Super gas, staging lanes, come on down. Super gas to the lane. One light's going to go to Turner, 1180 on this 1179, 1034. Tim Lowe tried to give chase. I don't know who was passing out coffee among the stock eliminator drivers this morning. You should have passed out the caffeinated and not the decaffeinated. Whew. These guys are cutting lights the way I do. I'll tell you, that's not good. Ricky Pennington, left side. Nick Ryder on the right hand. 440 Mopar. 71 Charger for the runner out of PA. Pennington out of Charger. Dropping and stomping his way down the racetrack. Pennington may be in trouble. Trying to catch the Mopar car at the top end. Not going to get her done. 1098. Ryder gets the win at 113. 1079.6. Oh, Pennington got down there and broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. Tibor Kadar, 427, A-stock automatic, 64 Ford Fairlane. Sweetheart of a car. Tibor out of Phoenix, Arizona, driving for Tom Nolan, taking on Matt Morris. New Haven, Kentucky-based runner, 283 seconds, 12:10 to a 10:12 dial. Wheels up launch out of the gate. Not going to get him at the stripe. 12:13. 105 Matt Morris, your winner by 10 thou. 10:17. T-Bar got down there to the other end, turned him loose, and probably should have stayed after it a little bit harder. Wow. Hate to see that big motored Ford head to Indy early. But he now has lane choice on I-65 northbound. They will have shortly as soon as they get everything loaded and locked and cinched down and put away and trailer hooked back up. Well, you get the idea. Bo Butner in, the Mustang. Left side out of Jim Butner Auto. Bobby Robbins away. 10:21 to 12:16 the dial. Trying to look at Bo, trying to look at Bo, trying to look at Bo. At the stripe, Bo waves as he goes by. 10:26, 109, beats a 12:20 at 105 by 20 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Jeff Harrington up in his new Cobra Jet. Taking on Merrill Scrimshire. Oh, look at the next pair. This is going to be fun. Scrimshire left side. Chevy Camaro taking on Harrington. Number 8 in the national points chase a year ago. 302 Cobra Jet. Here comes the Ford. Here comes the Ford. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong body. Okay. Harrington at the stripe gets the win, 34 at 115 by 3 thousandths of a second. He takes the stripe and the win over Scrimshires, 1165. Try this one on for size, kids. 1382 the dial for the 302 two-barrel Maverick. 944 the dial for the 2010 Southland Dodge Challenger, driven by Kevin Helms. Talk about got to sit and wait. And wait. And wait. As long as nobody goes red, this is going to be fun. There goes Nolan. All right, Kevin, wait. Look at the Maverick. Just about to half track before Kevin takes off. Coming. Got him. 945 on a 944, 1384 on a 1382. That's a good race. 002 on the tree was Helms. Smacked it down when he needed to. Randy Lynn Ship taking on George Antrobius. Antrobius, the Camaro on the right side. Randy Lynn coming off the win 7 days ago on a cold, blustery, windy day in Brainerd, Minnesota. I mean, it was so windy the Christmas tree was rocking. Handicap start. Must have heard me talking about Randy Lynn winning everything last weekend. Figured, oh, no. George goes red by 12 thousandths of a second. Randy Lynn gets a free tune-up run, 1061 on her 1059 dial. Randy may want to go back and put a little bit more caffeine in her coffee, though. Mark Poole's up now, the 340 Cuda. Mitch Truman up, the 350 Camaro. F-stopper automatic, Mopar. C-stock automatic, Chevrolet. 0.3 of a second, handicap start going to the Cuda. Mark got the handicap start. Patted his pocket a little bit more, leaving the starting line. Mitch puts together a better package. 62 on a 61 at 119. 96 on a 91. Just thousandths of a second difference between the two at the other end of the track. Steve Zorning and Dave Walther. Next pair of stockers in. Super Gas needs you lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. 990 cars, trucks, and oh yeah, all them Corvettes. You have a Corvette Roadster on the grounds. It's your turn. F-stick, 350, 69 Camaro. Out of the gate, Steve Zornick stands the front end of that Dodge Dakota. About 3.5 feet into the air. Sets his sights on the other end of the racetrack and gets the W. 1181, 108. Dead on one. 1092 on a 1088, David Walton. Just a little off the number down at the other end of the racetrack, and his day's done. Butch Payne comes in. That's Big Stuff's car. Randy's hot rod over there, the yellow Firebird. Mike McDonald. No, Mike McDonald, not Michael McDonald. There are no Doobie Brothers here. Top end, winner picker says give it to McDonald. 1126 at 111. 1093.8, Butch Payne. A little tardy out of the gate. Let's see, if you're late on this end, try to make it up on the other end. No, it doesn't work. Brad Plord's Chevy, too. Taking on Luke Ubelhor. Luke out of Indiana. Got a name like mine. Starts with a U, nobody can pronounce it. Wonder what his nickname is. Oob. Drag Pack Challenger dialed in 1043. Plord dialed in a 1216. Everybody careful to. Night, Luke. Night, Luke. Red light and good night for Luke Ubelhor. 12:15.6 on the 12:16 dial by Brad. 10:46 by Luke. But the red light on this end kind of, well, negated all intents and purposes of getting to the other end of the racetrack. Donnie Beeler, stick shift, 350 Corvette. Taking on Tommy Pettigrew's Gallatin, Tennessee. Made the comment yesterday, I followed these guys in Thursday evening. Red light is, well, old school style. 002 red by Tommy. Donnie Beeler's Corvette gets the automatic W there in the left lane, Budweiser side. Beeler 11:38 at 116, 11:75 by Tommy after that hot 2 on the wrong side of green. Ben Wenzel taking on Caleb McFarland. Caleb right side, stick shift, LS powered, Pontiac Firebird. Ben Wenzel, stick shift. 302 Z28, one owner. 1967 Camaro. Yeah. One owner and low miles. Bought it new off the dealer's showroom floor at 67, drove it home, been around. Old school left side, new school right side. Grabbing gears both lanes. Winner picker, top end, says give it to Ben. 1051.7 on a 52. 994.7 on a 10 flat by Caleb. Ben Wenzel got down there, took the stripe by 20 and said, yeah, I got him. He's all mine now. Tommy Mattingly and J. Allen Sherman getting ready to come up next. A little prep out on the starting line. Make sure everything's good, sticky, tacky, ready to go. No spots are going to allow anybody to spin, slip, slide. Slip and slides over there in the water park. Just up and over the hill. Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the lanes. Sitting up here talking into the microphone and going, oh, wait a minute. It works better if the on switch is flicked. Yaha. Mattingly's L stock automatic. 65 Chevelle wagon. Hey, I'll make fun of myself. Figure everybody else is going to. I might as well join in on it. J. Allen Sherman's Corvette, the C5 edition. Louisiana-based runner over here on the right-hand side. Now the chief cook and bottle washer down at Trumbull Race Engines in Houston. Several cars here this weekend. Combinations J. Allen's taken apart and put back together with a little finesse. J. Allen on a 1030 dial. Tommy Mattingly's wagon on the 1168. This will be a good one. Small advantage. Going to the Corvette. J. Allen closing in, top end. Not going to get him. 1169 Tommy. 1032 J. Allen. Mattingly at the stripe by 1,000th of a second. 0.0016 to be honest with you. Wade Owens taking on Jeff Strickland now. Talked about Dan a while ago when he was up in Super Street. Jeff up now in stock. We'll see him a little bit later in Top Dragster. Strickland out of the gate and running. Wade Owens, big block Corvette. Right alongside of him. Coming. Strickland's your winner. 10:45. 110. Little 10:78 by Wade. Comes up a little short at 105 miles an hour. Donna Morris rolls in. The Pontiac. Good looking poncho. 2004 Pontiac GTO. Perry Simpkins out of Tennessee. H-Stock automatic, 350 Camaro. Handicap start, going to go to the Camaro. The lane model high-tech LS1 powered poncho. Going to be giving chase. $11.72, 109. Perry Simpkins gets the win. 10.83 by Donna. Comes up a little bit short at the other end of the racetrack. Johnny Rakes taking on Michael Brand. Transplanted Coloradan. Guy used to live out in the Mile High State. Going with his Pontiac. 39 on the tree. But it is Johnny Rakes getting the win on the other side. He was 26 on the tree. Goes 10:48 at 123 miles an hour. Kyle Ratcliffe up next. Taking on Randy Campbell. Campbell on the left side. Mike Taylor Machine Shop. 350. Q-Stock automatic pickup. 1293 the dial. Pretty good handicap start against the LT1 powered Firebird. Second generation racer out of Texas. There goes the truck. Good race shaping up. Out of the gate, they are all but dead even. Winner picker on for Kyle Ratcliffe. 10:36, dead on 5 at 124. Campbell goes through 1297 in the truck, missed the dial by 400. Scott Burton up. Taking on Brian Whitworth. Burton out of the gate. Wheels up for the airline pilot. I guess that's appropriate, huh? Whitworth, Chevelle, top end, trying to hold him off. Not going to get it done. Burton gets the W. 10:37, 120. 10:61 by Whitworth. 119, he's 46,000 short at the other end of the racetrack. Jeremy Clemens taking on the Black Mamba. Wade Scheitlein out of Brighton, Colorado. 440 cubic inch, A-Stock automatic Dodge Challenger. Neat car, clean car. Dwayne has campaigned this hot rod for a number of years. Jeremy Clemens, the I-Stock automatic, 327, 67 Chevelle left lane. Gets to go first. He'd already figured that, knowing that it was a small block going up against that big wedge-headed Mopar. 10-11 the dial for Dwayne. See what Black Mamba can do. Driver did his job on this end. Gets the win at the other end. 10:15 on a 10-11 at 123. 11:58.9. Jeremy at 111 miles an hour. Dwayne was 0.07 at the hit of the throttle. Kenny Vaughn taking on Chris Butcher. Butcher last year's runner-up. Butcher driving the Camaro out of Performance Heating. Over here on the right-hand side. Oh, sweet. Copo's the pair in the water box. This will be fun. Kenny Vaughn, 350 stick shift, 96 edition of the Chevrolet Corvette. Lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the lanes. Like that segue. Speaking of Corvettes, we need some. Yeah, that'll work. Red light start by last year's runner-up. Hands the win over to Kenny Vaughn. Corvette goes through 1077 and 120. The red light start. How about a factory stock A heads-up race? Bruno Massel and Clay Arnett. Bruno qualified at an 878. Clay qualified at an 887. They've had all night to get ready for a heads-up battle. Who's the winner going to be? Copo Camaros, a pair. Don't go red. Oh, neither one of them went red. .878, 115. They both stepped off the throttle. 884 by Bruno at 126. That must have been one of those races where they said, let's run to the 1,000-foot mark. Whoever's ahead of the 1,000-foot gets the win. So they don't annihilate the index. Jimmy Parker up with the small block Corvette because they were not both on the throttle at 1,320 feet. On the right side, stock automatic 81 Corvette. I understand that logic to a degree. I know it's a whole big can of worms, let me tell you. 1118, 117 miles an hour by Parker. Like I said, I understand the logic. They did what they needed. They did what they needed. They felt needed to do. Yeah, something like that. And they did it. Clay Arnett got the win. He could be back. Round at number 2, Super Gas. I look around the corner, and I'm looking at, well, a lot of Corvettes and a few other cars. Super Gas, the 990 car is getting ready to come at us. Like we're getting all of our paired up super gas cars rolling through the lanes. While they're pairing up and rolling up in the lanes, let's start filling the lanes one more time. Super stock. Round number 2 needs you to the lanes, please. Super stock. Round number 2 needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on, come all. Super stock. Round number 2 needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas getting ready to come at us. 990's up on the scoreboard. Super Stock. Need you to lanes, please. Super Stock to the staging lanes. Warren. Going to kick me out of the chair and say, I want to do the Super Gas cars. Okay, Warren. Okay, I give.
Well, thank you, Bob. Super Gas coming up. 990 on the scoreboard. Pair up. Camaro Roadsters pulling up first. Left side of the track, it's Rich Pica out of Coshocton, Ohio. He'll line up left side, the Budweiser lane, alongside Jack Collier from West Monroe, Louisiana for Manpower and Collier Racing. Pair of 68 Camaro Roadsters, side by side. Pro, clean and green. Too close to call off starting line. Big End says the guy that's closer to the index is going to get it. Jack Collier, 985, 166, 978. Way too quick over there, left side for Rich Pica. Jeremy Schnell comes up next out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, alongside Dwight Noose, the pig farmer, out of Couts, Indiana. Little 82 Dodge Rampage, staging up right side alongside the Chevy 2. Over there, Budweiser side of the track. Finish line's going to say Noose for the win, 992 at 142. Snell was at the finish line. Steve Hoyt comes up next out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Stephen Jan 63 Corvette. He'll pull up left side, right side of the track. That's Robert Goodrich out of Greenwood, Indiana. The full-bodied Mustang with a Chevy power under the hood. Everybody's green so far. Goodrich down track. Here comes Hoyt, charging hard. Hoyt's going to get the job done. 992 at 167. Takes out Goodrich's 993 here in round 2. Your next pair, the Camaro Roadster and the Corvette Roadster. Kevin Brannon, left side, Boiling Springs, South Carolina. That's the 68 Camaro Roadster. Alongside John Pelican, Attica, New York, right side in that 2013 Corvette. Nobody's too jumpy this morning, not enough caffeine. Double breakout win going to John Pelican. He's 989. Brandon 5 under 985. His day is done here in round 2. Carl Watts pulls up next. The 89 Cavalier. That is the yellow and purple and maroon and all sorts of stuff. Watts is 001 on the tree, 993 at the big end for the win. Jeff Jensen was closer, 991 at 155, but that 001 helped out the driver picking up the W. Dwayne LaFleur, Clarence Center, New York. That is a 68 Camaro Roadster. He sees the crew out in front of him there, doing a little cleanup in the center of the groove. He'll stage it up left side, right side. Bethany Crick, all Mopar all the time. Young lady out of Nortonville, Kentucky, at the controls of the Duster with Chrysler Power out there in front of her. Again, the Pro Tree, 3 ambers, 4/10 of a second later they go green. Dial in those throttle stops to take just enough time out of it. Down the track. LaFleur and Crick. LaFleur for the win, 991 at 162. Bethany, she's 2 off 992 at 146. LaFleur had both sides of the package tied up. Don O'Neill, Evansville, Indiana. I've heard of this guy. He's in motorsports marketing. Driving the Camaro alongside Jamie Southers out of Grover, North Carolina for RacersTees.com. Too close to call at the start. Finish line says it is O'Neill going on to round 3, 994, 150 for the speed. Jamie Southers 5 off 995 to finish up the day. Here's Tim Powell, left side out of Ty, Georgia. The mechanic driving the 85 Camaro alongside Jonathan Smitty. 96 Cutlass over here, TS Performance Lane. Smitty out of Boonville, Indiana. Powell trying to gather him up. Can the Camaro get the job done? Yep, on the double breakout, 989 at 151. Smitty way under 979 over here in the Cutlass. Here's Dean Mathauer, Newport News, Virginia. The GTO, kind of a rare piece left side, alongside Tommy Turner, runner out of Naples, Florida. The Turner Construction 63 Corvette Roadster. One of them don't have a 0 in front. That's the guy that lost. Dean Mathauer, 991 for the win at 146. Turner off pace, 996. Tom Small, Indianapolis, Indiana. That's a 68 Camaro. Lines up alongside Carl Root out of Washington. Hustling down the right side. All bow tie. Finish line says Carl Root, 990 with a 2. Dead on with a 2 at 159. His opponent breaks out by 2. Tommy Phillips, Forney, Texas, comes up now. Plenty of roadster. This one's a Camaro. 67 Camaro Roadster alongside Jason Lynch. Racing Jason out of Pleasant View, Tennessee for Cars Protection Plus, the GXP. Neither driver too anxious to pull up. We know the dial-ins are right. Lynch is in. Lynch and Phillips. Big N says it is Lynch. He had the better light, dead on, 990 with a 1 at 165. Phillips 991 to end today. Coming up now, it's Randy Sides, Sela, Washington. Division 6 runner alongside Clint Lindsay out of D2, Montgomery, Alabama. The 97 Cutlass. That is the white trouble. Yep. 995 at 151 for Randy Sides. Clint must have had a little Velcro on the button because he couldn't let go of it. Ray Connolly, Elyria, Ohio, alongside Teddy Barlow. Connolly left side, 63 Corvette Roadster. Barlow right side, right here, Bowling Green. Quick Fuel Technology. Get an early trip home as he is red. First red light of the session, as a matter of fact. Ray Conlon takes the win. 989.8, 154. Barlow 509.85 at 153. Coming up now, it's Sherman Adcock Jr., Columbus, Georgia. Corvette out of Portland, Indiana. One of them goes 12, the other one's 006. Great lights for both of them. 993.7. Justin Mosier, your winner, here in round number 2. Rusty Cook, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Another one of those Corvette Roadsters. Alongside Tim Gillespie, the 33 Ford Roadster over here. for right side out of Xenia, Ohio. From the looks of his resume, he's done all right at the wheel of that race machine. For Rusty Cook, I sure thought it just came to a stop. But no, he's trying to gather it. 0 with an 8, 158 for Rusty Cook. Tim Gillespie 7 off, 997 and out. Here comes Jason Dickens, Springfield, Tennessee, the Dickens Motorsports 78 Monza, alongside Tommy Cook out of Columbia, Kentucky. That is a 34 Chevy Roadster. Lots of big block Chevy parts floating around here. 991 for your winner, Jason Dickens. 135 for the speed. Off the throttle, 992. 154 for Tommy Cook. Here in a losing effort. Coming up now, this is going to be Doug Croft and Edmund Richardson. Croft, Wabash, Indiana, the home base. He's got the Firebird. He'll stage it up left side. For Edmund Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. He is the patriarch of the Richardson boys. 69 Camaro Roadster. He'll pull up right side. Oh, good. Pretty close off the starting line. Finish line, Edmund Richardson goes on to the next round. 992 at 151 for Edmund Richardson. Doug Croft ends his day 994 over there in the left lane. Francis Ross, Milford, New Hampshire. Division I runner. Getting tuned up for the big go. 67 Camaro Roadster. Pairs up alongside Larry Rodell out of Evansville, Indiana. The Bald Man Transmissions 27T Roadster. As they head down track, the Ford or the Chevy? It's going to be the Chevy for the win. 992.4 at 163 for Francis Ross. Larry Rodell, 992.5. Tim Millwood, Columbus, Indiana. He is driving the 83 Dodge Challenger with Dodge alongside Kenny Gray. That's a 63 Corvette Roadster. Been a while since you've seen one of those, right? 2 minutes, maybe. You get to see him again. Kenny Threat, 991 at 146 is your winner. 997. 7 off for Tim Millwood here in the Firebird. It's Ryan Hart coming up next. The 67 Camaro Roadster out of Cordova, Tennessee. He'll line up Budweiser. There's a no-show. Got to look up from the screen every once in a while to see what's going on. And how about that? I believe he's got it dialed in. 9,900. 990 with a 0 on a Byron. Probably wish he could bottle that up. Use it when it counts. Jim Unum, Anna, Ohio. The 67 Chevy 2 alongside Jennifer Jo Costello. Her green 68 Firebird out of Louisville, Kentucky. Super stock. We need you to the lanes, please. Super stock. To the lanes. Jennifer way early. Red light start for Jennifer Jo. Emma moves on. 997 at 145 for Jennifer Jo. Timer shut off 995 at 139. But she was way early at the starting line. Michael Crick and Skeeter Wayne. Coming up now, Crick, Nortonville, Kentucky, for Indy Cylinder Head, the 68 Road Runner. Kentucky. Tri-State Towing, a 34 Chevy Roadster, and he'll be back for round number 3, 992 at 136. Crick 4 under 986 at 150. So I believe that is your Super Gas contingent. Super Stock to the lanes. Super Stock to the lanes.
See all my super stockers back in the lanes getting paired up. Super stock. If you are not in the lanes, you're a little late. Super stock. You should be in the lanes. Super stock. Super comp. That means you're going to be coming as soon as we get them paired up and rolled up. So super comp, get them ready because you're going to be coming up next. Top dragster, you'll be behind super comp. Top sportsman, comp eliminator. Back into round number 3 of Super Street. That's the game plan. That is the schedule as we have it at this point in time. I understand, and I could be mistaken, I have been before, and I will be again, but I understand that the audio feed from the race here at Beech Bend Raceway Park is being piped to the PA system up in Indianapolis, Indiana, as they are parking and getting things set up for next week's U.S. Nationals. So to everybody listening in up at Claremont, Indiana, Lucas Oil Raceway Park, good morning. Glad to have you on board along with everybody else. We have had listeners in Russia, Mexico, France, Great Britain, Japan, Canada, and of course here in the States. All weekend long to the audio cast going out on D3 TV along with the video. Nice to have everybody on board with us this weekend. live from Beech Bend Raceway Park in beautiful Bowling Green, Kentucky. Brownsburg, Indiana. Stand corrected. Hey, they moved the track? Okay. Not a problem. And I stand corrected. Lucas Oil Raceway Park in Brownsburg, Indiana. The hub of drag racing and all things quick in Indiana. Well, straight and quick anyway. Drew Skillman, your number one qualifier, gets the bye run here in round number 2. So we will send Drew off and about. Qualified at 122 under the index. I understand that there were a few other factory Superstock E Cobra Jet racers that were what's the word I'm looking for? 122 under qualifying effort. Surprise may not be the perfect word there. 884 at 150. Well, hey, 120 under is just kind of like 122 under. So anyway, the factory Superstock E Mustangs, it will be factory Superstock D Mustangs very soon. Quit snickering, Byron. I'm getting texts from friends across the country again. I know I've got some Superstock. Said he's working hard, but yet he's watching the audio cast this morning. Something about watching the audio cast at work doesn't mean you're working hard. Mark Nowicki rolls in now, the factory GT Dodge Avenger. 67 Camaro of Ryan Hayek over there on the left-hand side. 396 Super E automatic. 988 to a 964. Camaro's going to go first. That M&M Express is going to be expressly trying to catch it. Dodge closing in on the top end for Nowicki, gets him. 964, dead on 6. 137 miles an hour. 986.5 by Ryan. Too quick down at the other end of the racetrack, and his day is done. He can have his choice of lanes going up I-65 northbound. Dallas Kelly now. 427. 64 Fairlane. There goes my phone vibrating again. Paul Hellenberg, the GTC automatic. Chevy Cavalier. Let's see who's checking in this time. Cavalier out of Jeff Taylor Performance. Hellenberg's going to get the win. 008 by Dallas Kelly. Ford's gone. 913 on a 912, but 008 red. Kind of takes you out of your game plan. 949.9 by Hellenberg on his 950 dial. He'll be back for round 3. David Rampy rolls in. Tyler Bohannon rolls in. GTD automatic left line. GTF automatic right side. 327's a pair. 1 in a Firebird for Bohannon. 1 in the Camaro for Rambo. Up out of the gate, charging hard towards the other end. I got to tell you, one of these drivers uncharacteristically late, and it was Rampy. 10:21, Tyler gets the win by 56 thou. That's just about the difference in their reaction time, surprisingly enough. So Bohannon gets the win. David Rampy's day is done in the Super Stocker. He can concentrate now on the Comp Eliminator card. John Livingston rolls in. The Tennessee Thunder. Chevy Camaro right side. Rock running. For the gang out of Michigan. Rock at the wheel. The old Achiever. All O's all the time. That's your father's Oldsmobile. For those of you that remember that old ad campaign, Tennessee Thunder needed a little lightning here on the starting line. Still gets the win, 1069 over Rock. Took the stripe by 12 and the win. A little late out of the gate. Rock running. Comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. Dan Steed taking on Michael Beard. Steed's 66. Chevy 2. GTI automatic. Good looking. Sharp. 283. Two-door post. Beard running the Loose Rocker promotion. Putting on the event up in Columbus, Ohio last weekend. See what he can do here. Beard out there. Looks like he may have whomped the throttle once. Maybe too much. 1058. Steed gets the win by 8 thou. 1065 by Michael at 119. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, round number 2. Needs you to the staging lanes now, please. Super Comp, top dragster. Get them ready. You'll follow Super Comp for round number 1. Steven Johnson, I do believe, first time this weekend he's been in that left lane. 427 stick shift parallel. He drives that car hard. Cotton out of the gate, maybe a little tardy, and he is. 982. Stevens your winner, 123. 1004 by Cotton at 122 miles an hour. In one of those times when your reaction time starts with a numeral other than 0. You're probably going to get the yellow time slip at the other end of the racetrack. Ronnie Dutton. Taking on two-time former world champ Keith Lynch, the drag pack challenger right lane. Car up, Keith's car down. Keith's car making the track go round and round. Lynch gets the win, 10:02 at 120. Ronnie Dutton comes up short, 11:08, 119. Lynch, 19 thou. Margin of victory down at the finish line stripe. TC Morris, little 283 Chevy 2. Taking on that 352 factory GT Mustang. Sharp car, clean car. The Morris Motorsports entry out of Louisville. They're told much shorter to get to Beech Bend Raceway Park than many others here this weekend. Shy of 600 race cars. And we were missing quite a few that would normally be here. Well, I can think of one team with 6 cars that didn't show up. 1141, 115 by TC. Nick goes through 980. The other end of the racetrack. I can think of one team with 6 cars that didn't show up. And I get a text from one of them a while ago. He's laying in bed listening and watching this morning. I'm like, really? Come on. Laying in bed? Dude, been here for 2 hours. Should be up and running. Ricky Pennington left side. Craig Sullivan right lane. Sullivan did with his car in St. Louis. Came up, made 2 record runs, set the record, backed it up, tore it down, put it back together, and came back for the 3rd round to qualify. 1079 by Pennington. He gets the win. Sullivan's day is done, but by gosh and by golly, I'm still impressed with that team. So the Mustang won't be back for Sullivan. Tyler Green wants to bring his red Corvette back. Then again, so does Mark Alvey. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the lane. Tyler on the left side. Alvey right lane. Handicap start going to Alvey's Chevrolet Camaro. 990 to a 934 up on the score. On the green. Both drivers green. One driver, better green, more green, shinier green, prettier green. That would have been the green light that Tyler Green saw. 939 on the 934, 007, 991. His reaction time, 1 to 007. Brianna Kelly taking on Aaron Dysinger. Dysinger right side, the Monticello, Indiana-based Oldsmobile. Brianna up in the Camaro. Let Aaron go first. Now here she comes. Oh my! Taking a glance from the track down to the announcer screen. We got a 001 to a 002 light. How about Brianna goes 001, 997 for the win. 10:32 after a 002 light. And you come up short at the other end. Ernie Neal. Like this little Cavalier. 350 GTC stick shift. Cavalier there in the left lane. Lee Norton's 360 Duster over here on the right hand side. Handicap start. Bigger, heavier. Mopar. Little flyweight, lightweight. Cavalier's got to sit and wait. Then Ernie's got to work his way through not one, not two, but three gear shifts. Going down the racetrack. That's correct, boys and girls. That's a 40. Blasted out of the gate, flat lifted the front end out of the beam. I mean, that car just snatched right up. So that's a red light start by Ernie. Lee will get the win, 1072 for the Mopar car at the other end of the racetrack. Here's Joe Ewing, 340, 68 Dodge Dart. I want this car for my garage, just so I can put license plates on it and a muffler or two and go out and go cruising on Saturday night. I mean, seriously, 340 Dodge Dart, yeah. Irvin Johns up alongside the Indiana Johns Chevy Cobalt. Everybody say goodnight to the Dart. Good night, Joe. Good night, Joe. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. 1079. Joe goes red. 1196. Irvin slows it down. Coasts across the other end of the racetrack. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Need our 890 cars to the lanes. Super Comp to the lanes. Come on down. All y'all. Each and every one of you. About 50 of you left. Threw a big party last night for all 100 of you, and half of you went home. Too much partying. David Neal, Pontiac Sunfire left. Jeff Atkinson, Pontiac right left. 942 to 922. One's a stick, one's an automatic. Jeff's got the automatic. Got her on cruise. Runs a 941, a 135, 918 by David Neal. A little too quick. Gets that 922 index. Ricky Decker. Talked about that race up in Columbus last weekend, the Northern Class Nationals. It was a good race for Ricky. He liked that race. Did good at that race. Made a check at that race. Got a trophy at that race. Well, you kind of get the idea. Up, down, though. Take it on Kevin Helms. I would call this one of those races where one of the big dogs going to the point. There goes Ricky. Chevy Camaro for Decker out of Indiana. Helms driving the Southland Dodge Challenger at the stripe. Decker continues his winning ways. 993.7. Had an 18 package. 9. Knew it was going to be good. One of the big dogs went home. Kevin. Doug Fazzolari up. Southland Dodge Factory GT 345. Formerly a Hemi Cuda. Now got the small motor in it. Taking on Ricky Bear. Runner out of Tennessee and Trick Flow Technology. Camaro's off and running. Here comes Doug. Fazzolari on the tree is Ott. 3. But on a double breakout, Ricky Bear gets the win. 10:54 at 123 for a true margin of victory down at the other end of 0.06 of a second. Steve Cook taking on Dave Dupps now. Battle of the white Chevrolets. Dupps driving the white Cobalt. Cook driving the white Camaro. Super J car, stick shift, Chevy Camaro. Dialed in 980, Dupps, GTE automatic. Chevy Cobalt dialed in 982. You can see the difference on the Christmas tree. You can skip your next optometrist appointment, let me tell you. Maybe Steve needs to book his next optometrist appointment. He's too quick. Leaves red by 40 thou. 982, dead on 2. Dave Dupps moves on to round 3. 126. Cook goes through 980 with a 4. Both gunners were shooting straight from the hip. Dupps just hit the target a little bit better. Kenny Vaughn, big block. 4-speed, 68 Camaro. Taking on Robbie Shaw's Pontiac. Runner out of Georgia. Wayne Shaw Motorsports. Handicap start goes to Robbie Shaw's Pontiac. 985. 932 to oh. That doesn't look good. Kenny Vaughn's got problems. I think that's tire rub smoke. I think he broke something in the rear suspension on that run. Because that car came off the line, went into some pretty nasty tire shake. Then we started seeing some smoke coming off the right rear of the car. I do believe that a portion of the rear suspension in that big block Chevrolet stick shift Camaro suffered a premature deterioration out there at about the 100-foot mark. In other words, it broke. They'll check the car at the other end of the racetrack. Make sure there's no fluids coming out of it. Communication from the other end will confirm or deny my suspicions. But watching that car leave, if you were watching a D3T, even a starting line, that car got out about 60 feet. I'd say probably about the top second gear. You can see the right rear of the car shake and shudder a little bit. And I'm not referring to a new dance step. Vaughn's day is done. While it's quiet, Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to. Happy to accept any and all donations for fellow Superstock racer John Auer. All right, while it's quiet, Top Dragster and Top Sportsman just getting word that we may be looking for some alternates. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, we may be looking for some alternates. I guess everybody is laying in bed watching D3 TV this morning. Got blasted. I got blasted. Everybody's laying in bed. There goes Jim Dota. Here comes Johnny Armstrong. Corvette of Armstrong all the way. Not headed home yet. Johnny, 875.5 on the 875. 975 on the 978 by Jeff Dona. A little too quick down at the other end of the racetrack. Bert Dawson and Matt Alvey. The reigning stock eliminator world champion. TV, the D3 TV this morning. Life is rough. Bert Dawson's Chevy Beretta out of East Liverpool. Oh, hang on, Bert. Bert's car drifted a little left, taking on Matt Alvey's GTB automatic. One line's going to go to Alvey. 961 at 133, 883. Bert dead late out of the gate. Another one of those reaction times that, well, didn't start with 0. Emily Volkman taking on Ryan Richardson. Super Cop, you're not in the lanes yet. You're late. You're tardy. You're AWOL. The Eric Moens are watching TV this morning. I'm telling you. Life of leisure out there. Well, now there's a point. There could be some laying in bed up in Indianapolis sitting in line. Emily dialed in. Superstock K automatic, 1071. Ryan Richardson, 1018 is GTD automatic. Strange Engineering Camaro over on the right-hand side. Emily Volkman gets the win, 72 on a 71. 10-17-5 on a 10-18. A little too quick down at the other end of the racetrack alongside Emily. Jeff Taylor up. Jeff wheeling the Cobalt. Brett Vogus wheeling the Cavalier. Well, cars that as they were being assembled on the GM assembly line probably didn't figure they'd end up living their life like this. Custom painted, treated like royalty, pampered. Well, all except for right about now. But hey. Wheels up, wheels down. Bogus left side, Jeff Taylor right lane, another one of the big dogs. Woof. Going to the porch. This time is going to be Vogus. 008 margin of victory. Jeff Taylor, 963. Gets the W over Chad Vogus in the Cavalier. George Durham should be taking on Fred Hinson. The Hemi Dart of Fred is not painted in camouflage this morning. He is a no-show for round number 2. George Durham if you will, into round number 3 of Superstock. Super Comp, you should coming up next. And Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. Understand we are looking for a few alternates for both categories. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster. If you are broke, let us know. If you're available as an alternate, let us know. We'll get you signed up, paired up, and ready to go. Supercomp needs you to the lanes, please. Supercomp to the lanes. Top Dragster, get them ready. We're going to be calling you here real quick, which means Top Sportsman, you need to get them ready because we'll be calling you just real quick. And Comp Eliminator, get them ready because we'll be calling you pretty soon. All of those categories for round number 1 of eliminations as we finalized qualifying yesterday afternoon for our top dragster, top sportsman, and comp eliminator fields. So our Super Comp cars getting paired up back in the lanes for their next round of elimination. We are whittling our fields in half at a fairly rapid rate. Again, good morning to everybody. Glad to have you here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Tipping cap to Dallas Jones and his entire staff and crew for yet another magnanimous weekend here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Heard nothing but praise and glory coming from the racers this weekend. Always a joy to come to Bowling Green to get this race in towards the end of the year because they know the track's going to be prepped, they know the facility's going to be prepped, and they know the issues are going to be few, if any at all. So tip of the cap to Dallas and everybody here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Appreciate everything they do to make this the final stop on the Division III Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. The race that it is every year. And like I said a little bit earlier today, just shy, and I mean just shy. Been bigger? Yes. Will there continue to be bigger? Yeah. Las Vegas, when it's the last one of the year and everybody's already there for the national event, sure, that race will always be a large Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. But to have this race here at Bowling Green at Beech Bend Raceway Park every year and have right at 600 race cars here this weekend says a lot about how the racers feel about the facility and how they feel about the people that make this facility what it is. So, again, tip of the cap to Dallas and everybody here at Beech Bend. We appreciate it. We appreciate the racers being here. And for those of you in the spectator stands, we appreciate you being here as well. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes now, please. Top Dragster needing you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster. Come one, come all. Looking for 32 of you. Don't want 34, just want 32. We'll whittle you down to round number 2 of eliminations right quick. And I understand we are looking for one alternate, so maybe 2. Top Dragster. So if you are like number 33 or 34 qualifier, or if you're number 35 qualifier and you know number 33's already left the books, left the building, come on down. Top Dragster, round 1 of eliminations, needs you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster, round 1 of eliminations, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Cup coming at us now. We've got like 50 cars. That means 25 pairs. It does calculate out that way, doesn't it? 50 cars, 25 pairs. Yeah, okay. That's using old school math. If I was using that new Common Core stuff, we'd probably still be tabulating next Sunday about this time. It'd be like, Tony's got 6 stickers. Charlene's got 4 stickers. How many stickers does Jack have? Hey, that's the way Common Core works, right? Brad Plord, left side, driving to lucasoil.com entry, and Jerry Sosby over in the right lane, the J&J Rattlesnake entry. 890's up on the scoreboard. Cut a light, run the number. That's the plan. But Super Cup contestant basically running a 2-foot racetrack. First 12 inches, last 12 inches. 0.06 of a second. Brad Plord gets the win. 891.8 down at the other end of the racetrack. Bo Butner pulls in now, taking on Dean McElvain. McElvain out at New Carlisle, Ohio, and I apologize for not being able to get everybody's numbers. The system this weekend is being very, very quick, and I'm having very limited amount of time with numbers on the CompuLink screen. Some days are like that, some days they aren't. We go with the flow, and hey. Bo Butner. His occupation is used car salesman. That might be a bit of an oversimplification. Butner off the run. McElvain out of Ohio off the run. Dean looking over at Bo. Bo looking over at Dean. One light goes. Dean. 892, 171 beats an 893, 151 by 3,000 of a second. Dave Schmidt taking on Janice Swan. Janice over here on the right side, out of Indiana. The Skillman entry, room and chassis car. Coming out of Keith Bergen's shop up in Indianapolis, 588 cubic inch big block. Dave Schmidt left lane out of Flintstone, Georgia. Always makes me wonder if they've got any rubble in Flintstone, Georgia. Schmidt off and running. Janice Swan right side. A little bit better on the tree. Janice win light. Janice 88.9 beats an 88.5. You do the math. 0.04 of a second. Janice was better by 4 at the tree, better by 4 at the stripe. Gets the win and gets to come back for round number 3. You thought I was going to say 4, didn't you? Tony Brown left lane. Bob Cropfield right side. Cropfield running that super gas style Corvette Roadster over here in the sea of dragsters. The car guys like to come over and just really disrupt the dragster. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, they're pretty joyful about it. 006, 005 light. The car moves on. The Corvette of Bob Cropfield, 891. 152. Tony goes 889 at 179 miles an hour. Shannon Mingy up. The electrician out of Urbana, Illinois. Let's see if Shannon can get wired to the tree. Luke Bogacki. Luke having problems with the Corvette Roadster last night in round 1 of Super Gas. So he's down now to 1 car. That's the dragster, the K&N engineering car. Here on the right-hand side. Gentleman who is a professional sportsman drag racer. He and Tommy Phillips putting on seminars across the country. Haven't had the chance to attend, but I've talked to several that have, and rave reviews for the education. Luke and Tommy were able to impart upon one of those classes. 88316. Good, it's just a little quick on the starting line. Knew he was up against a tough one. Tim Papp taking on Jessica. Jessica Bogacki just saw hubby Luke get a win in front of her. Let's see if she can do the same thing against Papp. Time stock, super stock racer. Switch over to the wrong skinny car. And the gate they go. Making a couple of modifications to the car he just bought. Gets the win, 889.6. Beats an 888.5 at 166. Round break. Can't play on the comp car. Richardson rose over here on the right side. Out of Woodburn, Indiana, the P&R Express. Hot Rod. Scotty out of Hawthorne, Florida. Baby girl birthday number. On the board, green lights up there. Reaction time separated by just a couple of fouls. One light's going to go to Scott Lamar, 891. Beats an 893 by 23 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Danny Nelson coming up now. Danny, who has won this year in the top dragster class. Backing the car down a little bit to just compete in the super comp category. Taking on a top 10 finisher out of Division II last year, Jimmy Stahl. Stahl over here on the right side out of Boone, North Carolina. Good night, Jimmy. And using that blown big block Chevrolet. Off the line, little throttle stop and blast through to an 8904. 184 miles an hour. All those stock eliminator guys that were listening a while ago and watching. Well, this isn't stock, this is super comp. Makes me wonder what they're doing in bed now. I mean, they'll tune back in again for, super stock when it comes back up, but, And what were those who are now watching Super Comp doing while stock and super stock were running? They were in the kitchen frying eggs and bacon. That's what they were doing. Greg Drew up on the left side. Trading Croissant over here on the right. Randy, young man out of Raceland, Louisiana. Came up out of the junior dragster rank, climbed into a big car, won the first race he ever entered. He can head for Indy early, though. 896, 171. Greg True put him on the trailer. 12 thousandths of a second. Win light advantage for True down at the other end is Jim Jericaris. Taking on Greg Kraus. Kraus, the transplanted Minnesotan. Now living out in Escondido, California. And yes, I did say Minnesotan, because they do have a lot of snow up in Minnesota. Don't you know? Kraus right side. Zero.com entry. Big block of Chevrolet. Jericaris, bigger block of Chevrolet. Trying to sneak up, come from behind. Finish line, winner picker says Kraus gets the win. 96 beats a 94 by 92 ten-thousandths of a second. Kevin Brandon. Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Sounds like a hot place to be from, huh? Tyler Kahele. All those stock and super stock drivers that were looking for their caffeine this morning, I know where it went. Tyler on the right side. Undercover chassis car. Tyler goes red. Kevin Brandon. I love modern technology. 8,900. Kevin Brandon, 009, dead on with an egg. Come and get you some of that, Sonny. 892 after the red light start. Over here on the right side, Blake Richardson taking on Ricky Hughes. Blake, a second-generation racer out of the Edmund Richardson Race Stable. Hughes on the right side out of Fishers, Indiana. Good-looking car out of A&A Transmission. Better light Hughes, win light Richardson. Blake goes dead on 7, 8907, 162. Hughes goes down, takes the stripe, runs an 889.9 to break out by 1 foul. He'll look at that time slip, and there will be words coming out of the cockpit of that race car that I cannot repeat on a public address system. Michelle Furr taking on Johnny Deacons. Deacons right side, Michelle left lane. Michelle going out in round 1 of Super Street last night. Mathematically challenged and eliminated the moment she left the starting line. See what she can do here. Well, head start to Indy. 896.7 beats an 896.3. 9 thousandths of a second separating them down at the other end of the racetrack. And Angela Neely now gets ready to take on Marshall Glass. Marshall driving that Nova stock eliminator. Got the funky taillights on it. Marshall driving a 23 Ford. The altered. And another small block combination in a sea of big blocks. So Marshall looks at all these super comp big block Chevrolet powered dragsters and thinks, hey, let's throw a 23T Alder with a mouse motor into the mix. See what this could do to the boys. We've already had one door car. Not dragged to get a win. Angela trying to uphold the honor of all the dragster drivers. Yeah, so much for that idea. Angela goes 888 at 169, so Marshall sticking around one more lap with an 891 win over here on the right-hand side. Kara Forbes up alongside Ray Conley. Conley, the American dragster, Dart, Hoosier, Mosier Engineering Machine. Right-hand side, multi-time national event winner. Former U.S. Nationals champ, taking on Kara Forbes. Kara, the young lady out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. The Lucas Oil Machine over on the left-hand side. Conley dead laid out of the gate, tried to make it up at the other end. Kara gets it. 11 on the tree, goes 895 for the W. Conley under the 890 number. A little tardy out of the gate. Well, that race day's done. Top dragster, top dragster, top dragster, top dragster. If you're beginning to get the idea that we need top dragster to the lanes, congratulations. We need top dragster to the staging lanes, please. Come one, come all. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes. I see a few of you back there. I see some of you back there, but we haven't got all y'all. Jeff Smith, Jack Collier, lined up. Runner out of Western Monroe, Louisiana, over the right-hand side. The Indiana runner back north. Collier wanting to stay around one more lap, gets it done. 894, 172. 894, 160. Smith, just a tad tardier out of the gate. Tardier. Slower, behind. Yeah, something like that. Takajawa tied up at the wheel of the vintage trailers entry left side. Stephen Hoyt over here on the right. Always tough competitor out of Fort Wayne. Looking over his shoulder, waiting for Todd to pull on up. Vintage Trailers car. Today's question, Alex Trebek, is who will stay first? Todd and Steve off and running now. Took a little bit of time there. Win line's going to go to Steve Hoyt, 91.8. 176 beats an 89.3. Breakout by 7 thousandths of a second. Todd McCann out of Centennial, Colorado, using a Madcap race engines built. Big block Chevrolet. Taking on Denver Malta. We're out of North Carolina. Good looking hot rod over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The Race Tech chassis entry. Par race engines sitting behind Denver. Once again, neither driver was really in a hurry to get staged up and ready to go. Todd McCann will get the win on this pair, 893, 150. Beats another breakout, 889. Miller's under by 8 thousandths of a second there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Here comes another Miller, Ray Miller, taking on Todd Cincinnati. Todd up earlier today in his Malibu wagon. Quick out of the gate in the wagon. Let's see if he's got a little bit more focus here in the Super Comp car. Runner out of Clarksville would certainly like to be on the last train to Clarksville. Warren had to stop thinking about that one for a moment. He did get it. Dead even out of the gate. Double breakout win by 2 thousandths goes to Ray Miller. The other end of the racetrack. Close race. Tight race. Danny Waters taking on Tommy Phillips. Wonder if Senior's listening in at home. I know he has been most of the weekend. Danny's up, got Tommy. This will be another race where one of the big dogs is going to get kicked to the porch. Mosier Engineering car taking on the K&N Filters. CBS ArcSafe car. The driver really wanted to race each other here like this in round number 2. This will be a good final round matchup. They're in, box loaded, both sides green. Decided advantage out of the gate. Who's going to drive the stripe better? Phillips gets the win, 94-1 at 153, beats a dead on 2. 157 lap by Danny by 8 thousandths of a second. Tommy was 11 on the tree. Danny, respectable. But when you're going up against the Tommy Phillips type driver, 42 probably isn't going to cut it, and it didn't just then. Bill Riddle taking on Rusty Cook. Talked last night about would you like to have a Rusty Cook prepare food for you. I'd rather have a cook that's a little rusty than a new one that's unexperienced. Yeah. Indiana, Kentucky-based runner, right-hand side, Riddle out of Michigan. Riddle out of Michigan. Not going home yet. 894, 159. 889.9. Rusty under by a foul. Taking it first. Derek Beech and Sherman Adcock. Derek out of Pataskala, Ohio. I think we determined once a long time ago while I was doing a race in Columbus that virtually a third of the city of Pataskala was at the racetrack in Columbus racing. Kind of like Forney, Texas. Everybody out of Forney, Texas races. Just like everybody out of Pataskala, Ohio races. Well, here's another one. Derek Beech taking on Sherman Adcock. Attention into pits, please. Top Sportsman, round one, needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, round number one, needs you to the staging lanes, please. There goes Derek. There goes Sherman. The pink antifreeze. Race car's entry left side. Womp womp. The other end. Going to be Adcock getting an 8.909. Beats an 8.897. Derek takes the stripe by 20. Breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. There's Justin Mosier, the Mosier Engineering car, taking on Jerry Mellis, the Jerry Mellis car. Again, Top Sportsman needs you to lanes, please. First round of elimination. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. First round of elimination. Come one, come on, come on. Final pair. Got a single to follow behind, but final pair in Super Cup round two. 92.4 beats a 94.2 by 16 thousandths of a second. Add in the little numbers, 2 difference in reaction time. Add in the big numbers. The 4,000 seconds or 6 thousandths of a second going down the racetrack, and you got a very, very close race once you get to the other end. Here's Jimmy Nash out of Clayton Trailer Sales, runner out of Tennessee. Rounds out the session with a dead-on 8.904 lap for Jimmy Nash at 162 miles an hour. Top dragster competitors getting ready to come up next. Their first round of eliminations for the weekend. As for the third race in a row, we have set the quickest ever field for a 32 car NHRA Top Dragster Show. Didn't drop it by just a few thousandths of a second, but drop it we did. Out of the top 15 quickest ever fields in Top Dragster history, 14 of them have occurred here in Division III competition. This goes to show you there's some tough gunners out there, some very hard hitters, and some very quick race cars. We just missed setting the quickest ever Top Sportsman field by a few thousandths of a second as well. It was the third quickest 32 car Top Sportsman show in the history of Top Sportsman racing and NHRA drag racing. I'm telling you. And these have not been primetime weather conditions. Been a little warm. Been a little humidity in the air. And neither one of those items is conducive to making truly tremendous raw horsepower. So a tip of the cap goes to all 32 qualifiers in both fields. Our Spitzer Race Car Top Dragster field and our Brodix Steve Schmidt Racing Top Sportsman show as well. For their ability to muscle up, put the power to the ground, and make qualifying the show that it was. And, well, now that qualifying's done, time to get serious about round number 1 of elimination. Again, good morning and welcome to each and every one of you here at Bowling Green. And good morning to everybody listening in via D3 TV, via the internet, across the country, around the world, and up in Indianapolis, Indiana. We understand as they're getting people in and set, the facility prepared for next week's big U.S. Nationals. The audio from here at Beech Bend Raceway Park is being broadcast via the PA system so that everybody in Indy can keep track of what's going on in Bowling Green. Of course, the easiest way to have done that would have been here in Bowling Green rather than head to Indy. But, you know, there are some people that, for whatever reason, work, which normally has a tendency to get in the way of having a good time. May have precluded them from coming to Bowling Green as well. But again, no matter where you are, either on the grounds or laying in bed, eating a morning breakfast of scrambled eggs and bacon or a fresh donut or, you know, whatever the case might be. Kind of glad to have you along with us for the ride. We have completed round number 2 of our stock and super stock categories. Round number 2 of Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Nitro Joe's got his fingers worn to a nub keeping track of stats. Been doing his thing fast and furious all weekend long. Always a pleasure to have Nitro Joe in the house. I know everybody uses his stats. Keep track of who's done what to whom and where. Who's got the quick car, who's got the quick combination. And again, a big tip of the cap to Dallas Jones and everybody here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Just always a pleasure to show up because we know the facility is going to be prepped and ready. And we know that the hosts are going to be very gracious hosts and give us a great weekend of racing here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. So, see the top dragster crews making their way out from behind the tower to check it out the racetrack. Everybody's pretty much paired up back in the lanes behind the tower. And our 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour shooters just about ready to come to life. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes behind them, please. Top Sportsman, we need you to the staging lanes behind them and Comp Eliminator. That's a wake-up call for you as well, Comp Eliminator. You'll be falling in right behind our Brodix Steve Schmidt Racing Top Sportsman field. All righty, kids, here we go. Round number 1 of eliminations for the quickest ever field in NHRA Top Dragster history. Tom Fisher left side, Inglewood, Ohio-based runner. The Racing RVs entry dialed in 646. Marco Abruzzi is one of the new centrifugal superchargers. Sitting in front of his 540 cubic inch big block. Transmission builder dialed in 636. Marco out of the number 16 qualifying. Shakes the tires just a little bit off the line. Is that going to be enough for top? Top end, winner picker says give it to Marco. 37 on a 36. 004 on the tree. Fisher was 10 on the tree. Goes 47 on a 46. The margin of victory, 12 thousandths of a second. 8 of them on the starting line. 4 of them at the finish line. 6 second, 200 mile an hour, side by side. Dragster, Chuck Cheese. Taking on Jeff Strickland. How about a blown, hemified Spitzer chassis? Hot rod for the former alcohol funny car champ, Chuck Cheeseman, over here on the right-hand side. Jeff Strickland, the stickerpunk.com. Entry over in the left lane, another Pro Charger style blown. Big block combination. Jeff dialed in 633. Cheeseman dialed in 617. Blown Hemi trying to chase down Strickland, can't get it done. 39 on a 33, 005 on the tree for Jeff. 29 for Chuck Cheeseman. Came up just that much short down at the other end of the racetrack. Jeff Strickland was 005 at the flash of green. Like Strickland's car making the bend down there at the top end, waiting to make sure that Chuck's car going to get off okay. Looks like the quad's going to have to come out and give him a little assistance. Joe Hessling gets ready to come up next alongside Johnny Deacons. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes, paired up and ready to go. Top Sportsman needs you to the staging lanes, please. 10 and 12 thousandths of a second. Them NASCAR announcers get all giddy when somebody wins by a half a second. And, you know, here we are doing it in 6 seconds at 200 plus and mere thousandths of a second. True margin of victory at the other end of the racetrack. The guys and gals here in the top dragster and top sportsman ranks, absolutely. Some great side-by-side racing. All right, get Chuck cleared off the top end of the racetrack. Around here will be we can enjoy the weekend. Chuck Cheeseman, just was advised that dragster we just saw go down the racetrack was the best engineered pick here this weekend. Been able to get through round number one, but hey, brand new Spitzer chassis car. Joe Hessling up on the left side. The American Race Cars entry. Another Pro Charger style blown machine. Johnny Deacons out of Quick Fuel Technology over here on the right side. 760 cubic inch, whole lot of big block Chevrolet. And that Danny Nelson Racecraft chassis hot rod. About it. Got dragster. Joe Hessling's going to get the win. 123 dial. 223 miles an hour. 641 by Johnny running it out the back. Pro Charger. It's a difficult style. For qualifying, blown Hemi over here on the right hand. A dentist by profession. I keep thinking that one of these days Lindsay's going to bring her chair and her equipment around inside the car. It has been known to loosen a filling or two. In fact, I can tell you a tale about Robert Hyde at Topeka a few years back. Chris Ray up on the left side, the Elite Performance Spitzer chassis car. The runner from right up the road in Louisville. Lindsey Barker gets the win. Chris Ray goes red on this end of the racetrack. 33.9 on a 32 by Lindsey. 56.7 on a 56 dial by Chris. He had her pretty much set right. Just needed to hold on for a kick more. Here on the starting line, Craig Sullivan. Saw him up in super stock in the Ford Mustang. Back now in our Spitzer Race Cars top dragster category. It is Ford powered dragster. Have we got any Ford fans out there signified by the raise of the hand? Hello? This thing working? Knock, knock. Got any Ford fans out there? Raise the hand. All right, one guy heard me. Runner out of Fort Wayne. Carrico in on a 638 dial. Sullivan in on a 621. Goes red. 20. Too quick out of the gate. Oh my, look at Sullivan. Trip, zip, zero, perfect off the starting line. 23.6 on a 21 with a perfect light. That would have been tough for Carrico. 641 at 206 miles per. Top Sportsman. Need you to lanes, please. If you're not there yet, Top Sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. There is nothing like the sound of a blown big block on gasoline. Just as that unmistakable that'd be the car, BJ Sexton out of Ohio. 483 cubic inch, rat motored Chevrolet. Got the blower sitting up on top, pumping the race gas through. Laurie standing behind, getting BJ backed up into his own tracks. Talking to him via the racing radio, saying, okay, you got it. It's all yours. Rob Mosier alongside. Mosier, my name, recognize that last name. Mosier Engineering on the side of his car. See, Robert Mosier, Mosier Engineering. It's his race car. Yeah, he'd be one of the guys over there at Mosier Engineering. Certainly would. One of the big dogs at Mosier. See what he can do with BJ here. Mosier better at the tree. Gets the win. 30 on a 29 at 217. 6:38. BJ Sexton, best lap of the week. Coming in. Breaking out by too much down at the other end of the racetrack. A, after struggling with the car in early qualifying, they finally get a very nice quick lap out of it. But B, it's coming in round one of eliminations and their race day's done. Ashley Tidrick up now on the left-hand side. Twisted Sisters Racing entry. Number 7 qualifier taking on Junior Houston. Junior, one of those gunners that we kept waiting and waiting and waiting for somebody to jump into the show. Stir things around a little bit. Junior finally did it. The North Carolina based runner over on the right side dialed in 640. Tidrick dialed in 626. Do the math, you can figure out that Junior Houston is going to get the handicap start. Nice lead by Ashley. Front end up, set it back down. 195. 673 by Junior Houston. Way off pace down at the other end of the racetrack. Something obviously not real happy inside that automobile. Robert Mandel, the third. Nice looking hot rod out of Tennessee. He is the Profab chassis shop. Boss man, Ed Dudley, right side. Engineer out of Indiana. He's an engineer. He should take his ingenuity over to Comp Eliminator. That is my new favorite word. I like that word. Ingenuity. In fact, I'm going to submit it to Webster. Wheels up, wheels down by Dudley. Coming. Top end, not going to get him. 41 on a 40, 30 on the tree for Bob Mandel, 27 dead on 5. Dudley, just a little bit tardy out of the gate. Mandel the third will get the W. Vince Zanini doing his short and abbreviated burnout. Anna Steiner doing her short and abbreviated burnout. The vintage trailer, Pittsburgh chassis car over on the right-hand side. Shanna, our number 3 qualifier. Going to be dialed in 6:08. Vince Danini over there on the left-hand side. On a VRN race cars. Strange Engineering dialed in at a 6:39, so 0.3 of a second. Handicap start going to a pair of 200 mile an hour. It's a race cars top dragsters here in round number 1. Good race. 11 thousandths of a second difference than the other is. 48 beat to 619. Neither Vince nor Shanna wanted to take the finish line stride. They were separated by just 3 foul off the starting line. Tim coming. That one pull up to my driveway every once in a while. And according to the messages I got from one of my credit card companies this weekend, my wife's been on QVC. So I'll be seeing the brown truck a couple of times next week. I hate it when she's home alone and I'm at the races. It's expensive. Timmy Pap left side. Karma Hopper right lane. 31 to a 42 dial. Karma gets the handicap start. Wow, Karma taking a drive everywhere and gets the win. 43.9 on a 42, 41.5 on a 31. So the champ at the last event can't survive round number 1 at the next event. Probably go back to talking about selling that car again. JB Strasweg shows up now, the dragstersforsale.com team. JB, Tori, Megan, all of them campaigning their hot rods here this weekend. Don O'Neill's top Sportsman car didn't make the show out of dragstersforsale.com. JB taking on Matt Cook. Matt over on the right hand side of the racetrack. He'll get the win, 59 on a 42. Matt Cook came out of the gate. Moved around a little bit in the groove, the Dixie. Olins, an Apple Country entry. Just not able to keep foot planted on the loud pedal all the way down the racetrack. JB Strasweg will be back for round number 2, the dragstersforsale.com team. Lynn Ellison taking on Alan O'Brien. Here's your number 1 qualifier. The twin turbocharged, nitrous assisted, 401 cubic inch AMC motor. Lynn Ellison, the Pirate Machine, out of Central City, Kentucky. I love the ladies. Lynn at the wheel, Shannon behind. Always Natalie attired, especially with them orange boots. I love it. Red light start. Your number 1 qualifiers days come to an abrupt conclusion. Goes 6:10 at 2:17, 6:40. Lynn Ellison, your winner. Pirate car will be back at 212 miles an hour, and we'll see what the Pirate ladies can do one more time. Jimmy Prevost Illinois-based runner down the right side, out of the top half of the field. Taking the TS Performance side of the racetrack, putting a 6:37 up on the scoreboard. Robert Houston over on the left side. Another Race Tech chassis car. And a Danny Nelson shop down in Arkansas. Dialed in 650. Prevost at the head goes, but Robert gets the win, 52 on a 51 at 201. 641 for Prevost, comes up 3 foul short down at the other end of the racetrack. Mike Trouth comes in. Mike was struggling to get into this quick show. Runner out of Alexandria, Kentucky. 655 cubic inch Chrysler. There on the left-hand side. Came up the final qualifying session. Andrew may be in deep doo-doo as wow, look at that. Trouth goes 6:47.8. Takes the stripe by a bunch and hands the win over to the right-hand side of the racetrack. Wow. 47.8 on the 48 dial. Just not able to close the door down on the other end the right direction. Ross Larice taking on Mark Harmon. Also another one of the Pro Charge cars taking on another one of the Pro Charge cars. Larice, new race car. Brought it out early this year down at the Jags Gages Sports National. Looking for 3 alternates in Top Sportsman, guys and gals. We have 3 openings. Race to Mark Harmon. Coming, got him. 32 on 32. 25 package at 215. 45 on a 44 by Mark Harmon at 208 miles per. So Ross moves on to round number 2. Again, Top Sportsman. Understand we are looking for 3. Alternates. Compit. Brodix. Where else are you going to see? Cheyenne Stanley and Vince Hoda now, the Dairy Queen bunch out of Mississippi. A few of the DQs down south. Been known to serve up a dilly bar or two. Peanut butter parfait. Doesn't it sound good right now? It does sound good right now. Hold on the right side, dialed in 682, Cheyenne Stanley, the Mustang. Coming down from Cynthiana. Over on the left-hand side. Vince is away. Here comes Cheyenne. Closing. Got him at the top end. 58 on a 54. 8 thousandths at the stripe. 688. 196 by Vince Hoder. Paul Pittman now, your number 8 qualifier. That absolutely stunning twist and shout Camaro. Originally built to stock replacement. Too short. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. Just a good old 200-mile-an-hour drag race down there, wasn't it? Kenyon Dinkle and Eric Burnett. And Cavalier taking on Cavalier. Indiana taking on Indiana. Comp eliminator. Top sportsman Lester Johnson. Cars available. We can take please. Top sportsman Lester Johnson. Kenyon Dinkle taking on Eric Burnett. As we said, Cavaliers a pair. Number 1 qualifier Burnett. They're on the right-hand side. Boy, she's twisting and shouting. Wait a minute. That 220 the other end of the racetrack. Coming on the right side. The BLT Enterprises. Gorgeous Corvette over here in the right leg. 757 cubic inches. A romping, stomping, big block Chevrolet. Jerry Albert, your reigning division champ. They're on the left-hand side. Top end gets cleared of our last competitor to go down the racetrack, so here come 2 more. Corvette dialed in at a 676 for Towman. Jerry Albert dialed in at a 687. Champ continues strong. 88 on an 87. 80 on a 76 by Tillman. Comes up a few thousand short down at the other end of the racetrack. Tim Kerman taking on Shane Cowan. We continue on with our round 1 of eliminations. Cop eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Kerman out of Illinois. Cowan out of Indiana. Corvette right side. Grand Am left side. Kerman dialed in 671. Shane dialed in 691. Good night, Shane. 003 on the wrong side of green. 676, 204 miles an hour by Kerman. 7 miles an hour. Chris Hoolming. Up on the left side. The SK Tools and the No Name. All right, next pair, lock loaded. Jeff Wilkerson taking off. And Chris Ray goes red. And all of a sudden, we've had a breakout of red light-itis. 697 by Wilkerson. Dead on 833 on the tree. That would have been a tough lap to get around anyway. But Ray jumps up, goes red for the Louisville-based runner. And I'm telling you, our red light-itis has been spreading. Too many cars coming up with it. Comp eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Competition eliminator. If you're not in the lanes yet, you're late for a very important date. Come on down. Comp eliminator, staging lanes, please. Jimmy Fallon should be pulling up alongside Joe Mahana. The Chop Top Bel Air out of Louisiana. Mahana gets a competition car not able to answer the bell. Oh my, what a lap. Straight and true like a string was on. 668 on a dial. Joe'd like to have that run back for round number track. A little cleanup going on here on the TS Performance side of the racetrack. Checking the other end of the racetrack to make sure that we don't have any substances down there as well. Want to be sure that we have a good, clean, safe track for Jeff Barker and Tim Wise. They will sit and wait patiently to make sure that they have a good, clean, safe racetrack to go down.
VP Racing Fuels is the world's leader in performance fuel technology. That includes VP Small Engine Fuel, the perfect fuel for 2-cycle and 4-cycle gas-powered tools, including chainsaws, generators, trimmers, blowers, and more. VP Small Engine Fuel is blended with no ethanol, ensuring easier starts, worry-free long-term storage, and fewer repairs. The 2-cycle blend is pre-mixed with oil, so there's no measuring, no mixing, no mess. Just pour it in and start it up. Learn more about VP Small Engine Fuel online at vp-sef.com. Strength, durability, and repairability are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Brodix products have been proudly made in the USA for over 45 years, and with our contingency program, it pays to run Brodix. Brodix utilizes its own state-of-the-art foundry with in-house spectrometer, modernized CNC machining centers, calibrated flow bench, and computerized dyno for continuous research and development. Find Brodix on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics Performair weather stations have been the choice of champions for over 20 years. The Performair's unsurpassed accuracy and prediction technology will put you in the winner's circle. Ultronics Performair systems are available from trailer-mounted to handheld, with paging and text messaging capabilities. With Performair's new apps, you can receive your weather and prediction right on your smartphone. And Ultronics Performair is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronics is always there when you need them for products that will get you to that final round. Remember Ultronics and Performair weather stations. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
Engine builders stay in business by making power. As champion Pro Stock engine builder Roy Johnson states, for 11 years I've been using Diamond pistons. They have the best quality and service in the industry. To keep a step ahead, Diamond constantly invests in the latest engineering, machining, and inspection apparatus. You can share in the excellence that Diamond has to offer by incorporating these fine pistons in your next engine build. Diamond Pistons, it's your race and our reputation. Visit Diamond at www.diamond.com.
All right, a little cleanup taken care of out there on the TS Performance side of the racetrack. Jeffrey Barker and Tim Wise rolling in. Barker just looking to go rounds, pick up points, earn that first ever national championship. Barker dialed in, 663. Tim Wise dialed in at a 708. Probably one of the bigger handicaps we're going to see in the category today. Barker out of the gate, another good, straight, true lap down the TS side of the racetrack, and he gets the win. 664 on a 663, 709 on a 7. Both drivers over by 1. Difference 14 thousandths of a second down at the finish line. And that's about the difference there was leaving the starting line. Chris Dyer just rolls in now, the Pontiac Firebird. For the runner out of Burton, Ohio, and Dylan Stott, second generation racer, driving that gorgeous 7 Shelby. A little bit of a wiggle and a waggle down here at about the 100-foot mark. Keeps the foot planted, but that flag just gets the win by 2 foul down at the other end of the racetrack. Dylan goes through 6:59. Across the finish line stripe. Just a bit much down at the other end of the racetrack. Mark McDonald taking on Lester Johnson's hot rod now. McDonald out of Boonville, up in the left lane. Lester over on the right-hand side. 6:43 the dial for the 55 Chevrolet. Donald, 688. Goes first. Come. Charging hard. Top in. Not going to get. Yep, he does. 646 gets the win at 204. 692. McDonald's Mustang comes up 25,000. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Missed it by that much, he said, holding his fingers just a few millimeters apart. '37 Chevrolet going to deal with Mark Pickens right now. Pickens top end gets a 689 on the 688. 698 on the 688. Casey Spradlin comes up 26 fouls short. And a runner out of Tennessee, Mark Pickens, moves on one more round. Tommy Turner's hot rod out of Naples, and Tom Blinko. So another one of these 63 Corvette split window competition here this weekend. 762 cubic inch combination for the runner. Turner right side. 904 cubic inches. Got the big motor winner check off. Biggest motor we've got in competition this weekend, 904 cubic inches. Can you imagine? Ooh, a little sash and a little shake for Blanco. 26, easy win, a 158 for Tommy. Blanco got out there in the middle of the racetrack and it kind of did a little sash and a little shake, a little sashaying up. That's the words I'm looking for. Cost him down at the other end of the racetrack. Turner able to drive around down at the top end. Kurt Frederick should be taking on Rick Korn. Korn should be up in the Dodge Avenger. Runner out of Paducah, Kentucky. Not able to answer the bell here in round number 1. Frederick up on the right side, coming down from Burlington, Wisconsin. Your number 7 qualifier. Going to slide on into round number 2. .679 on a 680 by Frederick. Nice lap straight down the racetrack, 206 miles an hour. He motivates himself into round number 2. We'll be back with the 16 cars left in our top dragster, presented by Spitzer Race Cars and our Brodix Steve Schmidt Racing Top Sportsman. Second round of eliminations just a little bit later on. Right now, comp eliminator, round number 1, getting ready to come at us. Cop eliminator getting ready to roll in. Listen, telling you what, round 1 of eliminations is going to be kind of interesting. Got several of the cars here this weekend. Top 10 in the points, or right outside the top 10 in the points, looking to see what they can do for themselves to put them into the top 10 in points. Robert Bailey, Steve Ambrose, Troy Galbraith, Craig Bourgeois, David Rampy. All of them either in or close. Glenn Treadwell's number 15. Greg Camplain's number 14. They're all here. Should be interesting. David Billingsley down a few on the points ladder, but he hasn't made as many races as some of the other guys have. So, hey, kind of all figures in. John Freck's here. So it'll be interesting to see. Again, a big tip of the cap to everybody that makes the Division 3 Leo Tower Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund possible. Gang up at Buck Racing Engine, T&E Enterprises, the Auto Hauler folks that makes a great trailer. Brow Bell Housing, Indy Gear. Of course, Indy Gear part of our sponsorship for the comp shootout that we had last night. Camplain Machine Works. Greg was in the finals last night with his car. Jack's Wax. Ray Skillman Auto, or RaySkillmanCars.com. Always appreciate their support. Bullet Racing Cams. Liberty Gears. C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets. Cohen Racing. Total Seal Piston Rings. Butner Auto Sales. Keeping it alive since 1953. I think is their slogan. Quick Fuel Technologies. G-Force Racing Transmissions. Of course, TL Smith Excavating as well. All of those sponsors ending up a little extra bonus funds for our Cop Eliminator racers. Basically, everybody who shows up goes home with a check. And the farther you go, the bigger the check. We all checks. Then again, I like to make my own checks mix. Cop Eliminator, round one of eliminations. Nice field of cars here this weekend. I do believe that we ended up with 27 on the ground. Of course, always interesting to get to Indianapolis next weekend for the 64-car field. Watch the guys in comp whittle their way through that. It looks like, what I'm seeing in the long-range forecast, it is going to be a typical Indy. A little hot and a little humid. Comp guys will, while they won't necessarily appreciate working and surviving in the heat and humidity, they'll know that the CIC indexes will remain somewhat intact. Nobody will be really blasting them. David Rampy, the reigning world champ, currently sitting number 6 in the points chase. Taking on Ginny Treadwell. Treadwell right now, the 6-cylinder dragster there on the left side. So you got 14 cylinders and 8 tires and wheels sitting on the ground. Rampy. A Cotto altered, 782 the index. 885 the index for Ginny with her 6-cylinder Ford dragster. So the young lady out of Florida go first by a couple. Rampy now setting sights on the finish line. Looking over, gauging the front end of that dragster. Going to be Ginny getting the win? No, 840. 155 miles an hour. 737 for Rambo. Ginny had the better light, able to parlay it into the win down at the other end of the racetrack. And well, let's just say that one didn't go the way David Rampy had it scripted. Van Puckett, G-altered automatic, the Chevy Cavalier out of Monroe, Georgia. And your number 5 qualifier. 60 under the index at an 823, taking on Todd France. France, your number 18 qualifier at an 835. D Supermod automatic left line. G-altered automatic right side. Handicap start, 0.4 of a second. Going to go to the Pontiac G5 of Todd France. Of course, into the finals here a year ago. One more time. You have to really push hard on the other end of the racetrack, though. France had the better light. France gets the win, 835, 52 under. 156, 826, and 158. Man, Gave it a ride down at the other end of the racetrack. Just a little tardy off the line. Cost him Greg Bourgeois. Greg Curley, number 7 in the points check. Gunner out of North Manchester, Indiana. 456 cubic inch. Big block Chevrolet. Bourgeois using a 400 cubic inch small block. Top Alcohol Dragster, need you lanes, please. Top Alcohol Dragster, need you the staging lanes, please. Greg Bourgeois, B Nostalgia number 8 qualifier. At a 755 index. He was 59 under at a 695 best in qualifier. Red line start, Jeremy Bailey. This one's already in the bank. Bourgeois to run it down to about 1,000 feet. Shut it off, goes 724. 750 by Jeremy after going 005 red. I say they run it down to 1,000 feet. They run it down to 1,000 feet. They can compare their numbers from earlier runs to that 1,000-foot mark. Pretty much calculate out what the car would have run under a full throttle application all the way to the finish line. Gives them an idea to know what they would have run had they kept the foot in it. A little bit of tuning input there. Mike Farrell taking on Greg Camplain. Finals last night of our Spitzer race car Indy Gear Comp shootout. Drivers are now earning points for next year's shootout here at Bowling Green. Mike Farrell up, the Cavalier out of Louisville. He and Dad CJ, it's a little small block E-Supermod automatic engine. Plains drag from the left side. Big handicap start. Camplain charging hard. Top end of the racetrack gets him. 7 flat, 159. 848, 157 miles an hour per turn. Giving a shot at the other end of the racetrack, but Greg Camplain gets to come back and play for the next round. Larry Pritchett coming up. Barris alongside. Pritchett down track alongside Rick Brown's truck yesterday when it appeared that Rick's brakes may have locked up on him. Came across and struck the wall behind Larry Pritchett. Larry didn't even know it had happened until he got around the corner and saw all the equipment rolling. But darted from the left lane over into the right lane where Larry was. Hit the wall behind him. Dick Barris, the dragster, over on the right-hand side. And word we have is that Rick Brown is okay. In fact, they've already loaded up the truck and headed back home. Start the repair process. Pritchett's A Supermod out of Clark Range, Tennessee. Dialed in 835, 753 for Dick Maris. 70-year-old youngster out of Montgomery, Texas, over on the right-hand side. Again, our thoughts going out to Rick Brown and crew. That was a tough ride. Glad to hear that he is okay. It's always the most important part. Rebuild race car. Maris at the hit is 0-0-1 green. Runs a 7:03 lap. 168 miles an hour, 797, 161. Pritchett coming up a little bit short down at the other end of the racetrack. Dick Maris was all but telepathic on that reaction time. Chad Vogus rolls in. I love Comp Eliminator. You've heard me talk about it all weekend long. The variety, the ingenuity, the engineering that goes in. We even built a new word this weekend. The ingenuity. Taking ingenuity and engineering and combining them. It's a lot of this is. Chad Vogus, little black 32 Bantam Roadster. That's a 4-cylinder. You know where that 4-cylinder came from? They took a 500 cubic inch aluminum V8 and cut it in half. Yeah. And everything from there on out, custom made. Chad Vogus, St. Petersburg. Green light and away he goes. Trying to hold off Danny Holtz. Ford Escort down at the other end of the racetrack. Top end, going to be Holgen to win. Wow, 821, 164. 788, 149. Vogus not able to run the numbers he did in qualifying. And comes up a little bit short at the other end. Here's Steve Ambrose. Steve, always a tough competitor. Currently just outside the top 10 points chase by a point. Stacked in the Ford 6-cylinder. Taking on David Billingsley. There's another 4-cylinder. This time a little 193 cubic inch GM Ecotech power plant. Billingsley Racing out of Decatur, Illinois. Brand new Chevrolet Camaro body replacing the ever popular and longtime campaign red, white, and blue Oldsmobile. Ambrose on the 830 index. Going to spot that little 4-cylinder Chevy Camaro. Better in qualifying was Steve. A 300 cubic inch Ford, a custom built, one of a kind. CNC machined cylinder head on top of it. Coming out of the Alan Johnson Race Stables out in Santa Maria, California. Hey, coming. Top ends. He got anything for Billingsley? Yes, he does. 772. 162 miles an hour. That'll use him up a little bit for the next round, but he's still good. Billingsley at 874 lapped on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Mark Welchuk, the Econo Dragster, all the way from Forest Hill, California. The Performance Welding Headers entry. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the lane. Super Street, come on down. Round number 3. Super Street to the staging lanes, please. V6 Dragster. D Econo Dragster left lane. D Dragster right side. Difference between the two. Single 4-barrel. Automatic transmission for Lelchuk. Multiple carburation, and Brian Brow shifts his own hot rod going down the racetrack. You'll be able to hear it because that little V6 is singing some high RPMs every time he hits the gears. Here we go. $728, $165 by Brow. Giving it a good run down the racetrack. $778 by Lelchuk. Run comes up a little short over on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Lelchuk manufactures some very fine headers for numerous racers across the country. For that matter, around the world. Taking a little time off from the welding biz out in California to come to here to Beech Bend Raceway Park and up to the U.S. Nationals in Indy. Unfortunately, Mark gets the odd day to get a little bit of a head start for Indianapolis, but hey, some days are like that. Robert Bailey coming off the win in St. Louis a couple of weeks ago. Robert Bailey coming off the win last night in our Spitzer race cars. Indy Gear Comp Shootout. Right now taking on Jim Greenheck, C-altered automatic. Saw Billingsley Camaro up with the little 4-cylinder in it. Greenheck got the small block underneath the hood of that new Chevrolet Camaro bodied entry. Again, Super Street, round number 3. Need you lanes, please. Super Street. Goes red. Robert Bailey's going to get the W here in round number 1. Bailey motors through 745 at 127. 738 for Greenheck. After that red light start, Jimmy Kimbrough. Contractor out of Page Ford and Ray Skillman's Skillman Auto Mall. Ford Mustang roll in for the next pair. Jimmy Kimbrough, the contractor out of Florida. C Dragster Automatic, small block combination out of the number 15 qualifying spot. Locked it in with the 698. Skillman on the right side. 758. Got bumped in the final session to the number 2 spot. And for all you Ford fans out there that are going, wow, man, look at the Mustang. It's number 2 qualifier. It's bad. It's got a Chevy engine underneath the hood because, well, you can do that here in comp. Start Jimmy Kimbrough. This one's done. Stick a fork in it, Mabel. Skillman's got the win, 767. 174 miles an hour. 729 Kimbrough. After the red light start, Jimmy will be down at the other end of the racetrack with words like golly gee and son of a gun being uttered. Troy Galbraith rolling in. Should be taking on John Freck. Freck out of Ohio, the little 4-cylinder Pontiac powered dragster, not available. Round 1 of elimination. The 4-cylinder power plant is abused a little bit going down the racetrack, and some days it's just not a happy camper. Troy currently sitting 9th in the national points chase. And he, too, a little shy on the number of races that he has ran here in 2015. So a good race here. A couple more good races under his belt could really propel him to a strong finish in the Comp Eliminator National Standings. Runner out of Indianapolis, out of Rolla Competition Engines. B Dragster Automatic, small block Chevrolet. Competition by run with Fraction not being able to answer the call. Like we said, they run him down to 1,000 feet. Be able to take the incremental numbers off of the time slip. Extrapolate out what the car would have run all the way to 1,320 feet. Away we go. Looks like another competition by Steve Rosen's front engine, 6-cylinder dragster, not able to answer the bell. So for Glenn Treadwell, the 6-cylinder rear engine dragster will make a single run. Both of the cars utilizing a all-aluminum 6-cylinder power plant from General Motors. So Glenn Treadwell, the 6-cylinder power plant out of the late model Chevrolet Trailblazer type combination. On the inside. The racers here at Comp Eliminator basically figured out that, wow, that's a solid motor. We can work with that and make some horsepower. And that they have done. Several of them in competition around the country. Glenn Treadwell motors through 811 at 131 miles an hour. Brian Simonek should be taking on the aforementioned Rick Brown. Rick, we were talking about the truck, him and Don Redditch, gorgeous Chevy S10 out of Ohio. They went straight and true down the Budweiser lane yesterday afternoon in final qualifying. Got through the traps. Looked like Rick touched the brakes. I'm merely speculating when I say this, folks, but it appeared either the front brake locked up or both front brakes locked up. Anyway, the truck, for whatever reason, made a right-hand turn from behind Larry Pritchett's car as he went by. 4-cylinder Honda. Unique piece of ingenuity and engineering. Cyberdeck out of Toledo. Runs it down track, goes 880. 148 miles an hour. The car, if nothing else, has been dead on consistent all weekend long. 885, 882, 880 with a 4, and another 880 with a 4 lap. Jason Cohen came up yesterday afternoon. Race Gilman had been number 1 from the opening session. And Jason Cohen, the transmission and engineering folks out of Kokomo, up in the Hoosier State, came up in the last session, threw down an 8:06 lap to take the number 1 spot away. Cohen Gang, one of our sponsors on our Comp Eliminator bonus fund. So Cohen, a G altered automatic, 32 Bantam machine. Another one of our 4-cylinder cars. The comp guys like to use different ideas to go racing. So a 190 cubic inch 4-cylinder Chevrolet. RPM's up. Trees green. And away we go. 825 at 133 miles an hour for Jason down the racetrack. They'll move him on to round number 2. Well, it looks like we're going to do a little track prep, a little cleanup. Got some best of awards to pass out. Got some special presentations to make. Round 1. Top Alcohol Dragster getting ready to come at us, along with Top Alcohol Funny Car. Round number 3 of Super Street to follow. Hang in there and bear with us, folks. We're going to be down in front of the tower here in just a few moments. good afternoon, everybody. Glad to have you here at Beech Raceway Park. Beautiful bowling green. Got some special presentations been going on down here. Mike Crick was up moments ago with the Best Appearing Car Award for the weekend. Pretty big honor considering there's 600 race cars here this weekend. Awful sharp, big motored Roadrunner taking home the trophy. Right now, Robert Bailey's machine getting his accolades. His trophy is check. I don't know, did you guys see that trophy? Pretty cool piece of artwork from Cold Hard Art out of Indiana. But that was the trophy for winning the Comp Eliminator Shootout last night. They started earning points for the shootout here a year ago. And over the course of this season, added the other 5 races leading up to this. They earned points via qualifying and eliminations. The top 4 get a race, and Robert Bailey turned out victorious last night. Our best engineered car is sitting back here behind the tower. I believe they're going to pull him down and present his award as well. Chuck Cheeseman, the Cheeseman brothers out of Galena, Ohio. Longtime campaigners in the alcohol funny car ranks. Now debuted one of our new top dragsters in the Spitzer race car top dragster category. And for those of you that have sat up here and listened to me today talk about, this is the quickest ever field, 32-car field in the history of NHRA drag racing. We set a record bump yesterday of 6.494, if I remember correctly. We dropped it out of the 15 quickest fields in top dragster history. 4 of them have been set here in Division III competition. Just goes to show you how stout it can be. And there's the Cheeseman brothers car getting pulled up. They're going to pull it up, back it up, take a couple of photographs. But this is our best engineered car this weekend, as determined by the tech department. Every car has to go through tech, has to be certified, has to be checked out. The belts, all the safety equipment, make sure all the welds are good. Just a pretty good inventory of the race car. And if you could debut a new car and have it pick up the Best Engineered Award, you've done your job building that new car. And for the Cheeseman brothers out of Ohio, a nice piece, Mark Spitzer chassis race car. And they are the Best Engineered Award winner. Congratulations, Chuck. Neat hot rod, good car, and quality fabrication and technical building all the way through. All right, everybody look forward and smile. Say cheese. Hey, the Cheeseman brothers probably pretty good at that, right? Yeah. One more. Everybody say cheese one more time. Get back in there. Come on. So our Best Engineered Award winner, Chuck Cheeseman and the gang out of Ohio. Let's see, blown Hemi knowledge with them as they come across. We talked throughout the weekend about the ability for you all to show up to spectate at this event, to even come down out of the grandstands, make your way through the pits and check out some of the cars. And I hope you do that. I hope you've already done it. I hope you continue to do it. That's one thing about NHRA drag racing. Our pits are open. You can come over, you can take a look, you can watch them work on the cars. You can get close and personal to every car we've got on the grounds. Not like those guys go around and very well built, very well executed race cars. How about that twin turbocharged Rambler motor in top dragster category, huh? Just a lot of thinking, a lot of process going on. Our book racing number 1 qualifier in Cop Eliminator, just made his run down the racetrack, Jason Cohen. The Cohen Racing 32 Bantam, little 4-cylinder Chevrolet, made his run to move him into round number 2. They're going to get our photograph here for our low qualifier bonus. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Keep going, keep going. That looks good. Just trying to help our photographer out there make sure they get lined up straight. Good background shot. Cohen Racing, Transmissions and Converters, one of our sponsors for our bonus fund in our Cop Eliminator racing field. One of several. I don't have my list in front of me, and I don't want to leave anybody out, so let's just say that the gang from Cohen Racing, Transmission and Converters, one of our sponsors, and your number 1 qualifier. Very stout run coming up yesterday afternoon. Take that number 1 spot away from, well, whoever it was. I believe it was Skillman and Ford, but hey. Careful, Kenny, don't want to get you tripped up. Kenny Arata making his way up. Check out the racing surface. His top alcohol dragster. Round number 1 of eliminations. Getting ready to come around the corner. We do the drawing every year to fill out the field for our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Hi, Rob. What's going on, boss? Are we having fun?
Always having fun.
Well, I think we need to draw some names out, see who gets to fill out the field. Who's going to do the honors? You going to do the honors? All right, do the honors. Boss man from Mosier gets to pull out a few names. We're going to pull out some extra names so we can fill out the field. First name drawn, Brian Simonek out of Toledo, Ohio, 3137 stock eliminator. You're number 1, Brian. There's probably been other people that have said that to Brian before too, right? Brian, you're number 1. You are in. Super Cop, Jason Lynch out of Murraysville, Pennsylvania, car number 24. Those 2 are in. The rest of the names that we draw are alternates. Wild card entries, alternates. Next one, Matt Hewitt out of Milan, Michigan. Super Cop, Matt Hewitt out of Milan, Michigan. Your name's been drawn. Rob reaching in, stretching out them big long arms, pulls out Brad Zaskowski, super stock runner. I think Brad's already in Indy. They're listening via the PA in Indy, right? He's an alternate, Brad. Don't get all excited yet. Stock eliminator, Judy Bureski out of Dixon, Illinois. Judy, you are an alternate for the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Yep, Judy's son won 2 years ago. Dan Walcott, stock eliminator. Dan Walcott, you guys doing good pulling out all these stock cars. Yeah, you are. Dig a little deeper. Go over to that super gas pile. Up, super stock this time. David Neal out of Columbus, Indiana. David, congratulations. You're in as an alternate as well. That'll fill out the wild card and the alternates. We've got our pot filled for the Mosier Shootout for next year. Rob, thank you very much, as always, for everything Mosier does for our sportsman contestants. Well, our drivers making their way out. Brandon Brewer, Mia Tedesco. Going to be our first ones out. Round 1 of eliminations, top alcohol dragster. Getting ready to come at us. And it's going to be interesting because we're going to have one of the blown alcohol contingent coming up. Brandon Brewer and crew with the blown alcohol car. New heads on the car this weekend for Brandon. Coming off that win in St. Louis just a few weeks back. And Mia Tedesco, Dave Harada and the gang over here, the car's Protection Plus entry. Injected nitromethane car with the unique tall hat sitting on top of the motor, catching that clean, clear air coming down the racetrack at us. As soon as they get the cars set up, lined up, paired up, everybody ready to go, we're going to pause for just a moment for our invocation and our national anthem. Then it's time to go racing. So bear with us just a moment. Again, thank you to everybody here with us this weekend. Racers, spectators alike, we appreciate you being here. Tip of the cap to Dallas Jones and his crew. How about a round of applause for Dallas Jones and his crew here at Beech Bend for all the work they do to make this track what it is for everybody. Tell you what, the reputation that Beech Bend has been established by Dallas Jones and his crew. And that reputation is what brought right at 600 race cars here this weekend. It's a huge field for a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Glad to be here. Glad you all are here. We're getting our cars set up, our drivers set up. Brandon, go get them. Mia, go get them. This is going to be an interesting day of racing. A little bit hotter today than what we've seen. Humidity's up a little bit. The tutors have got to put their thinking caps on, get everything locked in, ready to go. They've got to make some adjustments to compensate for the difference in the atmospheric conditions that are present today. Drivers getting suited up, the Hans device is on, everybody getting ready to climb in the car and be ready to go as soon as we get the drivers in. Crew chiefs have made their decisions. Brandon's in the car, Mia's getting dressed. Suited up. Second, 270-mile-an-hour rocket ships getting climbed into right now. Blown alcohol on the left-hand side, injected nitromethane over here. Two completely different schools of thought on how to achieve the same result. And two very good cars getting ready to come at us to lead everything off. Brandon strapped in. Final adjustments being made, belts being cinched. Mia getting strapped in. Tightening up her belts. Crew chiefs making their final decisions. Couple of last minute adjustments that can be done. Dave Harada says, I'm ready. Brandon Brewer and the gang over here say they're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, everyone rise for our invocation. Remain standing, if you would please, for our national anthem. Our country and our flag. Please, gentlemen, hats off. Hands over the heart for the invocation, for our national anthem, excuse me. Glenn Kreider, our Racers for Christ chaplain, is going to lead us in our invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please, Glenn Kreider.
Thank you, Bob. Pray with me if you would. Almighty God, we come to you, Lord Jesus, and we thank you for this great privilege of participating in NHRA drag racing here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Lord, we thank you for the blessings so far. Lord, we pray that you would continue to bless us with weather and safety, Lord. Lord, we pray for those that protect this country in our service, and Lord, we just pray that you would be with them, and we ask that you would smile and bless this great country we live in. We are so blessed, and we give you all the credit and all the glory in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, remain standing. Hands over heart, hats off. Tammy Rich is going to sing our national anthem for us. Tammy?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in the air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Hoo-yah! Let's go racing, boys and girls. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Glenn. It's time to get hot. Time to get after it. Here we go. All right, Brandon Boer, Mia Tedesco. The injected nitro car comes to life early. Builds heat in the motor that the alcohol burning power plant doesn't need. Mia Tedesco. Thundering early in the season. Came up a little bit short at our last race in St. Louis, where the gentleman on the left-hand side of the racetrack was able to take the win for his brand new baby girl. Mia, looking to get back on track, knows that here in the opening round, it's going to be a tough one. One of the big dogs going home. One of the big dogs not going to make it out of round number one. Mia qualified number 4. Brandon qualified number 5. Pretty much dead even in the middle of the pack. Question is, who's going to the semifinals? Only one of them will. He has got to come from behind at the top end. Can't get it done. 5:41 on a hole shot. Brandon Boer gets the W over the 5:39 by Mia. Out of the gate, Brandon Boer was holding on to just barely 0.03 of a second advantage in reaction time. Mia picking them up and putting them down, going down the racetrack. Got there at a more rapid rate, but left the starting line second. And Brandon Boer on a hole shot gets the win by 23 thousandths of a second down at the finish line. Great side-by-side race. Ashley Sanford rolling in now, taking on Marty Thacker. As we proceed on, Brandon Boer, great lap down the racetrack. Crews clear the top end of the racetrack. Our over-the-wall gang and our division director down there checking everything out, make sure we're good and clean. Marty Thacker, your reigning division champ, coming up now on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Mia coming into the event is leading the points chase here in the North Central Division. Brandon Boer right behind her though. Marty Thacker, your reigning champ, coming up next. Here in third place. Ashley Sanford coming in from the West Coast, Fullerton, California. Home base for the young gunner. At the wheel of the Lucas Oil entry, owned by Colette DeCero. Colette basically has an alcohol dragster that provides a learning opportunity for up-and-coming drivers. You can rent the car and go racing. Had several drivers in it already this year. Actually taking advantage of back-to-back races here at Bowling Green in Indianapolis. To put a few points in for the West Region points chase. Marty Thacker coming in third in points. Needs to go rounds. Well, let me tell you, that car on the left-hand side, qualified number 6 at a 544, can't be taken lightly. That car is easily a low 530 car at any point in time. It's a matter of the right combination. Ashley left lane, there it is. Thacker's car driving around a little bit, gets the win though. 536, 264 for Ashley, a 553. You can see some raw fuel, smoke coming out of the car down there once they get past the 800, 900 foot mark. So the 536 by Thacker throws him into the next round of elimination, where we will be down to our final 4 cars in competition. Marty will come back to run either Jared Dreher or Don Nolan. But I think I can make that call already because we have no Don Nolan. But we do have Jared Dreher, a competition buy for the runner out of Indiana. Jared came into the race, 5th place in the points chase. Top dragster, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes, please. Top dragster, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes. Understand that unofficially Don Nolan had a broken oil pump or something along that line as the engine internals weren't getting properly lubricated. Let's put it that way. And if you got no oil circulating through your race engine, it's kind of like not having any oil or any blood circulating through your body. It ain't a good thing. So Jared Dreher got a competition bye run. Had a little something that they were working with there on the front of the motor. Looks like they got it under control. Don Nolan not able to answer the bell. The gang out of Manchester, Kentucky. Renegade oil car, and that is always a tough way to go. Jared, though, says, hey, points are points. I'm 5th. I'd like to be 4th. Then 3rd. Maybe 2nd. See, all I got to do is win this race and earn a bunch of points. That would be correct. Jared on the right-hand side. Qualified number 2. Jared, one of the 2 cars qualifying in the 520 zone. Looks like what Jared did is burnout. A little fuel splashed out of the vent tube down there, about the 100-foot mark. Should not be an issue. Appears to be evaporating quite rapidly. And it's disappearing pretty quick. Probably be gone by the time he gets there. Shuts it off, coasts through 558, 203 miles an hour. So it'll be Jared and Marty. Number 5 taking on number 3 in the points chase, last race of the year here in Division 3. Dreher with a shut off 558, 203 mile an hour lap. So we got half of our semifinals determined. Stares us in the face is Jeff Veal's machine. Runner out at Stony Creek, Ontario. You might remember, I believe it was back on Friday, Veal had problems. Qualified at a 6:08 with that lap. But we haven't seen him since, and obviously they wounded some parts and pieces that they didn't have enough of or any more of or couldn't feel they could make repairs with. So Randy Meyer, your number 1 qualifier, gets a competition bye with Jeff Veal's machine not being able to answer the call. Randy came up yesterday and set both ends of the track record, 5:21.4. The Meyer Truck Center, fresh chicken machine out of Spring Hill, Kansas. Down on the south side of the Kansas City metro area, the Smart Chicken, not fresh, Smart Chicken machine. Randy Meyer Truck Center car. If you're ever involved in an incident where you need a tow rig and they show up with a truck that says Meyer built, that's what Meyer Truck Center does. And they build them from the little half-ton rigs all the way up to the big ones. You see going up and down the highways and the byways with the semi hooked on behind. Plants now in Kansas City and down in Oklahoma as well. Randy Meyer, tough competitor. Daughter Megan showing up at our St. Louis race 3 weeks ago. Made her debut after obtaining her top alcohol dragster license. Came up for the final qualifying session, not in the show. Cool as a cucumber. Stepped right in, then drove it all the way to the final round. Pretty good debut for the young lady. Won a couple of rounds, a couple of weeks or so. So no Randy, his bride, the rest of the team proud of Megan. But right now, they are all concentrating on getting this car down the racetrack. Megan not here this weekend. School starting back up for the young college students, so I imagine she is probably listening in via D3 TV and watching. Dad's going to the semifinals. That's good. About a 525, 273 in the heat of the day. Yeah, they're down there high-fiving, clapping, slapping hands. Yeah, that'll work. 525, 273. I think the gauntlet has just been thrown. You want some? Come and get it. Meyer Truck Center. Smart Chicken. Quick. Fast. 525 won, 273 already the track record holder. 274 and a 521, but I think that 525 might also give him lane choice. I'm just saying. Just saying. Top dragster, round number 2, needs you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, round number 2, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster, round number 2, needs you to the lanes. That means top sportsman, we're going to be calling you right in behind him. Semifinals set and top alcohol dragster Randy Meyer taking on Brandon Boer. Jared Laird taking on Funny Cart, round number 1. Coming up next. Drew coming to us out of Hales Corners, Wisconsin. Car qualified, 592, 235. This is a race car that has been down in the 550 zone. Struggling a little bit in qualifying this weekend just to get in. Getting in with a 592 at 235. They'll be taking on Paul Noakes. Noakes in the right lane, coming out of London, Ontario, Canada. His Mustang-bodied machine out of the Meritor. Fleet Break, Euclid, Race Stable. Paul Noakes already a winner this year on the Division 3 trail. Taking the W over at Columbus, Ohio. Noakes, your number 2 qualifier. Nice 570 and 574 back-to-back laps. Raymond only one good lap down the racetrack, and I do believe, if memory serves me correct, it was over here in the right-hand lane. Wow, pretty good old side-by-sider, and Raymond Drew came from behind to get the win. 571, 251. Beats Noakes 576 at 253 at the finish line. The margin of victory was 14 thousandths of a second. So Raymond Drew, second off the line. Car dancing a little bit there in the mid-range. Raymond was cranking back and forth on that steering wheel to keep it in the groove as best he could. Never did lift, never did get out of it. Able to sneak around right there at the finish line stripe. 14 thousandths of a second. Andy Bowl and Rob Feister get ready to roll in next. You can Here the RPMs come up as the drivers get ready to take off. In our top alcohol dragster ranks, we talked about the blown alcohol combination power plant or the injected nitromethane power plant. Those of you that might be casual observers to the sport going, well, they got two different types of engines in the dragsters. They have different types of engines in the funny cars. The answer would be no. Everybody in funny car required to run a blown alcohol engine. It is an NHRA rule. Injected cars used to be allowed. They had a couple of issues back many years ago, kind of negated the ability of the injected cars to run. Wisconsin-based car, Rob Feister out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Chevy Camaro on the right-hand side. Qualifier number 6, Andrew number 3. To oversimplify being inside one of these cars, you have between, depending upon the car and the tuner and the day, anywhere from about 3,400, 3,500 to as much as 3,900 horsepower. To leave the starting line, you'll have the RPMs anywhere from 5,500 on up. I mean, you got a 500 cubic inch engine spinning at 6,000 RPM approximately. The tree comes down, you have to push down on the gas pedal, let out on the clutch pedal, just like you do leaving a stoplight in your stick shift automobile. Too much gas, you'll go through the clutch. Too much clutch, you'll bog the motor. Then you have to shift it twice, all while accelerating to 250 miles an hour. One of the hardest cars to drive in NHRA drag racing. Come up, Rob Feister's car. Blew the burst panel, it appears, right off the starting line. 567. 254 for Bowl, his best run of the weekend. 5.677, 254. Feister's car, when the RPMs came up, you could hear the engine go pop. When the engine popped, it set off the safety system that automatically activated the parachutes and shut down the power plant. Something that has come along over the last few years of alcohol funny car racing, alcohol dragster racing, even in the pro ranks, Top Fuel and funny car. You'll see the safety device kick every once in a while, unexpectedly, but in Rob Feister's case, the engine went bang. Feister's car stopped the motor, threw out the parachutes. Rob will just kind of coast to a stop there about the 400-foot mark. For Andrew, though, the Headman Header's car gets a 567.7 lap. He'll go into the next round of eliminations with lane choice over Ray Drew's machine. So we'll get all the parachutes gathered up, tuck them into the rear spill plate on the back of the car. Get the body hooked up, and away we'll go. We'll get Rob's car taken care of and off the racetrack. Now, nothing happened mechanically that would put any fluids down on the racetrack. It's just a situation where whatever combination they had in the motor when he brought the RPMs up as high as he did, the engine wasn't happy, had a little bit too much pressure inside of it. There is a burst panel, a release panel, if you will, to allow that pressure out, and once it goes, it activates all the rest of the equipment. So, car did what it was supposed to do, other than get Rob down the racetrack in 5 seconds at 250 miles an hour. But you know what? They got parts, they got pieces that are still good. They can put it all back together, pack the parachutes again, and move on to Indianapolis if they so desire in the U.S. Nationals next weekend up at Lucas Oil Raceway Park. And again, I understand everybody up at Indy listening in via the audio cast and the D3 TV production going on, sending it out across the internet. Hello to everybody up in Indy. Hope your day's as good as ours is. Partly cloudy skies here at Bowling Green and some awfully good racing going on. Top dragster. Round number 2, we need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, round number 2. Super Street, you should be in the lanes. You'll be coming in right behind our funny cars. Top dragster, round number 2, needs you to the lanes, please. Next pair in, Wayne Butler taking on Chris Foster. Foster who finished second in the points chase a year ago. Not having quite as well a season this year. He's down in the number 7 spot, but he's a few races behind. Only 3 have been claimed so far. Foster over on the right-hand side, your number 1 qualifier. 2 good 560 laps. Wayne Butler's got his work cut out for him. He's in the chase Oh, my! Wayne Butler was out in front by 3 calendar pages leaving the starting line. Chris Foster was dead late out of the gate and there for the picking. Wayne Butler's car, though, decided to take a left-hand turn and follow the Bowling Green Chamber of Commerce tourist route rather than go straight down the racetrack. Chris Foster dodged a huge bullet that time. 5.706 to get down the racetrack. But I'm here to tell you, Butler was there for the picking. 76 was the reaction time for Wayne. And I'm not even going to tell you what Chris's was. I don't know what distracted him. Something did. Fortunately for Foster, Butler's car went left and out of the groove and he had the lift. That was the only thing that saved your number 1 qualifier and got him into round number 2. Holy guacamole. Chris Foster, winner. And you know what? The old adage in drag racing is that it takes a lucky round to get you to the winner's circle. Well, for Chris Foster, he can certainly count that one as his lucky round. Wow. I mean, those of you sitting in the grandstands knew he was late. Everybody on the starting line on Chris Foster's crew knew he was dead late. And then they watched his Butler's machine. Man, that was just so tough. Butler's car out there just decided to take a little left-hand move towards the wall out there. Don't know if that was the situation of the front end just hadn't come down and kind of drifted out of the groove, but man, I tell you, it was well out of the groove and up close to the concrete wall before everything came to a conclusion out there. Butler's got a shiny race car. He'll be back to race again with no problem. Chris Foster's got the W, your number one qualifier, into the semifinals. I'm not going to say no problem, but he's there. Mark Rogers and Todd Robertson get ready to roll in next. Rogers, only one race on the books this year for the runner out of Highlands, North Carolina. Rogers, a heavy equipment operator by profession. Gets a little R&R on the weekend, manhandling a 3,800 horsepower, short wheelbase. Shifted 3 times going down the racetrack after leaving the starting line at 6,000 RPM. Race car. Piece of cake, right? Todd Robertson out of Harrison Township, Michigan. Todd comes in, lead the points chase. Runner out of the number 4 qualifying position, the Eaton Chevy Monte Carlo. 10 points ahead of Paul Noakes' machine. Noakes, as we've already seen, your number 2 man in the points chase. Bow out in round number 1. Todd Robertson looked on from the staging lane, saw Noakes' machine go out in the opening round, and that's a matter of getting down the racetrack to pick up a few more points. Distance himself from number 2. Ray Drew, though, sits number 3, and he's got to run into the next round. That isn't a done deal yet. Rogers right there with him. 5:68.253. Robertson able to pull away at the other end of the racetrack. Had the better light and just slowly inched away from Mark Rogers' machine. 5:68.0. 253 miles an hour. Good run by Rogers, his best run of the weekend. A 5:79.7. So our semifinals are set, and that 5:68 by Robertson going to give him lane choice over Chris Foster in the next round of eliminations. 5:68, quicker than Foster's 5:70. Robertson will pick his side of the racetrack. Ray Drew, 5:71, gives up lane choice to Andrew Bowles. 5:67 lap. Semifinals will be back in just a bit. Top dragster, round number 2. We need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, round number 2. Need you to the staging lanes, if you would, please. Super Street, round number 3. You should already be in the lanes, paired up and ready to go. All right, top dragster, round number 2. Looks like they've made their way to the lanes. Top sportsman, your turn, round number 2. Need you to come on down. Comp eliminator. You know what that means. Get them ready because we're going to be knocking on your trailer door here momentarily. Comp eliminator, round number 2. Get them ready. Right now, top sportsman. Round 2, we need you to the lane. Super Street. Round number 3, getting ready to come at us. I do believe we're going to have like 15 cars left in eliminations. Warren up here giving me sign signals saying, shut up, Bob, hand me the microphone. Yeah, it was, shut up, Bob, let me handle this. Super Street getting ready to come at you. Okay, all right. Hey, you know, I'll be a nice guy, I'll share. Alex Miller, Bob Schmidt going to lead us off, and here's Warren.
Thank you, Bob. Usually when I get any sign language, it's usually one gesture with one finger. Alex Miller, Bob Schmidt. Be your first pair. They're at the ready line right now. And as soon as our crew gives the thumbs up from the starting line area, we'll be ready to go. And this would be round 3 of eliminations for the Super Street category. And if our calculations are correct, 15 cars have been invited back to make the call. So you'll hear me, but not for very long. So pay attention. Alex Miller, Bob Schmidt. And hey, no Schmidt. Ruh-roh, that's right. Our winner last time out, Bob Schmidt, not making the call here for round number 3. So the competition single for Alex Miller. He'll use this to get it dialed in for the next round. This is not a buy run. This is the competition single. And there is a difference. Alex Miller, big end. That's what he was looking for. 10,900. 1090 with an O. Jeff Mandel pulls up next, left side, the Camaro alongside the 56 Bel Air of Rick Ship Sr. Whiteland, Indiana, right side. Calliope, Tennessee, left side. Mandel, 004 on the tree, 1092 at the big end at 140 for the win. Ship 2 under 1088, 132. Coming up now, the El Camino left side out of Springfield, Tennessee. That is Tyler Smith. That is a 79 El Camino alongside Marshall Glass out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. The 1970 Nova. Bob's been examining those taillights for 3 days, still trying to figure it out. 002 rail. Tyler Smith gets the automatic win, advances to the next round. Tyler Smith at the finish line, 1088, 141, good enough. 1090 with a 6 at 127 for Marshall Glass, but the red light gets him. The 57 Bel Air pulling into the Budweiser lane left side. That's Mike Vance out of St. Peters, Missouri. He'll stage up alongside Craig Meyer. The 62 Plymouth Fury Chrysler Power, 500 cubic inches worth under the hood there in the TS Performance lane. Even off the start. He decided at the quarter-mile mark. Craig Meyer goes on to the next round. The Fury with a 1093 at 133. Takes out the 1095 left side here in round 3. Coming up now, the 61 Falcon of Gary Horseman, Festus, Missouri, alongside Morgan Hoda from Biloxi, Mississippi. 69 Camaro. Green light starts for both, one good and green. Side by side, 1090. A 1090 with an 8 takes out a 1090 with a 4. Gary Horseman gets the round win to move on to more competition. Scotty Reinshield, defending Division III champ in Super Street out of Brookville, Indiana. For Fast Lube, McLaughlin Oil, True Racer Motorsports, he'll line up the 69 Corvette left side. Right side, the 73 Camaro for Lewis Murray out of Eureka, Missouri. Now, if I remember right, this car will launch and then basically just come to a stop and then charge hard for the finish. Yep, kind of like that. As Bob says, wheels up, wheels down. On that one, you'd say wheels up, wheels down, wheels up, wheels down. It launches twice. Twice is nice, but not this time. Scotty Reinshield, 1092 for the win at 146, 1091 and out of here. Right side. Coming up next, Tony Leonard out of Hastings, Minnesota. The MVP Sportswear MN.com. That's a lot of website there. 70 Nova. For Matthew Ball, he's out of Troy, Ohio. The S10 pickup lines up right side. Again, 1090, the magic number down there on the scoreboards. Yeah, I'd say Matthew's in a little bit of trouble. Tony. 1094 at 120. Matthew behind all the way and never caught him. 1088 at 130. And the bye run into the next round for Don Strickland out of Red Bay, Alabama. He'll be back for round number 4, 67 Chevy 2. Finish line says 1088 at 133. So 15 goes down to 8. Here in Super Street, next time you see them, that'll be their round 4. But coming up next, I believe it's time for Top Dragster.
I believe you would be correct. And here they are, Marco Abruzzi. Pulling in on the right-hand side, the Pro Charger power plant for both machines. Really kind of becoming one of the primary engines. Pro Charger, a centrifugally driven supercharger that forces air in through whatever intake system they all like to have. A box up on top for just a couple of connectors to force it in through the carburetor. Joe Hessling's got one. Marco Abruzzi's got one. Both of them qualified quick in the field. Joe was number 8 qualifier. Marco was number 16 qualifier. Marco dialed in 638. Joe dialed in 626. Round number 2. Started off with 32. We're down to 16. We're going to have 8 shortly. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Win. 003 out of the gate, the runner. Out of Ohio. Too quick off the line. Joe Hessling gets to come back for the Elite 8 round of competition, the quarterfinals here in our Spencer Race Cars Top Dragster category. Here comes the Pirate. Lynn Ellison, Central City, Kentucky-based runner. Taking on to Dennis, Lindsey Barker. Saw hubby up a little bit earlier in his Top Sportsman ride. Chasing that national championship. Lindsey looking to take on and move on. Get around the pirate ship. Central City, Kentucky racer Lynn Ellison. M&M chassis car over there on the left side, dialed in 639. Lindsey dialed in 634. Better out of the gate, Miss Barker. Better at the stripe, the same. 636 on a 34. 39. Lynn just a little bit tardy. Had a good light, just a little bit tardy. And ends up 0.05 of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. So Lindsey Barker moves on to the round of 8. Jeff Strickland rolls in now. The runner out of Red Bay, Alabama is Bob Mandel. The blown Profab chassis shop car. Over on the right-hand side, 641 to 636. Jeff Strickland rolling in alongside of him, another one of the Pro Charge machines. Strickland down in 636, so pretty even out of the gate. Difference in their dial ends be very hard to detect on the Christmas tree as it flashes down. Strap at 176. Mandel goes 664 after that red light start. Vince Nanini and Karma Hopper get ready to go next. Karma gets to drive. Dave gets to tune. Make sure she's lined up at her racetrack so she backs up that undercover chassis machine. That is a Mopar power plant over here on the right-hand side, a category dominated by big block Chevrolet. There are a few Mopar contingent and a few Ford. A purge of the laughing gas. Clean out the lines. Balance the pressure out in the system. Karma down in 642. Nanini at a 640. This one will be all but imperceptible off the starting line. If you were watching the starting line, you noticed that one of the drivers was, what's the word I'm looking for? Wow, Karma was 14 on the tree, runs dead on with a 0, and takes the stripe by a 10. That is what you call missing breaking out by a 1,000th of a second. Whoa. I guess Karma is good. Craig Sullivan comes up. Here's our Ford-powered machine. Runner out of Renegade Fuel in Avon, Indiana. Taking on Rob Mosier's hot rod, the Mosier Engineering Gang. Tip of the cap to everybody at Mosier for all they do. Our Mosier shootout drawing being held a little bit earlier. filling out the field and picking a few alternates for the just-in-case scenario. Mosier, 629. Another good side-by-side battle. Sullivan a little out of the groove, able to hang in there, gets the win. 4, 216. Mosier goes 30. On a 29. Both drivers a hunt over their dial. 9-foul difference, the margin of victory. There at the other end of the racetrack. I knew you could. I just knew you could. Al Peevler and Ross Larice up next. Peevler up, the old Illinois-based runner. Trying to decide if that was Mr. Rogers or Bill Clinton, so we're going to go with Bill Rogers on that last comment I made. Sounds like. Anyway, Ross Larice, here we go. Let's get back to drag racing. Having far too much fun in the Terra today. Tell you what, day like today, you just enjoy the sport of drag racing. Great side-by-side competition. Ross dialed in 632. People are at a 46-41. Red light, green light. Ross Larice, 631, 220 miles an hour. Great opportunity, just drive it out the back door, get a tune-up number for the next round of elimination. So Ross will be back with part of that Elite 8 group. Robert Houston, North Carolina runner over the right side. Ashley Tidrick, the Twisted Sisters Racing entry there in the left lane. 625, she's going to stop. Push the front end straight up out of the beam. Houston moves on, 654 at 189 miles an hour. Ashley, 623. Unfortunately for Ashley, she started at 623 with an 11 thousandths of a second. Wrong side of green reaction time. The dragsters for sale.com team out of Evansville. JB Strasweg, Tori, Megan, the rest of the gang. Don O'Neill down there. Taking on Andrew Johnson, your number 2 qualifier. Big motored Chevrolet, unique intake configuration for Andrew and Lester. Andrew having to come from behind after the handicap start, not going to get her done. JB going to the next round. 641.7, under by 3. 609.4, under by 6 was Andrew. Hustled down to the racetrack, tried to get the stripe and the win, broke out by 3 thousandths of a second more than JB Strasweg did. Cop Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the lanes. That means Stock will be calling you next, so Stockers, get them ready. Stock Eliminator, round number 3. You get them ready. Right now, Comp Eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Round number 2 of our Spitzer Race Cars top dragster category now in the books. We'll bring up our remaining contestants in our Brodix, Steve Schmidt Racing, top sportsman category. Stock eliminator, the call now goes out for you. We'll take you to your lanes, please. Cop eliminator to the hot lanes behind the tower. Stock eliminator to the staging lanes in front of the tower. Stockers, round number 3, come on down for pairing. Stock eliminator, round number 3, we need you to lanes, please, for pairing. Round number 2, our Brodix, Steve Schmidt Racing, top sportsman category. Again, cop eliminator and stock. We need both of you to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator. Stock eliminator. We need both of you to the staging lanes, please. Wilkerson, left side, the Camaro-bodied entry. Frederick, right side, the Camaro-bodied entry. Runner out of Wisconsin, taking on a runner out of Atlanta, or Alabama, excuse me. Here in the great state of Kentucky. Bluegrass State. I think they've had a basketball team there for a few years too. I've heard that. Wow. Good lap down the racetrack. 680, dead on 115 on the tree. Kurt Frederick. 697.6. Jeff Wilkerson, 14 on the tree. Gets down, takes the stripe by 6 thou. Breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. What I'm looking for, holy guacamole, what a drag race. Wow. Here's Jerry Albert, Eric Burnett. Made the comment the other day during qualifying. I said, I wonder if Jerry's an uncle. Thinking of the Beatles song, Uncle Albert. Jerry came up yesterday and said, oh, by the way, yes, I am an uncle. I said, okay, just wondering. My mind takes very weird paths sometimes. Has for years. But it keeps life interesting. Here comes Eric Burnett, your number 1 qualifier. Chevy Cavalier out of Charleston, Indiana. He'll bring up the RPM, spin up the turbocharged machine. Jerry Albert, a whole lot of cubic inches in the reigning division champions, Chevrolet Camaro. Albert there on the left side, 687 to dial. Half a second, 1 bulb on the tree. Handicap start goes to Jerry. He's going to be trying to look over his shoulder and see where Eric Burnett is. Burnett brings up the RPM, starts spooling up that turbocharger. You got that much horsepower, you've got to be able to make it stick. Ooh, hang on. Wow, 6:28.3, Eric Burnett. I thought he was going to have to lift it. Albert gets the win, 6:88.199. Eric Burnett using up a whole lot of racetrack and a whole lot of turbocharged big block Chevrolet. And he goes too quick, 6.283 at the other end of the racetrack. And your reigning champ moves on. Tim Kerman and Chris Diurgis. Chris, the Ohio-based runner. Out of Dr. Gary Schween's Schween Motorsports. 603rd side. Kerman's Pontiac out of Illinois. Dialed in 675. Diurgis dialed in 677. Out of 677, Diurgis gets the easy win. 895, Kermit's Pontiac. Down there before the half-track mark, you could already see the Pontiac starting to slow. They were pretty much dead even to the 330 mark, but man, by the time they got to the 660 timers, the half-track timers, that Pontiac was already beginning to be reeled in. Diurgis moves on to the Elite Eight. Here's Tony Fignilli. Cheyenne Stanley, Pontiac right side, Mustang left side, and that is a all Ford Mustang over there around the left-hand lane. 6:58 the dial. The Mustang's going to be giving chase to the Poncho. Again, Stock Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Stockers, round number 3. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Cop Eliminator, you should be in the lanes at this time. Super Gas, get them ready. Round number 3. Super Gas, get them ready. Even that guy back there in the pits that had the lucky butterfly land on him a little while ago. I don't think Stanley's going to be able to get there. Nope, he didn't. 685. 202 miles an hour, you win for Tony. 655. Cheyenne at 197. Both drivers doing their best Paul Bunyan imitation, trying to chop down the tree. I'm telling you, they were separated by 3 thousandths coming off the line, and the worst light was a low team. Jeff Sexton over there on the left-hand side, the Cavalier. Taking on Joe Mahana, the furniture company owner-operator out of Louisiana, the Mahana Furniture Machine. 57 Bel Air. Joe would like to have a run like he had last time. I mean, that 57 left the starting line and went down the right-hand lane like it was on rails. It didn't move, it didn't wiggle, it didn't waggle. Neither did it sash or shay. It was nice. Dialed in 669, he's going to be giving chase to Jeff Sexton. 698 dial out of the Cavalier. 811 cubic inches under the hood of that shoebox Chevy. Neat like a car, isn't it? On rails again, 668.8, under by 2 thou. 697.6 Sexton, under by 4 thou. True margin of victory, 0.02 of a second for Joe Mahana. That is back-to-back laps over to the right-hand side. Straight as a string. Jeff Brooks pulls up now. Jeff sitting number 4 in the national points standing. The Geyser compressor entry out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Big 706 cubic inch Chevrolet underneath the hood of that Henry J. Made the comment the other day that back in the 50s, you could buy a car look just like this out of the Sears catalog, and it was called an Allstate. I had a guy ask me about that. He said, "Are you?" In fact, Google it. You can find a 1951 Henry J, or excuse me, a 1951 Sears Allstate in the catalog. Henry J. For real deal. A little bit of automotive trivia. It's the last time you see the Henry J. 683, Marco Bruzzi gets the win. 681-2. Jeff Brooks got there first by 16 thou. Brooks out by 0.08 of a second. My English teacher on days will be so proud of me. Jeff Barker is the man who wants to be the first ever top sportsman world champion for Hoosier. Cohen, K&N, and NOS, the Chevy Cobalt out of Georgia. 747 cubic inches. Little bottle action going on there. Lester Johnson over here on the right side. Finished number 2 in the Division III competition last year. You have two gentlemen that have been down the racetrack many a time and won many a round of competition. Duking it out right now here in round number 2. This is a proverbial one of the big dogs going to the porch race. Green on both sides, but for Lester, this one's already over. 666 on a 665 dial for Barker. 15 on the tree, ready when it flashed green. Lester Johnson's hot rod came off the line, literally whipping. But by the half drag mark, Lester was already out of the throttle and watching the back end of that Cobalt get awful small out in front of him. Tommy Turner's hot rod now, the contractor out of Naples, Florida. Told you earlier today, Tommy's got the biggest engine of the bunch at 904 cubic inches. You realize you could pack a bologna sandwich, a bag of potato chips, and 6 cookies inside each cylinder in Tommy Turner's car. When you want to talk about packing a lunch, .904 cubic inch. Do you realize how big each cylinder is? Now, I'm not talking a family-sized bag of potato chips. I'm talking, an individual size. But hey, you get the idea. Tommy Turner gets the win, 677. 208 miles an hour. Turner moves on, 687.8 on the 690 dial by Pickens. Stepped it up, got a little bit too much stripe down at the other end, and Brooks out. There's that word again. Broke's out. I'm not going to submit that one. Ingenuity, I'm going to submit. Combination of the words ingenuity and engineering, I'm going to submit as a new word for Webster's for next year. I mean, if awesome sauce can be a word, ingenuity certainly can. Super Gas, we need you to the lanes now, please. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes. Round number 3, Super Gas to the lanes, if you would, please. Cop Eliminator. Getting ready to come up. Stock Eliminator. Getting ready to come up. Now Super Gas, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. I love technology. We're sitting up here talking. Beech Bend Raceway Park, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Got the microphone in my hand. The D3 TV is broadcasting via the internet all around the world. A friend of mine in Oklahoma sends me a text message. What about flutter valve? Says if you're going to submit ingenuity, he says you need to submit flutter valve. Ingenuity is one word. Flutter valve is 2. I mean, you know, let's get on it. Get on the stick there, Joey. Oh, I love modern technology. I really do. It is wonderful to be able to communicate with people sitting in Indianapolis right now at Brownsburg, Indiana. I guess I should correct myself. The U.S. Nationals, as they're getting the event set up, getting rigs in and parked. And they're broadcasting the PA from this race. They're in Indianapolis. Of course, we've already had listeners this weekend via the internet in Russia, which just blows me away. France, Britain, Japan, Mexico, Canada. I'm sure at some point in time they've logged in from Australia because they are huge drag racing fans in Australia. I mean, large time. In fact, their reigning Super Gas champion, Matt Forbes, I understand, is going to be competing here in the States in the next month and a half or so. Going to be nice to have the Lucas Oil Man from Australia visiting with us down in Oklahoma and Texas. Of course, that's not the same Matt Forbes that's here racing this weekend. I'm trying to get that Matt to come on. Never mind. It'd be Matt Forbes beat Matt Forbes. It would be cool. They're both sponsored by Lucas Oil. I mean, what more could you ask for? It would be cool. Cop Eliminator, round number 2, Brian Brow. Troy Galbraith getting ready to roll in. Get a tip of the cap. We mentioned it earlier when Cohen was down there getting their number 1 qualifier bonus. All of the companies that make the bonus funds possible. Cop Eliminator. Book Racing Enterprises. Of course, Book Racing Enterprises, we had that B Connell dragster in the 70s last night. I understand that was one of Bob's motors. The cap there. Troy Galbraith coming in 738. Brian Brow at a 776. Brow's Bell Housing. Business that he has up in Lafayette, Indiana, supplying racing equipment to many of the teams. Post stock, Virtually everyone has a brow bell housing. Little 6-cylinder dragster dialed in. Index is 776. Galbraith in at a 738 index. Neither driver has had to have their index adjusted because of the first round of competition. Let me tell you, as we proceed through rounds 2, 3, we may see a little adjustment get tweaked. It's a way of keeping the field balanced as we work our way through eliminations. If somebody comes across a really hot combination, kind of keeps them in check. Some people call competition eliminator complicated. It can be. You can let it overwhelm you. Like I said, Browl out of the gate running. Here comes Galbraith. Top end, dragster going around, gets the win for Troy, 677. 184 miles an hour. That one's going to be costly. 721 at 184 miles an hour for Brian Brown. 6.774 Galbraith into the next round of eliminations. Or Steve Ambrose. Ambrose came in as the #1 qualifier for a comp shootout. Ended up going out in the opening round. Love to make up for it here today by being able to get down the racetrack around Glenn Treadwell now. J Dragster Automatic, that's that 6-cylinder Chevrolet we were talking about earlier. Got a late model Chevy Trailblazer, GMC Endeavor. I think they also used them in the Isuzu line that they manufactured. Buick Rainier, I think, had the power plant. Just a very solid, well-built on aluminum block with a lot of structural integrity in it that the racing world looked at and said, wow, we can use it. 6 cylinders a pair, Ford versus Chevrolet. Top end, coming. Going to be Treadwell getting the win, 779. 150 miles an hour, 775 by Ambrose. Just a few thousandths of a second difference between the two down at the other end of the racetrack. So Glenn goes in. Round number 3 of comp eliminators. We continue to whittle our field down to size. Should be down to 7 cars left in the next round of elimination. Bailey has been on a bit of a tear of late. Taking the win last night in the Spitzer race cars. Indy Gear Comp Shootout, the best 4 cars and points over the last season. Able to run for it. Should be stepping quickly out of the way as Robert backs up. Now Jenny up with her 6-cylinder dragster. Unlike Glenn's machine, Jenny's is a inline 6-cylinder from Ford. Bailey, the Econo dragster over here on the right-hand side. How bad does he want the stripe? Not that bad. 668. 180 miles an hour, 840. By Jenny at 156. Bailey able to get there. Take that finish line stripe by 23 thousandths of a second. The man who won it all in St. Louis just a few short weeks ago keeps that win streak alive. As Greg Camplain does his burnout, Todd France sits and waits patiently. We talk about the index adjustment that goes on throughout the day. Todd's machine, the D Supermod automatic car. Another one of our 4 qualifiers for the Spitzer race car. Indy Gear. Comp shootout last night. France, like Ambrose, out in round number 1. But still one of the 4 that made the show, and that's pretty special. France lost a couple of hundredths of a second on his index after the opening round. Having to chase down his competitor a little bit harder than he really wanted to. Rick Camplain up over on the right-hand side. Greg, if I remember correctly, in the shootout last night. Looks like he may be doing it again. Yippers, 708, 161 for Camplain. 863, 143. Once Todd saw the front of that dragster go by. He knew at that point in time there was nothing he could do. That rocket pack just wasn't strapped on to the back of that little D Supermod automatic entry. Jason Cohen, number one qualifier. You saw him down here in front of the tower earlier, picking up the bonus award for being that number one qualifier. And again, a tip of the cap to everybody. Jason Cohen's business, as well as Quick Fuel, G-Force, Indy Gear, Book Racing Engines, T&E Enterprises. We talked about Brow Bell Housing, Camplain Machine, Jack's Wax, Total Seal Piston Rings, Butler all of them stepping up to make a little bonus money for everybody here. Jason Cohen taking on Greg Bourgeois, your number one qualifier. Taking on that B Nostalgia Dragster. There goes the Bourgeois wins this one. He's going to really hammer his index. I didn't think he would. 697, 166. Cohen on the tree, holding almost a tenth as they went by the Christmas tree. That's not a good thing. Cohen moves on to the quarterfinals. All right, Simonek getting ready to take on Dick Maris. A little four-cylinder Honda dragster. Has not been as quick as it needs to be, but it has been consistent. On paper, if you're a true fan of Comp Eliminator, you look at this matchup and you go, wow, he doesn't have a chance. Yeah, well, I've been announcing for 25 years, and I got news for you. I have seen numerous occasions where the car lining up that didn't have a chance got the win because the car that he didn't have a chance against broke, got out of the groove, shut off, parachute came out, went red, aliens came down and abducted him. I mean, I've seen also, well, I don't know about the aliens thing, but you get the idea. Dick Maris out of Texas, coming along, passes him up there by the 1,000-foot mark. He'll coast across, get the win, 756, 136, 889, 140. You know what? Brian Simonek was right there, as consistent as he has been all week. Do they need to get a little bit more out of that car? Yes, they do. But you don't learn without being out here racing and trying. And if Dick Maris, that Texas-based dragster, had made any kind of mistake on that lap down the racetrack, Brian Simonek would have been moving on to the quarterfinals. Here's Ray Skillman taking on Danny Holt now, number two qualifier. The Chevrolet-powered Ford Mustang. Over on the right-hand side, the TS Performance lane. Taking on Danny Holt's little Ford Escort. The Ford on the 860 index. Skillman had to stretch his car out a little bit in that opening round. His 822's been dropped 0.04 of a second down to an 818. A reasonable facsimile thereof. Out of the gate they go. Skillman just a tad late. Going to have to use it up some more. 768 at 167 down at the other end of the racetrack. 818, 165 by Danny. Ray was a little tardy off the line. Danny was holding a few hundredths of a second as they went by the Christmas tree. Skillman able to get around him by 43 thousandths down at the other end of the racetrack, and that'll put that round of Comp Eliminator into the history books. right, round number 2. Comp Eliminator in the books. Here comes round number 3 of Competition Eliminator. Stock Eliminator. We're getting down to the narrow roads. We're going to start whittling these fields down to size in a hurry. We've got 30 stockers, or 29 or 30. May have to take my shoes off to count them all. You remember that comment I made about aliens earlier? I can take my shoes off and count to 30. I just used my toes twice. Anyway, Danny Holton, Ray Skillman wrap up Comp Eliminator. Stock getting ready to come up. We're going to whittle it down to our Sweet 16, if you will. So we get a little starting line prep done, taken care of. We got the starting line prep done and taken care of. A little splash of water down in the water box. Stockers, come on around. Stockers, here we come. Johnny Rakes out of Kentucky, the A1 Cooling, 71 Chevelle. I guess we have 29 cars this time, obviously. This is the Johnny says, let me take it, get it out of the way. 51. Sitting there in the seats, and you say, well, Mr. Announcer Man, why would you call him New Bomb Turk? Have you ever seen the movie Hollywood Nights? Mitch Truman has. An abundance of times. Loves the movie. Used to have New Bomb Turk lettered in the window of his race car. PJ Fouts, the entertainer, up on the right-hand side. PJ at the wheel of his Oldsmobile. Big handicap start. Bob Turk sits and waits. Here comes Mitch. Evidently a piece of paper flew through the lights down there. That last pair. All right, sorry about that. Had to catch that real quick. Something blew through the lights down there on Mitch Truman's run. Mike 110 by Tommy. 11 flat by Cotton at 118 miles an hour. Tommy had the better light. Tommy gets the W. He'll be back for the Sweet 16 round. Ben Wenzel. Take it off Donald's show, the Q-Jet. Small combination. How about a low mileage, 302 4-speed. Ben Wenzel's hot right over there on the left side. Bought it new. Race car ever since. Ben Wenzel headed down the racetrack. His scoreboard lit up with an errant time. I do believe we have a critter hiding in the photo cell down at the other end of the racetrack now. I've seen it before. Did a race here a few weeks back. We had an erroneous light come on as the cars were going down the racetrack. Got down to the end of the track, or got down to the side of the track where the box was, and discovered a litter of kittens. For real. So we took the kittens. They were all of age that they could be, taken to the shelter and finished being raised up to optimal age. Here's I have seen a collection of a turtle. Right-hand score away. But you can figure it out because I'm not going in after him. So that took a little bit of time to, shall we say, take care of the problem. But we have seen a number of things over the years crawl into the photo cell holes through the walls in the side of the drag strip. Create some erroneous times. Cars have gone down the racetrack. Like I said, kittens. Down in Louisiana this year, we had one of the top photo cells that a collection of dragonflies had moved into. Just everywhere. So we had to get that. Never ran into that one before. Called the beekeeper, had him smoked out and transferred. Wow. Called the beekeeper, he came in, hit the top of the box with a ball-peen hammer, and that vibration and the buzz from the ball-peen hammer hit the metal box, I'm assuming. All the bees just dispersed. Moved on. So we send our ever faithful and ever trustworthy track crewman down track to eradicate the problem at the finish line of the Budweiser lane. Looks like Glenn will have to come back along with his competition. New Bob Turk will have to come back along with his competition. So we got that problem done. Let's fire up Perry Simpkins and Brad Plord. Continue on here with round number 3. Stock eliminator. Plord dialed in, 1221 with a little small block Chevy too. Simpkins dialed in 1171 with the small block 69. You sit as a driver and wait for something like that to be taken care of. You wonder if you're going to lose your concentration. Plord didn't. 009 on the tree, 1235 at 97 miles an hour. Wow, 1181 by Perry. Giving it up down at the other end of the racetrack. Matt Morris rolls in. Chevy 2 taking on Black Mamba. Dwayne's ride out of Brighton, Colorado. Shineland up over here. Now giving chase. course. A little 283 on the left-hand side. Had the better light. Lights up the scoreboard as well. 12:20, 103, 10:15 by Dwayne. 127 miles an hour. Bo Butner in his Mustang. Jim Butner Automotive. Hot Rod taking on Kevin Helms in his Hot Rod. Hey, look at this pair. Another one of the big dogs going home. Ooh. Helms in 9:49. Butner on a 10:21. Remember correctly, Kevin had another one of the big dogs in the opening round. What he can do against Bo. Top end winner picker says give it to Butner. 10:22 on a 21. 9:47 on a 9:49 by Kevin. It's Todd Hoban and Donnie Beeler roll in next. Donnie on the right side. Stick shift, 350. 91 Corvette, 1138 the handicap. 1074 by Hoban. He's going to have to sit and wait a little bit for that Corvette. Be off and right. It's a 400 cubic inch Pontiac V8. Car has to have a unique set of headers on it because it sounds completely different. 1074. We'll get to listen to it one more time at least. 74.3, dead on 3. 37.4 by Beeler, a little quick against his 38th dial. Kyle Ratcliffe taking on Randy Lynn Shipp, last week's champ in the Pontiac Firebird right side. Kyle Ratcliffe up on the left-hand side, the runner out of Denton, Texas. Handicap start, going to go to Randy Lynn. Kyle will be going to try and chase her down at the other end of the racetrack. Kyle's in, Randy's in, Pontiac's a pair. Sizing each other up for that finish line fight. Kyle Ratcliffe gets the win, 50 on a 39, 76 on a 65. Neither one of them wanted it. Wow. Kyle gets to come back and play one more time. Randy Lynn, after winning in Brainerd last week, her weekend's done. Steve Zorney, the wheel stand. McCormick Motorsports. Dodge Dakota in the left flank. Kenny Vaughn, right side runner, the 96 Corvette. Another stick shift Corvette. Mouse motored machine on the right side. Added second, third gear. Slams it into high. Corvette now trying to track down 360 cubic inches of Mopar at the finish line. Does it. Dead on 3 on a 1060 dial at 125, 1183 on the 1185, under by 14 thousandths of a second was Zorney. Ken Witcher, Jeff Harrington, number 8 in the world last year. The Cobra Jet out of Georgia. 302 combination for the late model. Factory stock hot rod. Super stock needs you to lay down. Super gas, you should already be there. Super stock needs you to roll in next, please. Super stock to the lanes. Witcher trying to hold off the Ford on the other end, goes too quick. 11:30 on the 33, 10:33 on the 1026 by Harrington. Tom Rambo's Camaro now gets ready to take on Scott Burton. Burton out of Front Range Drive Line, Golden, Colorado, coming down from one of those states that sells that wacky stuff. I'm not saying anything about Scott, I'm just making an allusion to the state of Colorado, where Scott is from. Airline pilot by profession. Burton over here on the right side. Rambo out of Washington County Heights, Ohio. Burton goes red. Wow, 007. Usually very adept at leaving the starting line with a great time. There's 007 red here. Rambo 11:16 on the 11:15. And into the round of 16. Nick Ryder, the 440 Mopar car, taking on Clay Arnett. Clay had to get around Bruno Massel in that opening round confrontation we saw earlier this morning. Arnett down in 9 flat. Nick on to the 11.03. 2 seconds. He's in trouble. He is in trouble. Nick just can't break out at the other end. He goes 11-12 to get the win. Clay Arnett's Camaro coming off the line. That Copo was not happy with the RPMs he chose to leave the starting line with. Yep. Jeff Strickland now getting ready to take on Tommy Turner. Tommy Turner not there. The Mustang not able to for round number 3. So Strickland will get the competition by run. The Berger Chevrolet. GM Parts now entering. Motor through 1056 at 107 miles an hour. Tough break there for the Mustang out of Tompkinsville. Strickland says, hey, I'll take it any way I can get it. Jimmy Parker's Corvette not able to answer the call. The F-Stock automatic machine would have been in a heads-up with Adam Davis. Corvette, if I remember correctly, had some issues on the last run. So Adam Davis says, hey, I'll take a competition by run too. It's like Strickland's car. We will be down to 15 cars now in stock eliminators. We work our way through the fields. 11:09, 104 miles an hour for Adam Davis. Super Gas getting ready to come up next. Warren sitting here going, Bob, hand me the microphone, please. Warren Evans, D3 TV. I'm going to sit here and tell you all about Super Gas.
He's kind of stretching those vocal cords out. So, yes, lots of stretching involved there. So you see the rosin going down out there, the gold dust. Shake it out of the can, rub it in a little bit, touch it up with some VHT on top of it, get it good and tacky. As we get set for the 990 cars, they will be up next. Super Gas coming up. Super Stock, if you're not in the lanes, we need you. Super Stock, you should be headed to the lanes if you're not already there. Super Stock, to the lanes. And a little while ago, we were kind of talking about who's watching D3 TV and where they are and how many countries around the globe, and it would surprise you at how many it is. It's a heck of a lot more than I ever thought it would be. And I can tell you that during that last round of Top Dragster, we actually hit a peak, the highest number ever of online views at any one time. So lots of folks tuning in, over 6,000 so far. That was a couple hours ago. So the numbers are good, and we appreciate the support and all the positive feedback. $9.90 on the big boards down there. They already know what they got to run if they can do it. First up, it's Kenny Threat out of Springfield, Tennessee. Left side, the 63 Corvette Roadster. Alongside racing Jason Lynch out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. For Cars Protection Plus, the GXP stages upright side. Looks like about half the class is Roadsters. and most of them are Corvettes. Kenny, Jason, off and running. On the throttle. Finish line says a 985 is better than a 983. So Jason Lynch moves on to the next round. He broke out by less on the double breakout. 985 to advance to the next round. It's Rusty Cook, Jack Collier coming up now. Cook, the Corvette Roadster, left side for Ohio Crankshaft. Jack Collier, right side, the 68 Camaro Roadster for Manpower and Collier Racing. Collier out of West Monroe, Louisiana. Rusty Cook out of Cynthia. Both of them launch, stop, and go again. Wow. How about a 007, 008, side by side, another double breakout. Identical 987 threes. Margin of victory, .0016. How about that? Just the difference in the reaction time. That is correct. Tim Powell, Skeeter Wayne, coming up now. Powell out of Ty, Georgia. For Royce Powell's Automotive Center. Skeeter Wayne in the little Roadster right side. Powell in the full-bodied Camaro. Finish line says another double breakout. 3 pairs in a row, 3 double breakouts, 989 left side for Tim Powell as your winner. For Skeeter Wayne, 985 and done. Carl Watts, Edmund Richardson. Watts out of Alabaster, Alabama. Edmund Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Watts, the 89 Cavalier left side, the Budweiser lane. Richardson, 69 Camaro Roadster. Pretty good. 988 takes out the 983. So Richardson, too quick, but better than the competition. So 5 pairs, 5 double breakouts. I would too if I hadn't seen it with my own 4 eyes. Jim Unum, the JMK Motorsports Chevy 2, sits in the water box right now in the Budweiser lane alongside Dwight Noost. Couts, Indiana, the 1982 Dodge Rampage. A lot of people have never even seen one of these before. We'll pull up TS Performance side. Green lights apparent. The guy with the 019 was 15 late. Look at that. 6 for 6. Double breakouts again. 988 right side for Dwight Noost. 983 left side for Unum. Noost moves on. Randy Side, 69 Camaro Roadster alongside the 63 Corvette Roadster of Steve Hoyt. Hoyt, number 7 in the world last year. At the finish line, well, look at that. They dialed him right. 990 with a 7 for Hoyt. Takes out the 990 with a 6 for Randy Sides. Both of them on the good side of the number. Dead on 990s, side by side. Steve Hoyt goes on to the next round. Jason Dickens, Springfield, Tennessee, the 78 Monza, coming out of the water box right now. I think I saw on the side it has Steve Schmidt power, alongside John Pelican, out of Attica, New York, Division I campaigner. for Kircher Construction 2013 Corvette. Super Stockers, you should be in the lanes. And first red light of the session, Jason Dickens. His day is done. John Pelican gets the automatic win, 983 at 163. John Pelican moves on to the next round. Dickens clicks it off early and will coast back to the trailer. Don O'Neill, Evansville, Indiana. The Motorsports Marketing Executive, driving the Camaro left side. Taking on Dean Mathauer. Newport News, Virginia. A heavy equipment operator driving the 67 GTO. Door slammers side by side. And the GTO was on it. 001 at the light, 991 at the finish line. 14 thousandths package for Dean Mathausen. Don O'Neill done with a 991. Super comp to the lanes. Super comp. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Justin Moser, Portland, Indiana. The Moser Engineering Corvette. Alongside Ray Connolly. Pair of heavy hitters in the class. Connolly, Elyria, Ohio. For Dart, Hoosier, K&N, Sparco, and VP. He'll pull it up right side. Finish line says a 991 on the good side for Justin Moser. Ray Connolly, 980.99, 1 thou from perfect, but he's on the wrong side of it. Moser moves on. One of these two will as well. Ryan Hart or Carl Root. Hart, the Camaro Roadster left side, out of Cordova, Tennessee. For Carl Root, Washington, Illinois, the home of the 63 Chevy 2. $990 with a 5 at 150. Ryan Hart moves on. Carl Root, 2 too quick. 988 at 159 ends the day. Francis Ross, Dwayne LaFleur. Camaro Roadsters, left side and right side. Ross, Division 1 runner out of Milford, New Hampshire. Dwayne LaFleur, Division 1 runner out of Clarence Center, New York. So 991 for Francis Ross. Gets it done. Dwayne LaFleur, 2 over. 992 to finish up the day. Super Gas in the books. Super Stock waits in the wings, and I'll turn it back over to Bob Unkefer to take you through it.
Supercom needs you to the lanes, please. Supercom to the lanes. Superstock getting ready to roll in. Thank you, Warren, for a little break there. I had to go scramble the brain a little bit, see if I could find some new words to use. I think I've consumed everything that's in my vocabulary so far. I want to put out a shout out to Redman. Already bailed on us, headed up to Indianapolis. He's up there getting everything lined up, taken care of. Redman says they got us playing on the PA. Lucas Oil Raceway Park up in Indy. Redman, I won't see you next weekend. I won't be there. So you take care of everything and make sure everybody in Indianapolis is happy next weekend. It's your job. Top Dragster needs you to lanes, please. Round number 3. Top Dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please, for round ready to come up. Top Sportsman, we need you to fall in right behind Top Dragster, if you would, please. Top Sportsman, right behind Top Dragster. So Super Stock, Super Comp, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. That means for all you guys over there in the Comp Eliminator pit area, if you've been paying attention all weekend, you know that once we call Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, we're going to be calling you real quick right behind them. So be forewarned. We are looking at calling you shortly. But right now, Top Dragster. Quarterfinals, Top Sportsman. Quarterfinals, we need you to the lanes, please. 8 cars in each category. Let's rock and roll. Super Stock. Round number 3 coming at us. 24 cars. We're going to whittle it down to 12. Had an interesting stat delivered a moment ago. When we get a quiet moment, I'll go over it with you. Just kind of goes to show how big this race is. We'll talk about that in a moment. Mark Nowicki taking on George Durham. First pair out. Stock eliminator. Red light stop. 002 on the tree. He was ready anyway. See what he does on that 964 number. Down the other end goes 966, 137. 11:08 by Durham. After a 23 foul and red line start. Johnny Armstrong, Super Stock A automatic Corvette, 427. 69 edition, taking on Irvin Johns, GTB automatic, the Indiana Johns. Chevy Cobalt here on the right-hand side. Small block LS1 power plant. Underneath the hood of the Suburban Heavy Haulers machine. Romping, stomping, 427 big block. For Armstrong there in the left lane. Handicap start. Going to go to Irvin. Trying to reel in, close up on that Cobalt. Top in, got him. 885, 137. 948 by Irvin. He gave up the stripe down there, and Armstrong kept coming. Took the stripe, got the win. 885. 137 miles an hour for the Super A automatic Corvette. Super Comp, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. Need you to lanes, please. Super Comp. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Drew Skillman rolls in. Alongside Matt Alvey. Be willing to bet Matt could tell me some stats from last year's basketball team. Got the big UK license plate on the back of the Pontiac Sunfire. Skillman in the gang coming down from Indiana. Ray Skillman Auto Mall. Ray Skillman 4. Factory Super Stock E Cobra Jet. 891 the dial. Alvey 961 the dial for the Pontiac. Coming out of the front right into that Mustang up, now giving chase. And the reeling in down at the other end of the racetrack. Coming. Not going to get him. 9:59 Alvey at 136, your winner. 889.6 double breakout. Win goes to Alvey by 14 thousandths. Lee Norton, 360 Duster. Taking on Steven Johnson, 427. Stick shift Ford. Classic, 67. Well, like you wouldn't believe. Been a record holder in the class. Super Stock D this weekend. They fluctuate between D and E. Back in the D this weekend. Handicap start, going to go to the Mopar. Then watch that Ford take off in pursuit. They're going to be coming hard. There's high gear. Coming. Top speed. Got him. 72.2 on a 73, under by 8. 59.5 on a 61, under by 15. Take the 15, subtract the 8, 7 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory for Johnson down at the other end of the racetrack. Ricky Pennington's Malibu. Now taking on Tyler Bohannon. Pontiac up on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in 10-23. Pennington dialed in 10-79. About one bulb on the tree. Half a second. Goes to Pennington. Here comes Tyler. Pennington trying to grab a little bit better reaction time. Pad his advantage, gets it. 78 on a 79, he's under by a hun. 10-17 on a 10-23. Tyler is under by a bunch. Tyler's day's done. Pennington will be back. Paul Hellenberg. Little yellow Chevy Cavalier taking on T.C. Morris. Small block Nova. Handicap start going to the small block in the Nova. Hellenberg using that GT combination. Going to be giving chase. Red light, good night for Hellenberg. I mean, Paul couldn't wait. Somewhat good size handicap start. Ellenberg day's done. 11:37 on the 11:42. TC saw the win light come on, said, hey, let's just run it out the back door, see what we can do. Brianna Kelly now rolling in her small block 84 Camaro left side. Tyler Green, Super B automatic. 454 Corvette. Wait for Tyler to move in. There you go. Here comes Tyler. Young Miss Kelly at the wheel of the Camaro. Trying to hold off the Corvette. Top end. Got it. 699 on a 99. Dead on 7. 9:51. Tyler got down the other end of the racetrack. Turned her loose. Said, hey, go get it. Brianna turned around and said, well, thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Ricky Bear's Camaro. Pulling in alongside Ricky Decker. He's one of those bets I'll make. $100 that Rick wins this race. Bear left side, 350 combination, 1057 to dial. Decker wheels down. Trying to keep his win streak alive, coming off the win up in Columbus at the Class Nationals last weekend. Coming. Got him. 92, dead on 0 at 125. 55.9 by Rick Bear on a 57 dial. Ricky Decker, 7 days. Lots of round wins. Keeps on going. Keith Lynch taking on Dan Steve. Keith, a 2-time world champion in super stock back in the 80s. Challenge. Diamond. I like that Chevy too. 52 on a 56 for your win. 122 miles an hour. Lynch red out of the gate. His day's done. Jeff Atkinson taking on Robbie Shaw. Robbie right side. Atkinson left side. Another one of the Pontiac Sunfire bodied machines. Atkinson giving chase at the stripe, catches him 950 at 131. 993 by Robbie, comes up 5 thousandths of a second short. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Johnny Livingston, I presume. Small block powered, 305-82 Camaro. If you took a look at the color of the car, what state would you tell me that car was from? Tennessee, the Volunteers. Oh, man. Thanks for playing. That's a parting gift. What do we have, Don Pardo? Jeff Taylor on the right side. Georgia white car from Georgia. Man. I'm going to fire you, Warren. Taylor coming on strong, top end, got him. 64.8 on a double breakout. He's under by 2. 70 by Livingston on a 74 dial. He's under by too much. Comp Eliminator needs you lanes behind top dragster, top sportsman, comp Eliminator. Come on down. Comp, it's your turn. We got them. We got those. Now we need you. Can't believe Oakman taking on Dave Dupps. Dave right side. Running out of Germantown, Ohio. Did you know that the largest concentration of uncifers in the country is in the Buckeye State? There is a concentration of uncifers. That's the way it goes. Well, we're already out of the gas and off the throttle. Wind's going to go to David, 10-16. 103 miles an hour. Problems for Emily going down the racetrack. Couldn't keep it under power. She crosses across at 87 miles an hour. Dave looked out his window and goes, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Time to tap the brakes. Slow it down a little bit. Mitch Truman coming up now as we've got a couple of stock eliminator reruns to throw at us. Get them taken care of. There goes PJ. Here comes Mitch. Remember, we had the critter down there in the photo cell for a couple of races. Threw up some air at times. Mitch Truman gets the win, 56.9. Beats a 50 with a 5 by 74 thousandths of a second as both drivers go under. Ben Wenzel taking on Mike McDonald now, our other rerun from Stock Eliminator. Telling you earlier, low mileage, one owner, clean, 67 Z28 Camaro. Race car all of its life. Ben grabbing gears, small block, 302 Z28 coming, top end can't do it, 22 on a 25. McDonald gets the win, 53 out of 58. Wenzel, 13 foul, too quick. Down at the other end of the racetrack in relationship to Mike McDonald's lap, Mike gets to come back for the next round. Wenzel's day is done. He'll be heading north. Lane choice early out on I-65 northbound. Or do a little track prep out there. Just want to share this with you. Talked earlier today about the importance of the race here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. From the 48 contiguous states here in the continental United States, we have cars on the grounds here at Beech Bend Raceway Park that represent 34 of those 48 states. Obviously, Alaska and Hawaii aren't included. But we have runners here from virtually every state in the union, except for Alaska, Delaware, Hawaii, obviously. Nobody from Idaho made the trek. No one from Maine, Maryland, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Dakota, Utah, Vermont, or Wyoming. Every other state in the country is represented here this weekend. 34 states. I mean to tell you. That's pretty impressive. Give yourself a pat on the back, Bowling Green at Beech Bend Raceway Park. All 7 divisions are represented. That's exactly right. Janice Swan, Julie Nash working their way down the racetrack now. This is round number 3. Super Cop coming at us. Janice gets the win. 91.8 beats a 91.6 by 21 thousandths of a second via the better reaction time. Top dragster, top sportsman, Cup eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Kevin Brandon and Jack Collier, good matchup. Collier out of Louisiana, the Manpower entry. Collier racing car on the right side. Brandon coming out of that hot town down in South Carolina called Boiling Springs. Springs of Boiling, it's got to be hot, right? Okay. Out of the Maddox race car stable, Collier right side. Brandon's your winner, dead on 216 on the tree for an 18-pack, 886 by Jack Collier, the 182 miles an hour, and his day's done. Blake Richardson and Johnny Deacons. Blake on the left side, young son of Edmond, coming up, earning his stripes, learning from Pops, doing good. On the right-hand side of the racetrack. Quick fuel technology machine. Got it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. 895, 165. Too quick by Johnny. 895, 1. Blake Richardson will get the win. Brad Plord pulls in. Still alive in stock. Still alive in Super Cup. Love to double up going into Indy. He's done it before. Did it at his home track out in Seattle. I believe he also did it up Brainerd. Tough gunner. Steve Hoyt, though, can't be taken lightly. Certainly not a pushover. They go. Plord goes 009, 895 for the win. 892 by Steve Hoyt, just a little bit tardy out of the gate. He comes up 27,000 short. Warren, did my Nova make it a while ago with the funky taillights? He did not. Well, he's still alive here in Super Cup, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. He's coming up in the water box. Greg True, Sherman Adcock. Rolling in, Sherman at the wheel, the Peak Antifreeze, American race car. Entry over on the right-hand side. Greg True out of Cleveland, Tennessee. In the law enforcement profession, and tip of the cap to Greg and everybody else. And now that's one light, gonna go to Greg. Craig, True. 890, 174, beats at 890 at 167. Just a few thousandths of a second difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Raymond Miller rolls in alongside Marshall Glass. Marshall heading over with the Canadian taillights. Now taking on Ray Miller. Out of Miller Race Cars, the builder, chassis builder out of Spring City, Tennessee, there on the left lane. Marshall off and running. Here comes Raymond. Going to try and sneak up from behind. Got him. 893, 174. Beats at 891 at 149. Miller had the better light. Able to get the one light by 17 thousandths of a second. Tim Papp taking out Jessica Bogacki last round. Now he pulls in alongside Luke. Tim's got to be sitting there thinking to himself, man, what's a guy got to do to get a break around here? Ain't easy. Son, you get down to late rounds of Super Cup, you never know who you're going to pull up alongside, but you can always guarantee one thing. They're going to be tough. No doubt about it. Pap left lane. Bogacki right side. Luke's in. Tim's in. 3-3. Good race. Should hear a whop whop about now. 893.4 beats an 893.5 by 4 thousandths of a second. There was 3 thousandths of a second difference off the starting line. That, boys and girls, pretty good old drag race. Kara Forbes and Scott Lamar here on the left side. Forbes clan out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. You know, I can see that town being named back about the Civil War time. They hid a bunch of horses in a cave. On a regular basis, but, you know, do whatever. It's one of those some days when I think about it, I'll Google it. 887 beats an 883. Kara will be back. Scott Lamar today is done. Double breakout win going to the young lady out of that aforementioned Horse Cave, Kentucky. Bill Riddle and Greg Krause. Krause out of Escondido, California. We got anybody from Minnesota? Yeah, we got Minnesotans. See, Greg could have claimed Minnesota as home base because, well, that's where he's from. Now lives out in SoCal. Taking on Bill Riddle out of Brighton, Michigan. 34 states represented here this weekend. I mean, that's like really cool. Impressive. Just show the importance of Beech Bend in this race. 891, Krause gets the win. Got down there and let Bill Riddle take the stripe. He went 886 after a 007 reaction time. All right, Kara Forbes got the win. Let's see what David can do. His American Race Cars entry taking on Danny Waters. I think I misspoke earlier and I scared the poop out of Dad down in North Carolina. I said Danny lost when he actually won. Danny Sr. was listening. He goes, good grief, Bob, don't do that to me. Sorry, Danny. Got a tough one here in Forbes, though. Let's see what shakes and bakes. Moser Engineering car over the right-hand side. Race cars in through there on the left. Out of the gate they go. 005, dead on one. How about a 6-foul package? That'll make Dad proud. 171 miles an hour, 888 by Forbes giving chase. 005 on the tree, dead on one. 6 down. Come and get you some of that, Danny Waters. Huh. Todd McCann left side. Justin Moser right side. Another Moser Engineering machine. Can coming from Colorado. Just to check, let's see what we've got from Colorado. We have 5 cars here from Colorado. Let me tell you, boys and girls, that's a fur piece. And a long ways across Kansas. I don't care how you cut it. That's a long drive. Kind of like driving across Texas. Just keep going and going and going and going. And it's not the Energizer Bunny, let me tell you. Todd McCann, Justin Moser. Waiting for somebody to stage. Finally in, and away we go. Well, I was going to have to come up with the Jeopardy theme song again. 888 and an 890. Well, the 890 will get the win because that's good. How about a 12-foul package for Justin Moser? 10 on the tree, dead on 2. 888 in the left lane for McCann, and that doesn't play so well. How about this? Our Corvette alive and well and kicking. Cropfield taking on yet another dragster. His day's been full of them. I got news for you. The guys in the left-hand steer cars love to come over. Mix it up with the dragsters and just kind of kick tail every once in a while. Make life interesting. Keep them on their toes. Corvette's in. Cropfield out of Ohio. Dragsters in. McAway out of Ohio. Second night to Rob. 894, 147. He gave up the stripe. Should have took it. Should have took it. Whew. Dead on, 890. The dragster there on the left-hand side of the racetrack, Danny Nelson. Batesville, Arkansas, base chassis builder. Blown big block Chevrolet. Car's been known to run top dragster. Car's been known to run Super Comp this weekend. Rolled through the gate. So let's play Super Comp this weekend. Just the throttle stop down to run 890, and he goes, well, almost 890, 885 at 198. 198 miles an hour. How'd you like to be cruising down there? Cruising along about 167 and have a 200-mile-an-hour rocket ship go by you. Yeah, it makes it kind of tough to judge down at the other end of the racetrack. Top dragster, round number 3. 8 cars left in competition, getting ready to roll around the corner. Top Sportsman going to be right behind them. 8 cars left in competition, round number 3. Comp Eliminator right behind them. 8 cars left in competition, round number 3. I think we have a pattern developing. Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car getting ready to come at. Second round of eliminations with 4 cars left in each category. Up next, round number 3, quarterfinals. Spitzer race cars, top dragster category. Craig Sullivan's Ford machine. On the left side, Lindsey Barker, the dentist. Out of Georgia. Over here in the right lane. 637 to a 623 dial, respectively, for the Georgia runner. Against that Ford car. Barker's in. Sullivan's in. A little bit better out of the gate. Young Miss Barker lined up the scoreboard. Young Miss Barker, 639, 205. 626 by Craig Sullivan. 219 miles an hour. Lindsey will be into the semifinals of our Spitzer race car, top dragster category. J.B. Strasweg open to join her. Hoping to. To do it, though, he's got to get around Jeff Strickland. Strickland, it won't be easy to get around. Car's been running on a whole big case of mean. Strasweg on a 643 dial is going to get a blink of an eye handicap start. Strickland will be rolling right up alongside of him there, about the 1,000-foot mark. About that point in time, you'll hear a whomp whomp on the throttle from one, if not both of them. They try to judge the finish line stripe. JB left side. Bleeding off some nitrous, balancing out the system. Strickland right lane. Looks like we still have a car on track down at the other end. So we're going to hold on just a moment. Thought it was rolling fast enough and had enough momentum to be able to get off down at the other end of the racetrack, and just now making the bend. Numbers coming up with some jumbled numbers up on the scoreboard. Our stock eliminator cars. Brad Plord sat and waited patiently. Clicked off a 009 light. See what Strickland and Strasweg can do. Now we get the top end of the racetrack cleared. All right, Strickland electing to do another burnout. JB says, I'm good to go. See who's got the better thought process in this pair. Jeff right side. Down in 637, 643 for JB. Lights up there, pretty good race shaping up. JB closing in top end, gets him 51 on a 43, 46 on a 37 by Jeff. Neither one of them wanted the stripe. JB finally said, well, okay, I'll take it. 4 thousandths of a second later, his scoreboard lit up. He's your winner. So he's into the final 4. Robert Houston now looking to get around Karma Hopper. Karma, who has used up some of her karma today. Looking to see if she can make the final 4 cut. Karma down in 641. Looks like the switch may have been broken on Karma's car. Nope. We got a nitrous problem. It doesn't look like it's going to work. David leans in, says, honey, do the best you can. Houston over the left side. They're trying to give him hand signals. What's going on with Karma's car? Oh, a little fender racing going on down there. 686, 163, 708 by Karma. I think she needed one more whomp on the throttle down there to come up from the aisle. That's one of those time slips you look at and you go, wow, the three ugly triplets of drag racing. Shoulda, woulda, and coulda. Joe Hessling up now, taking on Ross Larice. Wow. 2 American Bell race cars, 2 Pro-Charged powered engines. Both of them 540 cubic inches, 632 and 627. The dials respectively for Larice and Hessling. It should be a good one. Good battle down track. Oh, and Joe Hessling's machine. Big puff of smoke down there. That's not pretty. 633 Ross, 628 Joe. Joe lit up the scoreboard, but there at the finish line, that's a whole lot of smoke coming out of the back of Joe Hessling's car, and that ain't pretty. Send the guys out from the other end of the racetrack to check our racing surface down there. Shutdown area from the finish line on. Could have been exposed to nasty contaminants coming out of Joe Hessling's car. Could have been all up in smoke. Both cars cleared the top end of the racetrack okay. Wait for the crew at the other end to check out Joe's machine. See what we're dealing with. So the word that we're getting from the far end of the racetrack, it may have all been internal. And the smoke emitting from the exhaust system on the car, which if that's the case, it is, well, good for us and not so good for Joe, because that's usually indicative of a lot of, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Money needing to be spent on the inside of the engine to get it back proper conditions. So we may be down to 3 cars for a 4-car semifinal. Then again, it could have been just a line coming loose, dumping a lot of excess oil into something, and it all burned off. And hey, who knows? Have to wait and see who shows up for the final 4 in our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster category. Do want to put out a collective tip of the cap to everybody, and for everybody listening in along the road or on the way. We have announced several times over the weekend that the donuts were collecting for John Auer, one of our super stock racers that had been discovered a rare form of cancer recently. He's already started treatment. We did a little fundraising here this weekend, did a little collection, and just got word that they raised over $2,000 here this weekend to help out John Auer, super stock racer out of Missouri, with a little bit of expense on the cancer trail. So tip of the cap to everybody that helped out and contributed. Just kind of goes to show what kind of folks we have here in the sport of NHRA and Lucas Oil drag racing. Tip of the cap to the donors for doing their part to help out on the collection for John, and tip of the cap to everybody that helped out along the way. I know Redmond up in Indianapolis will pass the word along, and hey, might collect a little bit more up there from everybody in Indy. Sure, the donors are headed for Indy, and we'll be doing the same there that they have here. What if I could put a call-in order to the Hungry Hut? Think I could do that? What if they can hear me over there in the Hungry Hut? I don't think so. They're not waving back. Super Street, round 4, need you to lanes, please. Super Street, round number 4. Need you to lanes, please. Semi-finals now in our top dragster and top sportsman category. We saw the semifinals in dragster. We've got it whittled down to 4 and or 3, depending upon what the case might be for Joe Hessler. Our final 4 here in our Brodix. Steve Schmidt having a moment there. Couldn't think of Steve's name. Knew the shop, know where it is, could see the sign. Just sorry, Steve. So Brodix and Steve Schmidt race engines. Top sportsman semifinal. Excuse me, quarterfinals coming at us. 8 cars left. We're whittling down to our 4 semifinalists. Chris Nyergis, Jerry Albert. Jerry up with the Camaro, your reigning champ. Taking on Nyergis. He's already had a pretty good year. Let's see what Jerry can do with him here in the round of 8. Lights up the board, 92, 692 on a 688. 684 on a 679 by Chris. 18 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack for our points champ from 2014. See what Marco Abruzzi can do here with Joe Mahana. Owner-operator out of Louisiana. Tim McCamus Belt race car. The Leonard Bell engine. 811 big cubic inches. Not quite as big as Tommy Turner's, but close. Marco on the left side at 684. The Dow's going to go first. That low riding 57 going to be giving a whole lot of chase. Picking them up, putting them down. I got to tell you, Joe Mahana's car in the last 2 rounds. By Joe. 2 foul, 2 quick, and he's gone. 684 by Mark. 28 on the tree, a 30 foul package. Would have been tough anyway. Wow. Dead on 2 by Marco. Nice lap. Tony Fignelli taking on Tommy Turner. Here's the big motor in the class. 904 cubic inches underneath the hood of that Pontiac. I know, he gets it all underneath the hood of the Pontiac. It's a whole lot of power plant. Taking on Tony. Tony dialed in 686. Tommy dialed in 677. Oh my, Tony's car sashaying a lot leaving the starting line. Still able to pull it in at the finish line. 689, 200 miles an hour. 678 by Tommy. 8 mile an hour lap. You want to know how close that one was at the finish line? 4 thousandths of a second. I mean, that's close. Here's Jeff Barker. Picking up Kurt Frederick now. Profab chassis shop. 68 Camaro. Down in 681. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the staging lanes, please. Barker's going to be dialed in 665. Kurt dialed in 681. Runner out of Georgia taking on the runner out of Wisconsin. Here in Kentucky. Barker gets another round win. 6-5, dead on 6, 20 on the tree. Wind takes the win and the stripe by 4,000, 681.5. Wow. Frederick is 25 on the tree, runs dead on 5. Barker is 20 on the tree, runs dead on 6. Crazy, huh? Absolutely crazy. 4 thousandths of a second difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street needs you to the staging lanes. Next round of Cup Eliminator. Getting ready to come up next. Round number 3. Going to come at you. Little track prep down there. Make sure everything good, clean, safe, secure. Smooth starting line. Round number 3, comp eliminator. Ray Skillman has the on-lot bye run in this round of elimination, so he'll take the Beech Auto altered on down track. Save himself a little abuse on the competition index control. And I would say they're planning on a full bore attack, checking the wheelie bars, making sure everything there is set correctly. Should shut it off about now. And he did. Get the short numbers, put them in the computer, extrapolate them out to the long numbers. Jake Barrett's doing his burnout now against Troy Galbraith. Troy, one of the players, coming into the event, standing pretty tall in the points standings. Looking to add a few rounds of points, pick up a little momentum. See what he can do, but he's got Dick Maris in this round. Two cars coming out of the top echelon, or the upper echelon of the qualified field here this weekend. So we know both cars can run strong. So both cars can work their way through rounds. They've made it this far. Harris is going to get the win, though. 696, 192 miles an hour, 675. Troy at the other end of the racetrack comes up 34 thousandths of a second short. It's Greg Camplain now taking on your number one qualifier, Jason Cohen. This could be interesting. Camplain's Beech dragster laying down a very, very stout 678 last night. In the finals of our comp shootout. I do understand that is the first Beech dragster into the 670 zone. Bob Book listening in online, trying to keep track of his engine customers and competition across the country today. Going left side, going to get a handicap start with the low four-cylinder. He may have to push at the other end to get by Cohen. And he did, 688.3, 166 miles an hour. Moves on to the next round of elimination. A little tardy out of the gate. Cohen slowed up to an 819 at 154, and Greg kept his foot on the throttle all the way to the finish line, said, I want this one. Super Street, stock, super gas, super stock. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street, stock, super gas, and super stock. Need you to lanes, please. Super Cup, you'll be coming in right behind them. Whittling our field down to size slowly but surely. Robert Bailey's A dragster. Robert looking to keep the string alive. Oh, Glenn dead late out of the gate. Bailey top end gets him easy. 678, 183 miles an hour. 766 by Treadwell. Bettering his qualifying numbers, but dead late out of the gate. Cost him at the other end. Bailey moves on. I do believe we'd be down to the semifinals in Comp Eliminator. Super Street, stock, super gas, and super stock. Need you to the lanes, please. Semifinals coming at us now in our top alcohol dragster category. Gotcha. Coming alive. Whoa. Minor issue there, getting Brandon's car to finally come to life. But they did. So we will make a race out of it. Brandon Moore on the right side, coming off the win in St. Louis 4 short weeks ago. Randy coming off a nice run at Heartland Park, Topeka. And the team win with the team car up in Brainerd, Minnesota last weekend. The boys and girls have been busy on the road. But it has been productive time on the road. Randy with that interstellar 520 lap in the last round. Absolutely incredible run down the racetrack in the heat of the day. Brandon Boer knows that he's got to be on his game at cut a light. What, 541 in the last round, and that's not going to cut it against Randy Meyer. Another 520 lap for Meyer and the gang. 529, 271. Brandon went 542 at 269 and comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. Now Brandon grabbed the better light off the line and made it a close race down at the finish line. Meyer only eked out that win by 65 thousandths of a second. Brandon did what he had to do. He had the better reaction time. Tried to steal one, tried to get into the finals, just came up short. Now, who will Randy run in the final? Will it be Jared Dreher? Will it be Marty Thacker? Really a little interesting to note that both semifinals feature a blown alcohol car versus an injected nitro machine. Crew car clears the top end. I do believe we're ready to fire the next pair. Yep. Pull the gas can off, flick it over to nitromethane. Now we get the cackle. Now that it's burning on nitro, they'll bring Marty Thacker's car to life. Number 2 qualifier taking on number 3 qualifier. See who runs number 1 qualifier. 5:36 in the last round. He was able to get around Ashley Sanford. Lucas Oil Hot Rod. Jared with a 5:58 lap on his single run, where Dan Nolan was a no-show. So Randy Myers in the final. Question is, who's he going to run? Be an all-injected final, will he run another blown alcohol car for the Wally in the championship? At the lights, 5:36 beats a 5:38 by 48 thousandths of a second. Jared Dreher going to the final round. Good old drag race. Jared a little bit better out of the gate. Just kind of kept on going. Their 60-foot times identical. 330-foot, Marty Thacker was actually quicker. To the half-track mark, Marty Thacker was quicker. To the 1,000-foot mark, Jared Dreher's car started reeling him in. Quicker by 2 thousandths of a second, but building steam and able to get around him. Good old drag race. That was impressive. So it's Meyer, Jared Dreher, duking it out in the finals, top alcohol dragster. Now, top alcohol funny car, getting ready to come at us. Andrew Bowl taking on Raymond Drew. Talked earlier about the points implications for the battle going on here in the division. Andrew finished third last year. Raymond finished fourth last year. Both of them duking it out for the 2000. Long burnout for Drew. Down to the half-track mark. Could be burning up a little excess fuel. Could make the nose of the car a little lighter when they take off. On the other hand, could have been planned. Put a little extra heat in the motor by doing the longer burnout. All depends on what the crew chief wants. Drew coming in. 571 in the last round. Andrew on a 567 lap. He got around Rob Feister's car when Feister's machine broke. So the Hedman machine taking on Ray Drew Racing. Somebody's going to go to the final round. Question is, which is it going to be? .565, 255 by Bowl. 621 by Raymond. Car came off the line. I think it carried the front end there a little bit when it finally set it back down. A little out of the groove, tried to steer it back in. Came across the middle of the groove a little too quick. And now over to the other side. So was that long burnout figured, or did it become a problem? Well, that's for them to know and us to speculate about. But Andrew, into the finals, in our top alcohol funny car category. Crews will head down to chase down their cars. Chris Foster, Todd Robertson, get ready to do battle next. Before we fire the next bear, I do want to let our racers know that if you have payout coming from the event here today, payout will be at the front gate. You can pick up a check on the way out or ride the scooter or the golf cart up there and get it all taken care of beforehand. Here's an idea. Driver could go on the scooter or the golf cart to the front gate to pick up the check while everybody else loads the car. Hey, I like that idea. Worked for me. Chris Foster comes to life now. Interesting that the final 4 cars were all top 4 finishers, top 5 finishers last year in the points chase. Todd Robertson, who had that there's Robertson. Todd, who had that 5th place finish last year, currently leading the points back here in 2015. The Eaton gang out of Michigan, bringing their hot rod down, qualifying number 4. They got to get around a tough customer though. Chris Foster, he's been tough all weekend long. Qualifying quite well, a couple of laps in the 560 zone. Used the 570 in the opening round to get around Wayne Butler's hot rod when Wayne left him sitting on the starting line. They got out of the group. Chris Foster's had his lucky run today. See what Todd Robertson, the current points leader, can do for him. Now Robertson in the last round kicked off that 568 lap. It's earned him lane choice, the right to tell Foster to say, hey, you're going over the other side. Now, is there any disparity in this racetrack? Folks, I haven't seen any all weekend long. This is the pick-em track. Robertson, though, just has that psychological advantage. You're going over there. Let's see how it works. 568, 3-252. Doesn't have lane choice going into the finals, but they know that the Eaton car, Todd Robertson at the wheel, has put down back-to-back 5.68 second laps. Chris Foster at the hit. I mean, the car jumped up on the tires, basketballed him a little bit. Foster looking out the front windshield of that Mustang. Knew at that point in time Robertson was picking him up, putting him down. There wasn't going to be a whole lot of catching him. So he just coasted through it, a 9:54 lap. Tough break for your number 1 qualifier. Go out in the semifinals. Nice win for Todd Robertson. So we'll have Andrew Bowl coming in with a 5:65 elapsed time. Taking on Todd Robertson coming in with a 5:68 elapsed time. Super Comp, need you to lanes, please. Super Comp, need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down Super Street. Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock should already be there. Super Comp, need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Once again, racers, do want to remind you, payout, it'll be at the front gate. Payout at the front gate. You can ride your scooter or your golf cart up, collect your winnings while the rest of the crew loads the car for you because, well, that's why they came. Isn't that right? Okay. To the victor go the spoils. You got money coming, by gosh and by golly. Even if it's only a couple of rounds worth. That's still money that, well, you earned. Now, you might have to spend all of it to feed the crew on the way home. Seen that movie happen many a time, but hey. Payout at the front gate for all of our competitors that have payout coming from the race here at Beech Bend Raceway Park this weekend. Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, and Super Comp. Need you to lanes, please. Scotty Rideshield taking on Jeff Mandel now, last year's defending champion. We're going to see if he can go from the quarterfinals to the semifinals. Got to get around the Profab at Camaro. Over here on the right-hand side to do it. Category, he's done it. Red line start by Mandel. Look at Scotty. Drip, zip, perfect. Runs down and goes 10.89.8 at 145. 10.82 by Mandel after that 007 red. Gary Horseman taking on Alex Miller. Big block powered Monza. Big block Ford powered Falcon. Better light to the Falcon. Whops the throttle once. Goes dead on 7 at 134. 10.89.3 Alex Miller. A little quick with the Monza down the other end of the racetrack. His day's done. Horseman moves on. Tyler Smith. Take it on Don Strickland now. Little El Camino. 21-year-old youngster at the wheel. His youth and skill can overcome age and treachery. Don has a few years experience on young Tyler. Yep, looks like the age and treachery overcame the youth and skill. 10.88 beats a 10.87. 128 miles an hour, 10.87, 138 by Tyler. Strickland will be back as our final four. Craig Meyer up to 62 Plymouth Fury. Love it. Tony Leonard, MVPSportswear.com. One of our runners down from Hastings, Minnesota. 34 states represented here this weekend. That's pretty cool. Minnesota certainly not the farthest away, but also not right around the corner. Tony gets to stay a little while longer. 10.89, 120, 10.85 by Craig Meyer at 135 miles an hour. Tony gets to stay a little bit longer. Makes me think of an old Jackson Brown song. Won't you stay? Never mind, I won't sing. Had a pretty good day. Haven't had to gargle, unfortunately. Of course, then I don't know if my mouthwash is still over there in the trailer or not. They may have already left for Indy. Funny cars making their way back to the pits. Dragsters making their way back to the pits, getting ready for the final round. We'll be coming up here in just a little bit as we continue to work our way through our Sportsman categories. Looks like our stockers lined up over there in the staging lanes, getting ready to come around the corner. Started out with 113 stockers. We're down now to 15. And I will bet you in the first pair, the black and silver Chevrolet wins. Warren sitting up here craning his neck going, well, duh. Interesting to note as we're sitting there in the tower and I'm looking down on the staging lanes, 15 cars left, stock eliminator category. And out of those 15, only 3 of them are new factory stock cars. And it appears the 2 of them got to run each other. For everybody who's a fan of the old school, just enough to make you go, Lee Zane, you're welcome. Another former world champ checking in. 15 cars left, lead stock eliminator. Johnny Rakes taking on Mitch Truman, a.k.a. New Bomb Turk. Big block Chevelle. Small block late model Camaro. Green and green. A little bit better out of the gate. New Bob Turk at the stripe. He gets the win. 1060 at 125. 1052 for Johnny Rakes at 123. And Mitch Truman on to the quarterfinals. Kyle Ratcliffe now looking to take on Mike McDonald's machine. A 350 72 Nova. Taking on that fuel-injected LT1 Pontiac Firebird. Indiana versus Texas here in Kentucky. Way too early out of the gate. Mike McDonald gets the easy one. Pete'll have to go back to the pits and slap Kyle around a little bit on that one. 11:24, 115. I think Kyle may have left on Mike's light. And that's no bueno. Kenny Vaughn sits and waits patiently. Stick shift Corvette, 350 mouse. Matt Morris, 283. Automatic, 66 Chevy 2. Kenny Vaughn, 1060. Going to give up not quite a 2-second handicap start to the little small block Chevy Nova. Trying to track down Morris at the other end, can't do it. 12:17, 105. Kenny Vaughn goes 10:51. 126 miles an hour. So Morris gets to bring the Chevy 2 back. Bo Butler now taking on Jeff Harrington. All you can say to this pair is, Number 8 in the world taking on number 3 in the division. Battle of the Cobra Jet. Factory stock E. May be a situation where one driver wants a little bit more than the other. Bo goes 009, 28 on a 23. Harrington's a little bit later on the tree, 68. Runs 28 on a 26. Todd Hoven now taking on Brad Plort. D-Stock automatic, 400 cubic inch Firebird. Bradley at the wheel of the 66 Chevy 2, 283. Bradley on a 1222 dial. Hoven on a 1072. Brad had an 015 light, was laid out of the gate by comparison. 24 on a 22 gets the win. 77 on a 72. Hoven was 001. Gave up the stripe. Brad proudly took it down at the other end of the racetrack. Jeff Strickland now taking on Tom Rambo. The Berger Chevrolet, GMPartsNow.com entry. One of 2 late model. Factory stock hot rods left. Tommy Rambo's little 327 Camaro left side. This will be a good race. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. The win light's going to go to Rambo. We are down to 1 factory stock hot rod. 11:15 the winner for Rambo at 112. 10:39 double breakout. Loss goes to Strickland, Adam Davis, and Nick Ryder. Just about to wrap up this session. We'll be down to 8 cars left in stock eliminator. Davis and Ryder want to be one of those Elite 8. Question is, who's it? Wilson. Using my best Scooby-Doo voice, that's all I can say is ruh-roh. Adam Davis, 005, dead on one. How about a 6-foul package? Take care of Nick Ryder's 440 Charger at 120 miles an hour. Tommy Mattingly, the L stock automatic entry. Motored on down the racetrack. He will be part of the Elite 8. As we continue on, 1170 takes him through the program and into the final 8 cars left in stock eliminator. Top Dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top Sportsman right behind him, if you would, as well. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas getting ready to come up since Warren Evans lives for Super Gas. He's already over here kicking me in the shins. Get out of the way, Bob. Get out of the way, Bob. Okay, Warren, here you go.
Well, thank you, Bob. Get out of the way. I am ready for Super Gas, because I'm a big fan of left-hand steer roadsters. And so I've got about 8 of them to look at, looks like, something like that. Super Gas, I believe this would be round number 4, perhaps. 11 cars. John Pelican, Attica, New York, driving the 2013 Corvette Roadster. See, I told you there was one. Alongside racing Jason Lynch out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. For Cars Protection Plus, he'll stage up the Pontiac GXP right side. Neither driver too anxious to pull into the bulbs there. John's in, Jason's in to the pre-stage side. Pelican slow. Green lights pairs ahead. At the finish line, it's going to be the runner out of New York for the win. Dead on, 990 with a 3 at 151. Jason Lynch, 1 under 989 at 160. Took the stripe, broke out by 1. Dean Mathausen, Newport News, Virginia. Had the 9900 last time. Yellow alongside the Camaro Roadster, Jack Collier. Collier out of West Monroe, LA. Finish line, the double breakout. Jack Collier, 988 with an O. Better than the 987.7 for Mathausen. Jack Collier moves on to the next round. One of these two will as well. Dwight Noost or Edmund Richardson. Noost, the pig farmer, out of Couts, Indiana. Dodge Rampage machine, the Budweiser lane. In the TS Performance lane, Edmund Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee. That is who's going to turn on the wind bulb? How about Dwight Noost? He's safe. Fact, 990 with a 6, 149. Edmund goes 1 under 989, and he'll load it up on the trailer. Ryan Hart, his Camaro Roadster alongside Justin Mosier. Mosier, the Corvette Roadster for Mosier Engineering. Another win in the left lane. Ryan Hart, the double breakout, 988, better than the 986 for Justin Mosier. Francis Ross, Milford, New Hampshire, the D1 runner. alongside the runner that was number 7 in the world last year, Steve Hoyt, out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hoyt, the 63 Corvette Roadster, right side. So Francis and Steve getting set to head down track. Finish line's going to decide it. It is Steve Hoyt. He's safe by 1, 991 at 166, 986 and out for Francis Ross. Tim Powell gets the bye run into the round of 6 cars. Tim Powell, tie, Georgia. The 85 Camaro. He did win at Atlanta. Has that on his resume. Time to pick one up here. At the finish line, 990 with a 2. Dead on with a 2 for Tim Powell. So that wraps up Super Gas. 11 goes to 6. Super Stock. So again, racers, if you've got money coming, you can come running to the front gate. Cash payouts will be done at the front gate. So if you've got some winnings coming to you, stop by up there and pick up your hard-earned cash. So a little bit of touch up on the starting line right now. Doing some prep there. Right side just finishing up. Moving the blower over to the left side. And as soon as our chief starter gives the thumbs up, we'll be ready to go with Super Stock. And the sheet says 12 should be coming back. Haven't done a count yet, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. There are 12 sitting over there, ready for their next round of eliminations. Top dragster, top sportsman, to the lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman, to the lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman. We need you to the lanes.
Alrighty, Super Stock. 12 cars left, is that what I heard you say? Did you have to use your toes to count that high? Just use your feet. Oh, hey, good thinking on your part. Woo! Look at Warren go. Man's on top of it. Brianna Kelly, TC Morris, Chevy 2, Camaro. Brock comes down track, says, hey, we're good. Fire the next pair, let's go. So we do. Brianna dialed in, 998, 1140 the dial for TC. Of course, wheeling that little 66 Chevy Nova. Looking at some interesting pairs coming up here in this round of Super Stock. Could be fun. Get top dragster, top sportsman. Need you lanes, please. Top eliminator. That's your first as well. Brianna out of the gate. TC off and running. TC Morris goes, one dead on 8. Throws a 9 foul package at Brianna. Says, you ain't going to get this. And she didn't. Brianna's day comes up short at 12 cars. TC moves on to 6. Johnny Armstrong taking on Mark Nowicki. Super A automatic. 427 Corvette. 360 power Dodge Avenger, right side. GT car, 966. Well, I tell you what, Armstrong has been rocking the tree all day long with that Corvette. Did it again. And carries it over for the win. 879 on the 878. 965 Nowicki on a 966 dial. Scratch off the M&M car from your entry list as far as those left in competition. Ricky Decker taking on Dave Dupps. SBC Dave. The Cobalt out of Ohio. 985 the dial, 992 for Ricky. Wow. Won the race last weekend in Columbus at the Northern Class National. Going rounds here, down to 6 cars with a 10:02 and 118, 10:05 by Dupps after the red light start. Ricky Pennington taking on Steven Johnson. Steven back over on the side of the racetrack. His day. Our weekend is over here on the right-hand side of the track. Man, that 427 Ford has been pounding the starting line, and Steven just missed it. Ricky Pennington to take the Malibu in. Down to 6 cars as we continue on. 327 Malibu. Good looking hot rod. Moving on one more round. Dan Steed should be taking on Jeff Atkinson. Is Jeff's car not here? Oh, there it is, right in front of the tower. Being hidden by the base of the window on me. Looks like we spotted another errant piece of paper down track. Wind whistling a little bit stronger today than what we have from a slightly different direction. Give me a bit of an issue with some errant paperwork as it blows through. Already had a couple of reruns. Don't want to have any more. At least like to try to avoid any more. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes. Come on down. Willie Evans out there. Should have known Jeff was around. All I had to do was look down to the starting line, see Willie. Steve there, 66 Chevy 2. Atkinson, the Pontiac Sunfire. GTB automatic, 946 dial. Taking on Dan Steed's GTI automatic. Chevy Deuce, 1053. A little bit over a full 2 bulbs on the tree. Handicap start going to the Nova. The Chevy 2. The Deuce. Is he going to be trying reeling him in? Going down to 6. Somebody's going to get a free ride to the final round out of the final 6. Once we get to 3. Good race, shaping up, top end, gonna go to Steed. 53 on a 53, dead on 0 at 123 miles an hour. 9:45.9 by Atkinson, missed it by that much. He said holding his fingers just a little bit apart. Jeff Taylor on Matt Alvey. Another pair of GT cars, GTB automatic left lane. GTD automatic on the right-hand side. Dead on 8 by Matt. Jeff was holding 300 as they went by the Christmas tree. Held on to win by 1 down at the other end of the racetrack. So that'll put that session. Stock eliminator in the books. Or excuse me, super stock, I should say, into the books. Now down to 6 cars. Super Cup coming at us. 13 left. We'll be down to 7. Top dragster. Cop eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Top dragster. Top sportsman. Cop eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Stock eliminator. Get them ready. We're going to be calling you here in just a bit. One order next after Cop is stock, super gas, super stock. So just be advised and be aware. I turned around, look at Warren. You know, just to look and see if he wants. He's sitting there with his hand out. Give me the microphone, Bob.
Well, yeah, I want it. I don't know if people out there listening want to hear it, but my turn now for Super Comp, the 890 cars. What'd you call these before? Track darts? Track darts. A lot of long, skinny cars left in competition here. All trying to hit that 890 number. Dean McElvain. He builds them, he sells them, he races them. McElvain race cars. Entry left side alongside Dennis Swan. Swan out of Mooresville, Indiana. The Ruman chassis race to win entry. And it's going to be Dean McElvain, 890 with a 2 at 171. Janice Swan, 2 quick, 888. 2 more coming up. Left side, it's Kevin Brannon. Boiling Springs, South Carolina for Maddox Race Cars. Number 5 in the world last year. He'll pull up Budweiser side of the track. In the TS Performance lane, it's Greg Kraus, Escondido, California. For Mazier.com, a worthy chassis entry. Been doing this for 30 years. throttle, away they go. There's a reason you're number 5 in the world. You can cut a light. 008 on the tree, 891 at the stripe for Kevin Brannon. He is your winner. 180 for the speed. Right side, a little bit under the number. Going to go home. Kara Forbes out of Horse Cave, Kentucky, pulls up next alongside Danny Waters, LaGrange, North Carolina. Kara is a restaurant manager. Danny, a professional drag racer. Both of them American Race Cars chassis. Kara running for Lucas Oil VP Cash Motorsports. Danny Waters representing Duzen. Side by side stripe, a double breakout win goes to Danny Waters. He's 889. Waters your winner. Forbes 888 and done. Greg Troop comes up next out of Cleveland, Tennessee. He is in law enforcement. His competition runs a race car for a living. That's Luke Bogacki. Cool hand Luke. 2013, he was number 1 in Super Comp. Number 5 in the division last year out of Carterville, Illinois. 2 world championships, 1 in Super Comp, 1 in Super Gas. Both of them trying to go 890. Bogacki had some room. He's 002 on the tree, 893 at the big end, 175 for the speed. Cool hand Luke takes the win, takes out the dead on 890 for Greg True. Coming up now, 2 more. Raymond Miller, number 8 in the world, Spring City, Tennessee. He is what? That guy builds race cars too. If you've ever heard of Racecraft Chassis, that's the guy that puts them together, the runner out of Arkansas. Get some big guns. At the finish line, another double breakout. 889.8 for Raymond Miller. He is your winner. Danny Nelson, 889.0. Not quite close enough. Miller moves on. Brad Plord, another single-digit car, number 7 in the world last year. Alongside Blake Richardson, the young man out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Richardson pretty comfortable nestled down there in the American Race Car Chassis machine. Running for Jags and Strange and Brodix, representing the Richardson. Pretty close off the starting line. Blake a little better at the start. Blake a little better at the finish. 891 at 158 for Blake Richardson. Brad Plord out of here. 892 at 158. I have no idea what Bob Unkefer just read, but I might have to pick him up off the floor if it continues. Justin Mosier gets the bye into the next round. Mosier out of Portland, Indiana. For Mosier Engineering, left side of the track. And he'll take the single, get it dialed in for the next round. Coming up after this will be Top Dragster. $889.9. Oh, so close. About got her dialed right. 889 at 183. We need Super Street and Stock to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, Stock, back to the lanes. Once again, Super Street, Stock to the staging lanes. Bob's going to take the microphone away from me.
Semifinals coming up. Top dragster, top sportsman, comp eliminator. We're getting down to the really nitty-gritty, nitpicky time of day. And what a beautiful day. I mean, it has been stunning. A little cloud cover this morning. Woke up and turned on the local forecast and the Weather Channel. Of course, then again, you can't believe anything the Weather Channel does. There was a possibility of some green spots moving over the top of it. Man, we haven't seen anything, and right now, those of you that just happen to be listening and can't see the video, man, we got lots of blue skies, white puffy clouds overheads, and it is gorgeous. Vance Houston coming up, one of our final four here in our top dragster category, led by Spitzer Race Cars. Lindsey Barker right side. Somebody going to go to the final round. Question is, who's it? Two pair to go to figure out who's going to be in the finals. Red light start by Vance Houston. 21 too quick out of the gate. 6:41. 189 miles an hour. Lindsey into the final round of top dragster. Now, who will she run? Well, as they say, we're fixing to find out. It's going to be JB or Joe. Well, we know now it's going to be JB because remember that last round, Joe Hessling got down the other end of the racetrack and a big old puff of white smoke came out of the back of his American Race Cars machine. Obviously, the damage, at least as severe as we initially thought, is not able to answer the bell. So JB, the dragstersforsale.com team, taking on Lindsey Barker, the finals of our Spitzer race car, top dragster category. Now JB can stage, take a green light and back out and go put it back in the pits and service it and get it ready for the finals if he wants. I don't see that in their immediate game plan. Not after doing the burnout that he did. Bleeding off the nitrous system. And being as careful to stage as he is. Nope. Didn't think so. Just a little bit early once he got down the other end of the racetrack. So they'll take their intermediate times, figure out what it would have run, figure out what they want to dial, and bring it back up for the finals. Of our top dragster category, that'll be coming up in just a little bit. Hey, you asked me what I was laughing about a while ago. I'll tell you in a minute once we get done with the semifinals, top sportsman. I was laughing over the power of the internet and the ability to reach out to those that are listening. I'll pick that back up in a minute. Tony Fideli, I tell you, he used up every bit of that burnout box. I mean, that car came out of the left and sashayed over to the right. We brought that Pennsylvania-based machine to a stop out there just past the 60-foot timer. Marco Abruzzi, meanwhile, pretty much straight and true out of the water box, backs right up on top of his burnout. Is that going to make a difference? Good. Speculated earlier about the alcohol funny car burnout being a long one, maybe taking too much weight off the nose. Car got a little loose and crazy. Tony's burnout not exactly straight and true, so he really doesn't have good tracks to back up in. Now, we have seen an excellent racetrack all weekend long here at Beech Bend. And I do mean that from the bottom of my heart. Good launch, both cars. A little bit better out of the gate. Marco, top end. It's going to be Tony. 688.8, 201. 683 for Marco. Takeout down at the other end of the racetrack. Tony Fignelli taking a Pontiac into the final round. He'll run either Jeff Barker or Jerry Albert. I do remember these two squaring off in the late rounds in St. Louis. I don't remember if it was the semifinals or the finals in St. Louis just a few weeks back. Barker, your reigning Division II champ, left side. Albert, your reigning Division III champ, right leg. I could dive into the computer and tell you, but by the time I could dive into the computer and look it up, I honestly just don't remember. Semifinals or finals? I don't remember it being the finals. I want to say it was the semifinals, like here. Jeff Barker getting that win in St. Louis a couple of weeks ago, so obviously Uncle Albert over here on the right side owes him one. Or at least in Jerry Albert's mind he does. Jeffrey Barker certainly doesn't think so. No. Handicap start goes to Albert. He grabs a little bit more off the line at the stripe. It's Barker getting the win. 67 on a 66. 92 on an 89. Albert got down there and turned him loose. Barker took the stripe by 7 thou and gets the W to go along with it. Wow. Stock Eliminator, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Cup, Super Street. Need you back to the lanes, please. Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Cup, Super Street. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. Come on down, boys and girls. Stock Eliminator, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Cup, Super Street. Come on, come on. You're still alive. Head on back to the lanes. Let's get ready to rumble. Comp Eliminator semifinals. Robert Bailey, Greg Camplain. Now last night, this was the finals of our Spitzer race car into gear comp shootout. Gentlemen already earning points towards next year's shootout. Right out of the gate and running. Grabbed a little bit better light than did Bailey. Top end, those going to Bailey. 663. 205 miles an hour, 690 by Camplain at 167. Robert Bailey into the finals up top. Second race in a row. Dick Maris or Ray Skillman's going to run Robert Bailey in that final round. Maris out of Montgomery, Texas. 70 years young, the Pro Start chassis machine, former division champ. A couple of decades ago. Won it all back in 1979. You think the man hasn't been around the sport for a day or three? Ray Skillman driving that Chevrolet-powered Ford Mustang-bodied entry over there. Of course, the gang out of Ray Skillman Auto Mall, big supporters here in Division III competition. Part of that bonus fund package that all the comp racers race for. Check the height of the wheelie bars on the back of the Mustang. The B Econo altered car. Shut the door, snap the button to hold the plexiglass in. Skillman's into stage. Both CIC. Nick Maris trying to come up from behind, top in, not going to do it. 764 Skillman, 175 miles an hour, 694 Maris, 7 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Incredible. 64 beats a 94. They were separated by 2 foul off the starting line, separated by 7 foul at the finish line. Again, stock, super gas, super stock, super comp, and super street. Need you back to the lanes, please. I made the comment earlier today about having to look up Horse Cave, Kentucky, right? You know who Dennis Weiniger is. Dennis Weiniger is the director of the NHRA Announcers Guild. Well, good old Dennis gets online and figures out the town was settled by Major Albert Anderson in the 1840s. The man who donated the land for Horse Cave, Kentucky, did so on the provision that it be named after the nearby Horse Cave. The community around the station developed very quickly. Post office was erected in 1860. City was formally incorporated by the State Assembly in 1864. The cave for which the city is named, there is a cave, is located on the south side of Main Street. There are various explanations given for its unusual name. One is that the Native American Indians are outlaws, hid horses in the cave. Another is that an early carriage may have lost a horse when it fell into the opening by accident. A third reason involves the 19th century use of horse as a slang term for any 3 TV reporting in via modern technology and text messaging. Thank you, Dennis. For that, we'll give you an attaboy at the meeting in Indy next week. Except I won't be there. All right, stock, super gas, super stock, super comp, super street. Need you to lanes, please. Down to super stock, super gas, and stock. It's like our Super Street semifinalists getting suited up. See if our defending champ can go 2 more rounds and take home the trophy one more time. He got a few competitors standing in his way yet, but he's certainly worked his way through a multitude of race cars to get to this point. Again, stock, quarterfinalists, 8 cars left. Super gas, quarterfinalists, 6 cars left. Super stock with 6 cars left, we need you. Super comp down to 7. Super street, our 4 semifinalists. In the lanes, I think suited up, pretty much ready to go. Boys and girls, guys and gals, we need you to the lanes. Come on down. Super Street missing 1 car, Lear, 51. Tony Leonard, need you to the lanes, please. Tony Leonard, Super Street. Chevy Nova, I do believe, need you to the lanes. Eight cars left in stock eliminator. 4 pairs coming at you. Going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists here in just a moment. All right, here we go. 8 cars left. Quarterfinals, stock eliminator. Bo Butner, the last remaining factory stock hot rod. Last of the late model drag packs, Cobra Jets and Copos. Bo taking on Tommy Mattingly. 65 Chevelle's going to get a pretty significant head start, 1170. The Dow for the 327 long run. Bo will be giving chase. For Jim Butler Auto Sales. Bo Butler trying to go to the semifinals. Going. Dead on 3. 1023 on a 1023 dial. 1171 by Mattingly on his 1170 dial. Giving it up just a little bit too much down there at the other end of the racetrack. Mitch Truman, a.k.a. New Bomb Turk. Taking on Tommy Rambo. G-Stock Automatic 327 Camaro. Go first. The late model, fuel injected 350 Camaro. Mitch Truman going to be giving chase, and he does not stay. Mitch Truman gets a free ride to the Final Four. Tom Rambo rolled in, lit the bulb. Mitch Truman rolled in, lit the bulbs. Rambo's light, the stage light, never did activate. He never rolled in. So Truman will move to the Final Four. Mike McDonald gets ready to take on Brad Plord. Interesting variation in the burnouts. Next two competitors. McDonald getting up on the tires and just really heating them up strong. Plord doing it the way really some of the tire people say to do it. Just enough heat to clean them off. Don't need to lay out a John Force burner. There goes Brad. Here comes McDonald. What if we're going to end up with an all Chevy 2 final round? Well, one way or the other. McDonald goes 25 on a 24, 12:26 on the 22. Brad gave up the stripe, and McDonald took it by 0.3 of a second. Matt Morris and Adam Davis roll up our final pair. We will be down to 4. Morris left light. 12:16, 1097 to dial by Adam. Morris out of New Haven, Kentucky, trying to go to 4. Not going to make it. 1098 on a 1097 by Adam. 12:14 on the 12:16 by Matt. Came that close. He said holding his fingers just a few millimeters apart. Super Gas. Nope, Super Street semifinals coming at us. We will be down to the final 2. We get done with this pair. Gary Horseman, 427 Falcon, taking on the defending champ, the Fast Loop. 69 Camaro for the runner out of Indiana. 69 Corvette bodied entry. Big block Chevrolet Corvette, big block Ford Falcon. Not often you have a early 60s Falcon in race trim. We not only had one here, we had 2 in St. Louis. .427 Falcon for Horseman. We're going to go to the final round. Got to get around to the champ. Going to be an interesting race. I don't care how you got it. Difference off the starting line in reaction times, 3 thou. Win light goes to Scotty Reinschild. He was 3 thou slow. Goes 1092 at 145. 1093 by Horseman on the other side of the racetrack. So the champ going back to the final round. Leonard out of Hastings, Minnesota there in the left lane. Taps the brakes at the stripe, goes 1092 at 113, 1085. Strickland on the right-hand side. So Tony Leonard into the finals with the defending champ. We know our finalist in Top Dragster. We know our finalist in Top Sportsman. We know our finalist in Comp Eliminator. Now we know our finalist in Super Street. Comes Super Gas. Ryan Hart taking on Timmy Powell. According to my sheet, 6 cars left. We'll be down to 3. Green light's a pair. Powell on the left side, trying to parlay a better light to a win. He does. 18 on the tree. Dead on 1 for a 19 package by Powell. Ryan Hart goes 993. Comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. Jack Collier's Camaro Roadster taking on the Corvette Roadster of Steve Hoyt. Guarantee you winner of this pair is going to be a Roadster. Question is Corvette or Camaro? Going to be Collier, dead on 0. 9,900 beats a 9,908 by 2,000ths of a second. Dwight Newst. Joe Pelican. Excuse me, John Pelican. Corvette over here on the right-hand side. Runner out of Attica, New York. Another one of these states heard from here this weekend. White, the farmer out of Indiana. 82 Dodge. Last time you saw a Dodge Rampage anywhere. Yeah, that's where I point. You haven't seen one in a long, long time. Kind of like the Colorado runner that runs the 40XP. When's the last time you saw a 40XP anywhere? Out of the gate they go. Dwight hammering the tree a little bit better. Dwight goes 994, comes up short by 12 thousandths. 991. Pelican gets the win at 159. Dwight was better out of the gate, but better at the stripe was Pelican, and we are down to 3. In Super Gas. Super Stock getting ready to come around the corner. I do believe there are 6 left in our Super Stock category. Jeff Taylor. Let's see if Ricky can keep his win streak going. Tough one there against Taylor. Jeff's already slowing up. Yep, Ricky keeps it going. 10:14, 107 miles an hour by Ricky. 11:78 Jeffrey. Problems down track for his GT car. DC Morris hustles back his Chevy 2. 283L automatic. Taking on Ricky Pennington's Malibu. GTJ, the stick shift, small block. Malibu out of Alabama. $11.37, 114 by TC, 10.75 and 119 by Pennington. A little bit of braking down there at the other end of the racetrack for TC. Dan Steed. He gets to take on John Armstrong's big block Corvette. I'm telling you. John has been a man on a mission this afternoon. The runner all the way from Nova Scotia, Canada. Let me tell you, folks, if you're geographically challenged, Nova Scotia is over on the far east side. There's one more round. Dan Steed lights the big red bulb by 0.02 of a second. John Armstrong gets a freebie and moves on. Wow. 877-2. Dead on 2. 27 on the tree by John. Nova Scotian goes one more round. I wonder if that's the correct terminology. Nova Scotian? You'd go with that? Okay. Danny Waters Jr. Look at this. Battle of the Mosier cars. Danny gets to take on Justin. Interesting to watch some of these roll and slide burnouts here in Super Cup. Stock Eliminator needs you back to the lanes, please. Semifinals, Stock Eliminator. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. Stockers, come on down. Danny, Justin. 890's up on the scoreboard. Here we go. Better light Justin, win light Justin. 891 beats an 888 at 166. So Danny Waters' day comes to a conclusion here in the quarterfinals. Justin moves on to the semis. Kevin Brannon and Dean McElvey. Supergas needs you back to the lanes, please. Supergas, semifinalists, back to the staging lanes, please. McElvain left side, 890. The category, Super Comp the name. Brandon carries the number 5 on the side of the South Carolina based runner. PS Performance lane. McElvain's making it tough. 003, dead on 1. 4-foul package for the McElvain race cars entry. 888. Losing effort there for Brandon. I'll tell you what, you go up against the 4-pack, you haven't got a lot left to work with. Except for 3 or 2 or 1 or perfect. Haven't had any perfects today. Luke Bogacki taking on Raymond Miller now. Luke, after suffering problems with the Super Gas Corvette last night, continuing to go rounds here in Super Cup. But as always, it seems, when you get to the late rounds, competitors just kind of keep piling on and getting tougher and tougher. Miller, number 8 in the world last year, the race car builder out of Tennessee there on the left side. Luke, of course, national champ a year ago. They're in, they stage, away they go. $891.6 for a 17 package by Luke. $892 by Ray Miller. He gave up a little bit on the starting line. Blake Richardson goes to the final 4. Our Super Comp category. Stock and Super Gas. Need you back to the lanes, please. Stock and Super Gas. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. Blake out of the gate goes 30 on the tree, 9 flat at the other end of the racetrack. Come back and tune it up. He's part of our final 4 here in the Super Comp category. Again, Stock and Super Gas. Now the call goes out for Super Stock. Need our semifinalists back to the lanes, please. Super Stock semifinalists. Need you to the lanes, please. Again, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock needs you back to the lanes. And yes, I know Super Comp just ran, but gentlemen, as soon as you can get yours turned around and back to the lanes as well. We have our finalists determined in Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car. We know who our finalists are going to be in Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Comp Eliminator. We also know who our finalists are going to be in Super Street. We need our semifinalists back in Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, and Super Comp to whittle those 4 categories down to their final 2 contestants as well. To those of you still here with us, hanging in, hey, we appreciate you being here, really do. We have had some great competition today. Learned a little bit about Horse Cave, Kentucky. See, hey, you know, you never know where you're going to go and learn something. And again, a big tip of the cap to everybody. Dallas Jones and his crew here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. It has been a glorious weekend of racing here in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And all I can say is look forward to coming back and hope each and every one of you do too. Been a fun weekend, right at 600 race cars. We've had 10,000 people looking in online from around the world, joining us here at Bowling Green, Kentucky. Just been cool. It's really been great. Text messages been coming back and forth. Redmond listening in up in Indianapolis via the PA system and the audio broadcast. as they get everything ready to go for the big go, the U.S. Nationals. Up at Lucas Oil Raceway Park next week. I'm not going to call it next weekend because, well, it's a little bit more than a weekend. Next week. All the activities get started on Wednesday with our Sportsman qualifying and time trials. Works their way through all the way to next Monday. Good racers, if you have a check coming, you need to pick it up at the main gate where you rolled in. While the crew's loading the car, you can hop on the scooter, the quad runner, whatever you may have for transportation, make your way up to the main gate, pick up your winnings, then come back down and finalize and oversee the final loading of the race equipment before you all head up I-65 toward Indy or down whatever highway or byway you may be partaking if you're not going to the big go. But again, semifinalists, stock, super gas, super stock, and super comp. Ladies, gents, boys, and girls, need you back to the lanes, please. We're down to 4 in stock eliminator. I see 3 of them. I have a feeling the other one's coming. Just like right there. $113 stock eliminator cars answered the bell yesterday for round number 1. Now we're down to 4. And we're soon going to be down to 2. Bo Butler taking on Adam Davis. .455 powered Pontiac Formula. Not a Trans Am, a Formula Firebird. And Bo Butler's late model, factory stock 302 Cobra Jet Mustang. Out of Jim Butler Automotive. One of the Butler cars going to the finals last week in Brainerd with Randy Lynn. Took their Pontiac to the final round and won it all in stock. There goes Adam. Here comes Bo. Can they put another car in the final round? Nope. 10.96.6. Adam Davis under by 4. 10.20 with a 2 by Bo. Under by 18, so Adam Davis brings the Pontiac back around. So it'll be the Formula Pontiac taking on either Mitch Truman or Mike McDonald. G-Stock Automatic, 350 Deuce. C-Stock Automatic, LT1 Camaro. Top end, ooh, I heard a whop down there. That'd be Mitch Truman. Had the better light, able to parlay it to the win. 10.59 on the 10.60. 11.18 by Mike at 115 miles an hour. So Mitch Truman, Adam Davis are finalists in stock eliminator. Looks like our Super Gas cars getting paired up over in the lanes. We're down to the semifinals in Super Gas, Super Stock, and Super Comp, and then it is final round time for each and every category. Lindsey Barker and J.B. Straswig will be duking it out in our Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster category. Tony Fignelli and Jeff Barker duking it out in the finals of our Brodix. Steve Schmidt Racing Top Sportsman category. Robert Bailey and Ray Skillman, finalists in our Comp Eliminator category. The defending champ in Super Street, back one more year, Scotty Reinschild, taking on Tony Leonard, the Corvette versus the Chevy 2. Mitch Truman and Adam Davis just determined a pair of GM F-bodied machines into the finals of stock eliminator with the Pontiac Formula and the Chevrolet Camaro. Andrew Bowl and Todd Robertson are finalists in Alcohol Funny Car. Randy Meyer and Jared Dreher are number 1 and 2 qualifiers at Top Alcohol Dragster. Going to duke it out to see who takes home the Wally in that category. Just saw Ricky Decker come down and around the corner. He's in our semifinals in Super Stock. So 3 cars left in Super Gas, 3 cars left in Super Stock, 4 in Super Comp. We need all of them to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, Comp Eliminator. We need our finalists to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Comp Eliminator. We're looking for Lindsey Barker, J.B. Straswick, Tony Fignelli, Jeff Barker, Robert Bailey, and Ray Skillman. Need those 6 cars to the staging lanes, please. Our Alcohol Funny Cars and Alcohol Dragsters ready to go for their final rounds. As soon as we get all of our semifinals taken care of, we will begin our final rounds of eliminations. One of them's going to the final round. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. This one's going to be a pick 'em at the stripe. Winlight's going to go to Carr. Nope, Winlight's going to go to Powell. 990 beats a 991 by 6,000th of a second. Saw the sunlight reflecting off the side of Collier's sign down there. Thought he had won it. So Powell goes into the finals. He'll be back to take on John Pelicane. John, the runner out of Attica, New York. The Kircher Construction Corvette Roadster body. 996 and 140 miles an hour. So we've got one Corvette in the final. So if you bet your buddy, like I told you this morning, said take the Corvettes and give the field. You got a 50-50 shot in the finals of Super Gas. Super Stock semifinalists, Super Comp semifinalists. You should be in the lanes. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, Comp Eliminator. Need our finalists to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Comp Eliminator. Need our finalists to the staging lanes, please. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car. Understand they're already paired up and ready to go for their final round of eliminations. So, guys, as soon as we get our semifinals completed, we'll start working our way through our final round contestants with our Alcohol Dragsters, our Alcohol Funny Cars, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator. Give our Stock, Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp competitors all a breathing opportunity while we start at the top and work our way down, if you will, in our final rounds of eliminations. Realize that the Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp cars, Super Street cars, been hot lapping it the last couple of rounds, so we'll give you a chance to cool down, fuel up, get the batteries charged for the finals in each and every one of your categories while we crown our champs in Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car, Spitzer Top Dragster, Steve Schmidt, Brodix Top Sportsman, and Comp Eliminator. So just a few rounds of competition left to go before we pull the plug on the 2015 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here in Division 3. Been a pretty good old year. Indy, Norwalk, Columbus, Joliet, St. Louis Mo, wrapping it all up right here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. What a weekend it's been. 600 race cars, I'm telling you. Whew. Ricky Decker taking on John Armstrong. Armstrong getting moved over to the right-hand side of the racetrack. Isn't that interesting? Doesn't seem to have bothered him much. Let's see if Ricky could go one more round. He's had a pretty incredible 7 days. Nope, just came to an end. 875 on a 77. 22 foul, the margin for Armstrong. 982 by Decker. Comes up short, so it'll be Armstrong and Morris in the finals of Super Stock. TC's going to cruise on in. We've got 3 cars left. Started out with a bunch. Now down to 2. 283 stock L automatic. So it'll be the small block Deuce taking on the 454 Corvette of the runner out of Nova Scotia. Long ways from home. But you know what? Them cell phones will reach all the way back to Nova Scotia. All John's got to do now is win it. So he can call home and say, hey, I won. semifinal before we get into the finals. I got you confused yet? Oh, I hope not. Dean McElvain. Okay. Justin Moser. Moser Engineering Gang over on the right-hand side. McElvain out of New Carlisle. McElvain Race Cars up in the Buckeye State of Ohio. Over early. Justin Moser's gone to the final round. 4-foul red light by McElvain. 888, 174, 893 by Justin. Picking up the win and going one more round. Blake Richardson taking on Luke Bogacki. Wasn't this just a pair to draw to? Couple of young gunners going at it here to see who's going to the final round. Blake Richardson left side, 19 years young, out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, just right down the road. Bogacki out of Illinois. Blake, the young son of former world champ Edmund Richardson, following in Dad's footsteps, taking on the world champ a year ago, Luke Bogacki. Pretty much what I expected coming off the line for both of them. Pick him at the stripe. 888-1 beats an 888-0. Luke goes to the final round by 13 ten-thousandths of a second. Wow. 888-1, 888-0. And I got to tell you, if Blake had run an 888-1, the win still would have gone to Luke. He was holding 5 foul leaving the starting line. It was that close. Crazy, huh? All right, finals are now set in each and every one of our categories. We're down to 10 races left. See our top alcohol dragsters making their way underneath the tower, coming up the hot chute alongside and underneath the crossover bridge. Our alcohol funny cars coming up right behind them. Top dragsters already in the lanes. Miss Barker and JB. Top sportsman's already in the lanes with Tony. And Mr. Barker. Lindsay in one, Jeff in the other. Imagine that. When we run those final rounds, we will put out the call for our Super Street, Stock, Super Stock, Super Gas, and Super Comp final round contestants. Yes, we know you just ran. We're just telling you that as soon as you're ready, come on back to the lanes. We'll get everything paired up, ready to go. It is not a push. We've got 6 finals to run in front of you. It will take a little bit of time. We've got some track prep going on. We're just putting out the call. Stock, Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Bring them on down to the lanes when you're ready. Do want to remind everybody, payout is at the front gate. If you have money coming, you can pick it up at the front gate. You can do it on your way out. Or you can run up and get your money while the rest of the crew loads the rig. But payout is at the front gate, if you would, please. Payout is at the front gate. Were you paid to come in? We'll pay you to leave. See how that works? You're a little short? Well, it sounds like a physical problem to me. My daughter's a little short too. Again, top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car final rounds getting ready to come at us. As soon as we do that, it will be our top sportsman, top dragster, and top eliminator final rounds. Then we'll get into crowning our champions in stock, super street, super gas, and super comp. You know what we do at that point in time? We all go, yahoo! Race is over with. Put a wrap on the 2015 season and basically start making plans for 2016. And I hope you're making plans to be back with us next year. Here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. We'll have our cop eliminator shootout one more time. See who our 4 points earners can make it out to be between now. Thank you, Adam. Little final track prep before we fire up the first of our finalists. Looks like it's going to be our top alcohol dragster final round contestants. Jared Dreher and Randy Meyer getting ready to do battle. Todd Robertson and Andy Bowl going to be right behind them for the finals in top alcohol funny car. Drivers already getting strapped into the cars, so when we pull them up, we'll be able to hook them up, fire them up, and go racing. So again, racers, if you have money coming, where you paid to enter at the front gate is where you need to go to collect on the way out. If you have a check coming, just need to visit the front gate. You can ride up on your scooter, ride up on your golf cart, ride up on your quad runner, pick up your money at the front gate, go back and finish loading. Have a safe drive home, everybody. Or safe drive to Indy, whichever is occurring first. Top Alcohol Dragster, final round coming at us. Randy Meyer taking on Jared Rare. Drivers laying down some good numbers in that last round. Randy continuing his onslaught of 520s here this weekend. Qualified at a 521. Came back with a mid 520 in the first round. 529 in the last round. Just been working his way through, doing what he needed to do. Got 558 in there and a 536. Check the nitro cars repaired. We all know how finicky they can be. Randy could be on another rocket ship ride down the Beech Bend quarter mile. We could have a pedal fest. Meyer left side out of Kansas. Dre right side out of Indiana. On paper, you want to say there's a favorite, it'd have to be Meyer, the left lane. Car's been a little bit more consistent, and it's been consistently quicker than what Jared's hot rod has been. But hey, you know what? We don't run them on paper. We run them down 1,320 feet of racetrack. They're in. Let's see who wins. Well, it wasn't a 20, but it's a 31. 5:31.6. 271 miles an hour. 5:42. 264 by Jared. Randy Meyer wins your top alcohol dragster category, and that is back-to-back wins for the team. Mark Talaferro getting the win last weekend in the team car up in Brainerd, Minnesota. So congratulations to Randy Meyer and crew, the gang out of Spring Hill, Kansas. Smart Chicken entry out of Meyer Truck Equipment. Congrats, gang. 5:31.6. Slowest run of the day. Still good enough to get the win. For Jared, good run right alongside of him. Just not enough at the other end of the racetrack to track him down. So we go from alcohol dragster now to alcohol funny car. Todd Robertson, okay, looking for a Division III championship, certainly helping themselves out here this weekend. Finished fifth in the division a year ago with their Eaton Aeroquip car. And he bowled third in the division last year, the Headman Hustler. Mustang-bodied entry. Robertson's hot rod locked into the 560 zone. Ball on the last run down track, a 565 as well. So both of these race cars have been very solid, very consistent race cars today. Our alcohol dragster finals feature number 1 versus number 2. The alcohol funny car finals feature number 3 versus number 4. From the qualifying sheet, Andrew had the better qualifier at 570. Robertson was right behind him at a 577. But like I said, both cars come race day. Been very good, very consistent race cars. So bowl and gang. out of Wisconsin. Taking on Robertson and gang out of Michigan. For Eaton Automotive, right side. For Hedman Hustler, left lane. Final. Outlaw funny car, the RPMs come up. Oh, and Robertson off the throttle. Andrew Bull goes through 567, 255 miles an hour. Robertson like a rocket ship out of the gate. Andrew was behind early. But by the half-track mark, Robertson's machine already slowing. And Andrew Bull, another 560 lap down the racetrack and into the winner's circle with the Hedman Hustler Mustang. Scoring at home, 831, 89 miles an hour for Todd Robertson. And I got to tell you, a little surprised to see the problems out of the body the way he'd been running today. Need all of our Sportsman finalists to the staging lanes, please. All of our Sportsman finalists need you to the staging lanes, please. Finals now. Coming at us in our Spitzer race cars. Top dragster category. J.B. Straswig and Lindsey Barker. Lindsey out of Georgia. Going to work her way down track in her top dragster. I do believe we have another Barker coming up in another final round momentarily. JB and the gang, the dragstersforsale.com team. Stepping up to the plate on Friday. Helping out with a little sponsorship to get our D3 TV online. Appreciate it very much, and they may become a permanent sponsor. Considering the fact that they're in the final round, they win this race, they may consider D3 TV their good luck charm. Hey, I've heard a crazier thing. JB left side, 642 the dial. Lindsey right side, 637. Wally's going to go to Indianapolis, or go to Indiana. It's going to head south to Georgia. Red light start by JB. Taking way too much here on the starting line, and Lindsey goes through 666, 154 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. JB sitting inside that car saying words to himself right now like, golly gee, son of a gun. Gosh darn it, and god dang it even. Red light and good night in the final rounds. Lindsey Barker gets the win in our top dragster category. So Lindsey Barker wins top dragster. Okay, the other half of the family household winning our products. Steve Schmidt Racing top sportsman category. Here comes Jeffrey Barker. He has been looking at a top sportsman world championship Right now, a win today going to make it a whole lot of difficult for anybody to roll in behind and catch him. Barker would love to be the first ever NHRA Top Sportsman World Champion. Going rounds to get to the finals certainly hasn't hurt. Being able to put the Wally on the mantle beside his wife's for the race this weekend would be pretty special. Tony Fignelli up on the right-hand side, the runner out of Coraopolis, Pennsylvania. The Pontiac GXP in the right lane. 688 to 666. Interesting that Jeff Barker has dialed what his wife just ran. Oh, got a 14 to a 6 off the line, and it's going to be Tony getting the win at the other end, 665-4. Barker went down, took the stripe by 9 foul, broke out by 6. And for the runner out of the state of Pennsylvania, Tony Fignelli, getting the win, running 689-1 on his 688 dial. He was 006 at the hit. Congratulations to Tony Fignelli, Coraopolis, Pennsylvania. Robert Bailey up now, second final in a row here on the division tour. Won it all in St. Louis in kind of a wacky race. Gets Greg Bourgeois. Ray Skillman going to be his opponent here in this final. Bailey picking up the Spitzer Race Car Indy Gear Comp Shootout check earlier today for his win last night. That beautiful trophy from Cold Hard Art to go along with it. Love to put a Wally on the mantle alongside that beautiful trophy. Got to get around Ray Skillman now, let me tell you. It's going to be tough. Couple of good drivers. Skillman out of Greenwood, both of them located in Indiana. So we do know the Wally's going to head north. Just a matter of how far north it goes. The Econo Dragster, Bailey. It's trimmed 0.07 of a second off of the Econo Dragster Index. Skillman, likewise, 0.07 of a second off the B Econo Altered Index. Drivers pulling in. There they go. Robert Bailey's reaction time at St. Louis was a little tardy, and here he was good. 7:56, good for the win by Skillman. 6:62 by Robert at 2:05. 43 thousandths of a second the difference down at the other end of the racetrack for Ray Skillman. The Skillman clan picks up yet another win. Picked up the win in Super Stock in St. Louis. They get the win in Comp here at Bowling Green. Should have all of our Sportsman finalists paired up and ready to go for their final round of eliminations. I see our Super Streeters, our Stockers, our Super Gassers sitting over there paired up. Congratulations, Lindsey Barker, winner in Top Dragster. Tony Fignelli in Top Sportsman. Ray Skillman just closing the door in the Comp Eliminator field. Andrew Bowl in our Top Alcohol Funny Car class. Randy Meyer coming in, taking that number 1 spot and rolling right on through the Top Alcohol Dragster procession here today. Stock eliminator. Final round. Adam Davis taking on Mitch Truman. General Motors. Late model. F-bodied machines. The Ant Thrasher. 73 Pontiac. 455 Formula body. Mitch Truman, the Sullivan Motorsports. 96 Camaro on the right lane. Mitch going to give up the handicap start to Adam. 9,000ths of a second. Adam Davis getting the win in the Pontiac Formula. 1099, 111 miles an hour. So the runner out of Ava, Alabama will get to take that Wally back south. Super Street final round. Can we go 2 for 2? Scotty Reinschild taking home the Wally last year. Only thing standing in his way is Tony Lynn. Here at Bowling Green, and he ain't going to do it. 1095, 120, 10903. Scotty goes twofer. Bowling Green, Kentucky. I guarantee you we'll see Scotty back next year. God willing, the creek don't rise. Man, you don't be going anywhere. Super stock. Final round now. Johnny Armstrong, Super A automatic. The 427 Corvette all the way from Nova Scotia, Canada. Taking on TC Morris, hometown runner out of New Haven, Kentucky. TC going to have a lot shorter tow home than what John Armstrong is. John says that's all right. As long as I got my Wally riding with me, it'll be just fine. TC's like, nope, I'm going to take it back to New Haven. Here we go, we're going to settle it. Armstrong. Corvette, coming. Got him, 74.6. Dead on with the 6, 38 on the tree. 33.3 by TC on his 32 dial, and John Armstrong taking the Wally back to Nova Scotia, Canada. Wow. That's all I got to say. Wow. We're down to 2. Super Gas and Super Comp. Call goes out and fire the next pair. John Pelican taking on Tim Powell. Remember early today I said if you're going to bet on your racing, take the Corvettes and give the field. Well, you're down to a 50-50 shot. Powell out of Ty, Georgia, and Royce Powell's Auto Service. 85 Camaro up on the left-hand side. Taking on John Pelican, the Attica, New York-based runner out of Kircher Construction. Big block 427, 2013 Corvette body style Roadster. Here on the right-hand side, 990 Super Gas, the category. We're clean to green. I'm telling you, if you took the Corvettes, you're looking pretty good. Got him. 991, 156, had the better light, took the stripe, got the win by 4 thousandths of a second. John Pelican, Attica, New York-based runner, taking a Wally back to New York State. Luke Bogacki and Justin Moser. Final of the race weekend. 890's up on the scoreboard. Started out with over 100 Super Comp rides. Whittled it down to Luke and Justin. Opening round. Came back to make it all worthwhile. Get to the final round, the K&N Engineering machine up on the left-hand side. The Mosier Engineering car for Justin Mosier, the young runner out of Indiana. See what the boys can do for the Mosier Engineering team. Good pick and brace. Off the line they go, separated by 4 thou. Win line goes to Luke. 891, 165, 893 by Justin Mosier. 174 miles an hour. Warren Evans up here with me, sitting there. You know, we were talking earlier about 34 states being represented this weekend. We are packing the Wallies up and sending them to 8 different states, as well as Nova Scotia. I mean, you want to talk about spreading the wealth, we've done just that. Congratulations to Luke Bogacki, Adam Davis, John Armstrong, John Pelican, Scotty Reinshield, Ray Skillman, Tony Fignelli, Lindsey Barker, Andrew Bowl, Randy Meyer, all of our champions here this weekend. Congratulations to everyone that made the tow here to Beech Bend Raceway Park. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, that's a wrap. 600 race cars, 10 champions, and it's time to call it a day. We want to thank each and every one of you that came out to enjoy your day with us here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. On behalf of Dallas Jones and his wonderful staff here in Bowling Green, we really appreciate you coming out. Hope to see you all again next year. Be safe driving home. If you've been drinking, pass the keys off to somebody that hasn't been. We want everybody safe going down the highways and the byways. On behalf of Dallas and his crew, the NHRA, and everybody on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour, good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. And, hey, you know what? We'll see you all again next year.